Mademoiselle Falcon had come out in the role of Alice in Robert le Diable. A pupil of Nerit, she had had a splendid success. Poor Cornélie, her success was to be as short as it had been great. 2 years after her debut, an accident took away her voice. Then political lawsuits had followed, one after another. The Seine Court of Assizes had delivered 2 death sentences, one against a man named Cunny, and the other against one called Lepage. These 2 sentences had moved the Parisian public profoundly. Since the death of Louis Roman XVIII, it had become unaccustomed to capital punishments for political offences. Next had come the less serious sentence against the Saint-Simonians. Then, the affair of the man with the red flag. I have tried to paint the effect the appearance of this man produced at the funeral of General Lamarck. He was condemned to a month's imprisonment. Solicitor General de Lapalme, who had nearly given up the prosecution, to the great surprise of everybody, only extricated himself by arguing that the accused man was out of his mind. The Republicans interpreted the thing differently. The man with the red flag was looked upon by them as an agent to provoke an insurrection. Hence the indulgence of the public government. The last news that I read was less interesting to others, but brought a feeling of remorse to my mind. The performance of Le Fils de l'Émigre was announced to come on next at the Porte Saint-Martin. I did not fail, therefore, to ask at each inn where I stopped, "Have you a French paper?" On arriving at Königsfelden, the place where the Emperor Albert was assassinated by Jean de Swab, his nephew, I renewed the question. "Yes, monsieur," mine host replied. "I have Le Constitutional." Le Constitutional, it will be recollected, was my old enemy. It had declared war upon me over Henry Roman III, and I had replied to its cannonading by Antony. It was I who had invented the famous announcement of the discontinuing of subscriptions, so I could not have received news of my natural son through a more evil-inclined channel. But as I had left it in the hands of Anisit without acknowledging it in any way, and it was a condition sine qua non that I should not be named, I thought the news would be indirect. I opened Le Constitutional then, with quite a steady hand. Great was my surprise to read at the head of the article, "Théâtre de la Porte Saint-Martin, Le Fils de l'Émigre, drama by Anicet Bourgeois and Alexandre Dumas." I realized at once that, from the moment my name appeared, the play had been a failure. I was not mistaken. If, however, you wish to see how Le Constitutional deals with the performance, read the following lines, which will give an idea of the urbanity with which the Criticism was inserted in J. and Etienne's journal. It is true, the article was not signed. Moreover, as I register my successes with a naivete which, at times, is looked upon as conceit, I am not sorry to register an out-and-out failure. I have had 2 such in my life, Le Fils de l'Émigre at the Porte Saint-Martin and Le Laird de Dumbicky at the Odeon. But as I was present at the latter, I will myself undertake to give an account of it when the suitable moment comes. I shall be more polite to myself than is the anonymous critic in the Constitutional, but I shall not take further trouble about it. My readers may rest perfectly easy on that point. So I summoned to my aid all the philosophy I possessed, and I read, "Théâtre de la Porte Saint-Martin, Le Fils de l'Émigre, drama by Anicet Bourgeois and Alexandre Dumas. Le Comte Edouard de Bray, a French émigre, takes refuge in Switzerland. There he has taken service in the Austrian army, which attempts to invade France from that quarter. The Count has chosen his allies badly, beaten with them, since our brave armies do beat their enemies utterly. He takes to his legs and shelters in an armourer's shop at Brintz. The armourer Gregoire Humbert, a man of honour and of humanity, takes in the fugitive, whom he desires to save from the pursuit of the Republicans. Humbert is the more zealous and devoted because he knew Count Edouard. The Count is several months at Brintz, and even leaves Gregoire Humbert under the table after an orgy, Humbert's virtue and sobriety having gone somewhat astray on that day. The worthy armourer has not forgotten this memorable escapade of drunkenness, so he helps Count Edouard to escape out of the window, whilst the French soldiers' rifles are beating at his door. Count Edouard de Bray thus saved, you would imagine that he would feel the very liveliest gratitude for the brave man who saved him from being shot or hung. Oh, nothing of the kind. Our great drama, it is said, is not so juvenile as to accustom us to such natural and middle-class sentiments. It must, of course, have something quite different, something detestable, ignoble, and ridiculous forsooth. This is what the Count de Bray does in conformity with the triple requirements of great drama. Scarcely out of danger, he writes to Gregoire Humbert, "You think yourself a happy father and husband. You are deceived, Humbert. During the night of the orgy I spent with you, your wife was waiting for you in her bed. I slipped into your place. the son she is to present you with is not yours. If you ask for an explanation of the Comte de Bray's infamy, you will learn that he has sworn implacable hatred to the people, and that he begins to put it into operation upon his benefactor. It is out of such subjects as these that writers have the presumption to make plays nowadays, and drama which is to move and interest people. The Comte's letter throws Humbert into despair. He takes a dagger and wants to kill his wife. At this moment the back of the stage reveals the scene of an accouchement which follows upon the dagger scene. I have the honor of announcing to you the birth of the émigrè's son. The priest blesses the newly born infant. Mother and child are doing well. This spectacle disarms Humbert, who sheathes his dagger, but he must kill someone, so instead of Madame Humbert and her dubious offspring, he means to kill Edouard. Unfortunately, he is too late. Edouard is far away. The armourer does not give up his revenge on that account. He will beget a second son by his wife, a son who shall be his to kill the father of the first son, with the responsibility of whom he is obliged to saddle himself. Is pater est quem nupti a demonstrant? Humbert certainly understood revenge as well as anybody possibly could. To beget a child by Madame Humbert solely to avenge himself is the supremest kind of cleverness. These lovely things I have just laid before you form what is nowadays called a prologue. It was formerly simply called the first act. 20 years pass over. Humbert died ruined pursuing Edouard, whom he has never been able to meet with. For 20 years he had been unlucky in his search, otherwise his project of vengeance had succeeded to perfection. The second son was born, grew up, and in place of the dead Humbert, Pietro, his faithful servant, teaches the son to handle a sword, in readiness for the moment when Count Edouard shall be encountered, and when he shall kill him. There is a family of armourers for you, and they could give points on matters of revenge to the ancient Greek families, whose fury our tragic authors have put before us for some time past. Humbert and his faithful Pietro had not found Edouard. I, who had nothing to do with him, found him in Paris, where he was exercising the noble profession of spy. As a count and secret agent of the superior police, the drama preserves and maintains to us something of interest and elevation. Besides his pleasures as a spy, Edouard continues to cultivate his hatred against the people. He has seduced a young girl with whom he has been living for 2 years. He has carried away a young man called Georges Burns from his artisan work and made him his secretary. His object is to corrupt Georges as he has corrupted Therese out of hatred to the people. We could not have believed in such madness if we had not seen and heard it. But we are not at the end. There is yet another story. This Georges Burns is none other than the son of Edouard and of Madame Humbert. Georges changed his name after his putative father had died bankrupt. Georges is proud and does not wish to resume the name of his supposed father until after he has paid all his debts. Edouard, who does not know the clue to this enigma, looks upon the youth as merely Georges Burns. From this juncture, we enter upon an incredible chaos of ignominy and absurdities. We are at first tempted to laugh at the crude combination of style, incoherence of scenes and pell-mell of persons, and to take it for a parody. I frankly thought it was meant as a parody. These two clever people, I said, want to make fun of the monstrosities which degrade our theatres, and to avenge good feeling and taste and language by a good satire, as caricature and satire exaggerate the absurdities or the vices of those at whom they want to strike. Our satirists have piled up in their parody crudity upon crudity, mountain upon mountain, crime upon crime, filth upon filth, to bring the more shame upon our licentious dramatists. But I have been assured that Le Fils de l'Émigré was written seriously as a great drama. Then, no longer being able to laugh, I have no resource left but ennui and disgust, an ennui and disgust with which I do not desire to oppress my readers by dragging them step by step through that den of slavery, murder and prostitution. I might just as well invite them to spend a day at Poissy at the Maid Lynette's at La Conciergerie, the Place de Grève or the private cabinet of M. Vidocq, with the executioner's minions, for there is nothing else in this ignoble play. Count Edouard de Bray, whom you know to be a spy, blunders unpardonably and breaks burglariously into houses. Therese, the young girl he has carried off, becomes a prostitute very quickly and goes from man to man with wonderful facility. Georges Burns, or rather, Georges Humbert, steals from his mother 30,000 francs meant for the payment of her husband's debts, and assassinates Therese, whom he had lived with after Count Edouard had done with her. To crown these lovely performances, you have a condemnation to the galleys and a sentence of death. Edouard is sent to the galleys for forgery, Burns to the scaffold for murder. In the prison, between the branding and the guillotine, father and son recognize one another, and Georges learns the secret of his birth. You would think the authors would stop short there and have some pity on us, poor folk, who think that people will respect you more than the general opinion, and everything which has hitherto been respected in good and healthy literature. No, you have not had enough of this hideous spectacle. You must see the galley slave bound to his chains, the condemned with his hands tied behind his back and head shaved, marching to. Here the public rose in a body and would not see or hear any more. They turned sick with disgust. The women rose or turned their eyes away to hide the sight of the head about to be cut off. They hooted, they shouted down these shameful doings, and justice was done. Criticism of such plays as these is impossible. One leaves them as quickly as one can, as one kicks aside a repulsive object. What have we come to, when a talented man puts his name to this drama as to a signpost? It is true that the author has, this time, found his punishment in the very offence itself. His talent seems to be completely dead. So I was assassinated by Le Constitutional, exactly on the same spot where the Emperor Albert had been assassinated by his nephew. Unfortunately, I doubt whether that assassination was as valuable to the future as the fine scene one can read in the fifth act of Schiller's Wilhelm Tell, which takes place between the murderer of Gessler and the assassin of the emperor. I returned to Paris towards the beginning of October. All the newspapers had copied the example of Le Constitutional. They had gone for me tooth and nail. The kill was complete. They did not leave a shred of flesh on my bones. I met Véron, who delivered me a lecture on my immorality which I shall never forget. He had asked me for something for La Revue de Paris, of which he was editor. But after Le Fils de l'Émigre, he had no room for my name among the company of decent people. I also came across several theatrical managers who had become short-sighted during my absence and did not recognize me. I have had these falls 2 or 3 times during my life, not reckoning others still awaiting me. I have always risen above them, thank God, and I hope that if it happens again, God will extend the same grace to me. My private motto is J'aime qui aime, and I could perfectly well add, Genie highs par qui me hate, but our family motto is Deus dedit, Deus dabit. God has given, God will give. So I gave up the theatre for a time. Besides, I had begun my book on Gaul et France and I wanted to finish it. The execution of this book was a singular thing. I sought learning myself in order to teach others, but I had a great advantage. In going thus by chance through history, it happened to me as it happens to a man who does not know his way and gets lost in a forest. He is lost, it is true, but discovers things unknown, abysses where no man has descended, heights none have scaled. Gaul et France is a historical book full of mistakes, but it ends by the strangest prophecy which has ever been printed 16 years beforehand. We will see what it was in due time and place. Towards the end of September, we heard in France of the death of Walter Scott. That death made a certain impression on me, not that I had the honour of knowing the author of Ivanhoe and of Waverley, but the reading of Walter Scott, it will be recollected, had a great influence on my early literary life, beginning by preferring Pigault Lebrun to Walter Scott, and Voltaire to Shakespeare, a twofold heresy from which my well-loved Lassagne had redeemed me. Lassagne who, since I talked of him to you, has gone where half my friends have gone. Having, I say, preferred Pigault Lebrun to Walter Scott, I had come to saner views, and not only had I read all the Scottish author's romances, but I had tried to make 2 plays out of his works. The first we know with Frederick Solely, the second by myself. Neither was played, and neither was suited to the stage. Walter Scott's qualities are not at all dramatic. Admirable as a painter of manners, costumes, and characters, Walter Scott is completely incapable of painting the passions. With manners and characters one can concoct comedies, but there must be passion to make dramas. Scott's only impassioned romance is Kenilworth Castle. So it is the sole one which provided a really successful drama, and yet 3/4 of the success was due to the denouement, which was put on the stage, and which brutally flung in the eyes of the public the terrible spectacle of Amy Robsart's fall over the precipice. But my work on Scott had not been useless, although it had remained fruitless. One only understands the structure of a man by dissecting dead bodies, so one only understands the genius of an author by analyzing it. The analysis of Walter Scott had made me understand the novel from another point of view than that of our country. A similar fidelity to manners, costumes and characters, with more lively dialogue and more natural passions, seemed to me to be what we needed. Such was my conviction, but I was far enough yet from suspecting that I should attempt to do for France what Scott had done for Scotland. I had only then published my historic scenes, Le Chevalier de Boisburden, Isabelle Le Bavière and Perinette Leclerc, and as we shall see, the thing had succeeded badly enough, or was but a very poor success. One has such luck at times. I published my scenes historiques in La Revue des Deux Mondes, so no one read them. In my absence, Anicet Bourgeois and Lacre conceived the notion of putting these scenes together and composing a drama under the title of Perinet Leclerc. It was, indeed, an honor which they paid to these scraps of history, unostentatiously scattered through a review. The play was a great success. Although I had done at least as much of it as of Le Fils de l'Émigre, they were most careful not to utter my name. Le Constitutional, which had torn from my face in the first work, The Veil of Incognito, obliterated it this time with all its strength, and praised the drama highly. Listen, M. Lesser in his annuaire had said, apropos of Le Fils de l'Émigre. This play recalls the drunken slave, which the Lacedaemonians used to point out to their children to disgust them with drunkenness, and it ought to lead the public, if such a thing be possible, to purer and more reasonable ideals in dramatic literature. The object of the authors was to compare the corruption of the nobility with the virtue of the people, and starting with this view, which is of no value nowadays, there is no vice, immorality, or infamy that they have not accumulated in the person of their émigre le Marquis de Bray and of his worthy son. It is a mass of turpitudes, a sequence of scenes as false as they are ignoble, which it would disgust us to enumerate. The public permitted M. Dumas' La Tour de Nesle, but this time it has not been so complacent. It hooted outrageously a monstrous production which made all parts of the theatre, pit, boxes, and galleries, turn sick with disgust and avert their eyes with horror. It is to be hoped that this severe and deserved lesson will impel the author of Henry Roman III, of Christine and of Antony and Richard Darlington, not to prostitute his talent again by putting his hand to such works. The article, it will be seen, does not mince words, and between ourselves be it said, dear reader, without reaching Anicet's ears, it seemed to be an execrable thing. But take careful notice that it is to me M. Lesser addresses himself, I who had not been named and whose name was not on the bills. He had taken good care to expose me after a failure, but took equal care to conceal me when it was a question of success. Here is the proof. Theatre de la Porte Saint-Martin, 3 September 1832. First performance of Perinet Leclerc, a prose drama in 5 acts by Anicet Bourgeois and Lacre. Fine scenes, noise, stir, and magnificent decorations, and above all, a situation of the supremest interest in the 5th act, have made this drama a complete success. It bears witness to literary and historic studies very rare in modern dramatists, and has in general the great advantage over most of the plays of this theatre, particularly Le Fils de 50 Émigre, of not revolting the spectator constantly by a jumble of crimes and pictures of debauchery, each more horrible than the last. Caught Monsieur Dumas, but there is something stronger still. Some time after I collected my scenes historiques into 2 volumes, a paper noticed it, and accused me of having literally copied the principal scenes of my fictitious historical book from the fine drama by M. Anicet Bourgeois and Lacre. Ah, my dear good fellow, are you simply ignorant, or do you write in bad faith? You would rather not reply. Then let us ask M. Lyra. Chapter 3. La Duchesse de Berry returns to Nantes disguised as a peasant woman, the basket of apples, the house Duguigny, Madame in her hiding place, Simon Dutes, his antecedents, his mission. He enters into treaty with M. Thiers and Montalivet. He starts for La Vendée. Meantime, they learnt in Paris of the arrest of the Duchesse de Berry at Nantes. It would have needed less news than this to divert the public indignation raised against me on account of the unlucky Fils de l'Émigre. We left Madame la Duchesse de Berry with M. Berrier in a poor vending cottage, where she lived under the name of M. Charles. We saw her giving way to the entreaties of the famous barrister, and promising to quit France. She was to rejoin M. Berrier at noon the same day at a given spot, to return with him to Nantes, to cross through France by coach, thanks to the passport he brought for her, and to return to Italy by the Mont-Cenis route. M. Berrier had waited for an hour at the arranged meeting place, when he received a dispatch from Madame, who told him that too many interests were bound up with hers for her to abandon them. She therefore remained in La Vendée. Only the taking up of arms, fixed for 24 May, was deferred till the 3rd or 4th of June. We shall not be suspected of any intention of giving the history of the Civil War of 1832. The object of these memoirs is not to relate official matters, but details which certain advantages of position or of friendship have put us in the way of knowing. Now, who captured the Duchesse de Berry? General d'Ermancourt, my old friend. Who was his secretary? The very same Rosconi who has been my secretary for 21 years, and who received from the hands of M. de Menars the famous historical hat that was momentarily deflected from its habitual use by Madame la Duchesse de Berry. We will take up our narrative again at the moment when Madame, driven on all sides by events at Mayston, at La Carreterie, Chine, La Penissière and at Real, resolved to return to Nantes. This plan, which at first seemed foolhardy, was, however, the one which offered most security. When at Nantes, the Duchesse de Berry would find safe shelter. She therefore only had to find a means of getting there without discovery. She cut the knot herself by announcing that she would return to Nantes on foot clad as a peasant, and followed only by Mademoiselle Eulalie de Kersebike. They had scarcely 3 leagues to walk. M. de Memoirs and M. de Beaumont left after them, and entered Nantes undisguised, although they were very well known. They crossed the Loire in a boat opposite the Meadow des Mauves. At the end of a quarter of an hour's walk, the huge shoes and cotton stockings to which the Duchess was unused hurt her feet. She tried, however, to walk on, but deeming that if she kept to her footwear she could not continue her journey, she sat down on the bank of a ditch, took off her shoes and stockings, stuffed them into her great pockets and began to walk barefoot. Soon, however, noticing from the peasant women who passed by that the fineness of her skin and the aristocratic whiteness of her legs might betray her, she went to one of the low hills by the roadside, and with some of the dark-coloured earth, she made her legs brown with it and pursued her journey. There were still 2 good leagues to go. It must indeed have been a wonderful subject for philosophically thought for those who accompanied her, this spectacle of the woman who, 2 years before, had her position as Queen Mother at the Tuileries and possessed Chambord and Bagatelle, drove out in her carriages with 6 horses escorted by bodyguards brilliant in gold and silver, who went to spectacles she had commanded, preceded by runners shaking torches, who filled the hall with her presence alone, and when she returned to the chateau and regained her splendid chambers, walked over doubly thick Persian and Turkey carpets for fear the parquetted floor should hurt her childish feet. Today, this same woman, still smirched with the powder of battlefields, surrounded by dangers, outlawed, having no escort or courtiers beside one young girl, went to seek shelter which might perhaps close its doors to her, clothed in the dress of a peasant woman, walking barefooted on the sharp sand and angular pebbles of the road. It was a singular thing that, at this date, nearly every country had its kings running barefoot along its highways. However, the journey was made, and as they came nearer to Nantes all fears disappeared. The Duchess was clothed in her costume, and the farmers she had passed had not noticed that the little peasant woman running slowly past them was anything but what her clothes indicated. It was much, indeed, to have deceived the inquisitive instincts of country people, who have no rivals, possibly no equals in this respect, unless it be soldiers. At last they arrived in sight of Nantes, and Madame put on her shoes and stockings again before entering the town. When crossing the bridge of Piermile, she fell into the midst of a detachment of soldiers which was coming off duty under the command of an officer whom she recognized perfectly well, having seen him in former days doing duty at the chateau. She reminded M. de Memoirs and Beaumont of this coincidence when they arrived some hours after her. "I think the officer in command of that detachment on the bridge has recognized me. He looked hard at me," she said. "If it be so, and happy days come to me, his lot will be fortunate, he will be rewarded." Opposite the buffet, the Duchess felt her shoulder touched. She trembled and turned round. The person who had just taken that liberty was a worthy old woman, who, having put her basket of apples on the ground, could not replace it on her head by herself. "My children," she said to the Duchess and Mile de Kersebike, "help me to lift up my basket, and I will give you each an apple." Madame soon took hold of one handle and signed to her companion to take hold of the other. The basket was balanced on the good woman's head, and she went away without giving the promised reward. But the Duchess stopped her by the arm. "Well, mother, where is my apple?" she asked. The apple seller gave her one, and Madame was eating it with an appetite sharpened by a 3 leagues walk, when, lifting her head, her eyes fell on a placard bearing these 3 words in big letters: "État de siege." It was the government notice, which put 4 of the departments of La Vendée outside the pale of common law. The Duchess went up to the bill and calmly read it right through, in spite of the entreaties of Emile de Kersebike, who pressed her to gain the house at which she was to be received, but Madame observed that it was too interesting a matter for her not to acquaint herself with it. At last she resumed her journey, and a few minutes later she reached the house where she was expected, and where she took off her muddy garments, which were preserved as a memento of the event. Soon she left this first refuge to go to the ladies Duguigny, at No. 3 Rue Haute du Château. The position of the Duguigny's house was pleasant. It looked out over the chateau gardens and beyond to the Loire and the meadows which bordered it. They had prepared her a room with a secret hiding in it. The room was no more than a 3rd-story attic, The secret place was a nook by the fireplace in a corner. It was reached by the back of the chimney and opened with a spring. It had been used since the first Vendine Wars to save priests and other outlaws. De Memoirs lived in this house with the Duchess. One would have thought that, after many journeys and fatigues, on finding a quiet, safe retreat, she could have taken some rest and returned to her favourite occupation of tapestry and flower painting, talents in which she excelled. But after the plans she had meditated carrying out, which had in some measure given her more masculine tastes, those futile pursuits were no longer to her liking, and did not suffice for that active spirit. She resumed a correspondence, which she had dropped for some time, with the legitimists of France and abroad, the principal object of which correspondence was positively to inform them that in case of an invasive war against France, which then seemed threatening, her son should never put himself in the train of foreigners, and to ask them, if need arose, to unite their efforts to those of all other Frenchmen, to repulse them. The papers found in the secret room testified to the aim and to the magnitude of the work she had set herself to do. Her letters amounted to over 900 in number. They were nearly all in her own handwriting, with the exception of a few by de Memoirs. She had 24 different ciphers in which to correspond with the various parties in France. She wrote in cipher with remarkable ease. One of the distractions with which she provided herself, with Memoirs' assistance, was to paste up the whole of the grey paper which today forms the decoration of the attic. During the Duchess's stay in Nantes, cholera made some ravages, and daily she saw from her windows soldiers or inhabitants being carried to the cemetery. One night she was seized with colic and vomiting, causing the greatest anxiety to those around her. She herself was alarmed. "How are my feet and hands?" she said. "When they become cold, rub them, put burning hot bricks to them and send for a doctor and priest." They assured her she should have the services of both, but she would not have them summoned until the more alarming symptoms set in. However, the sickness stopped and the invalid grew better. Madame took her meals down on the second floor. To her table were admitted de Memoirs and Mademoiselle Stylight de Kersebeek, who had joined her, the two ladies Duguigny, and lastly Giberg, who, after his escape from the prison of Nantes, had also found a refuge in the same house, but only 3 weeks before the Duchess's arrest. Very often, the meals were interrupted by false alarms caused by some detachment of troops coming in or going out of the town. Then a bell, which communicated with the room from the ground floor, would give the signal for a retreat. The Duchess passed 5 months in this way, but the activity with which the Chouans were hunted down left them no chance of rallying together. Also, the soul and head of the war was no longer with them. The 56th Regiment, which arrived about the end of June, permitted the military authorities to organize a still more energetic chase and a still stricter lookout. The cantonments were reinforced. Moving columns ploughed the country in all senses of the meaning. Finally, all hope for the partisans of Henry V of rekindling a serious war soon vanished. Meantime, the rumour had gone abroad that the Duchess was hidden in Nantes. General d'Hermancourt was certain of its truth, and had given the higher authorities almost material proofs of the presence of Madame in the town. But as the fugitive's retreat was only known to a few persons, who were completely devoted to her, whatever credence the civil and military authorities gave to the general's warning, they had small chance of discovering her. Besides, the Duchess had become the object of extreme watchfulness on the part of her friends, who felt the necessity of isolating her completely in the centre of the town, in order to prevent the police agents from getting at her. So she was inaccessible to everyone except de Beaumont, who exercised his privilege with as much prudence as reserve. It was about this time that the Jew Dutes came to the town. Hyacinth Simon Dutes was born at Coblentz in January 1802. At the age of 18 he went to Didot as a working printer. A short time later, his brother-in-law Drac, becoming a Catholic, Dutes being furious at the conversion, threatened him so savagely that Drac warned the police. However, 2 or 3 years later, his Judaistic fanaticism softened on this point. He himself showed a desire to embrace the Catholic religion, and through his brother-in-law, solicited an audience with the Archbishop of Paris. That prelate, thinking his conversion would be quicker and more efficacious at Rome, advised him to go there. Dutes actually made that journey early in 1828. He was recommended in the most pressing manner by de Quellen to Cardinal Capillari, afterwards Gregory Roman XIV, then prefect to the propaganda. Pope Leo Roman XIX gave him into the care of Father Orioli of the College des Cordeliers for instruction in the Catholic religion. For some time, and on several occasions, Dutes seemed to have changed his resolution. He wrote in 1828, "I have experienced several days of storm. I was even on the point of returning unbaptized to Paris. It was Judaism dying in me. But thanks to God, my eyes are entirely unsealed and, ere long, I shall have the happiness of becoming a Christian. Finally judged fit to receive baptism, his godfather was Baron Mortier, first secretary to the embassy, and his godmother an Italian princess. Thus, by deceiving God, he learned how to betray men. A while after he was presented to the Pope, who received him with the greatest kindness. A pension of 25 piasters, 125 francs, per month had been allowed him since his arrival in Rome from the funds of the propaganda. His brother-in-law Drac, introduced by Baron Mortier to the Duchesse de Berry, had by her been appointed librarian to the Duc de Bordeaux. It was then that the Pope got Dutes entered as a boarder at the Convent des Saints-Sepulchres, and he continued publicly to affect the same devotion to religion. Nevertheless, those who lived in intimacy with him had very quickly guessed with what interested motives he had made his abjuration. Most of his early patrons, seeing they were being fooled by him, gradually deserted him. Soon, the only supporter he had left was Cardinal Capillari, who, only seeing him occasionally, still kept up the same interest in him. In 1830, Dutes, under the pretext of not wishing to live on charity, obtained from Pius Roman VIII, then Pope, 300 piasters with which he set out to start, so he said, a bookshop in New York. After he had lived upon the money made by his books, he returned to Europe and reached London in the autumn of 1831. He was recommended to the Jesuits established in England, and introduced himself to Abbe de Laporte, almoner to the chapel of the Émigrés and French Legitimists, who put him into communication with the Marquis Eugene de Montmorency, then resident in London. Dutes got himself noticed by his extraordinary assiduity in attending the chapel services, praying fervently and frequently communicating. He thus secured the kindly notice of M. de Montmorency, a very religious man, who invited him to his table, and even to some sort of intimacy. About this time Madame de Beaumont was preparing with her daughters to rejoin her husband in Italy. M. de Beaumont recommended Dutes to her as a wise and reliable man, who might be useful to her on her journey. He was, besides, devoted body and soul to the legitimist cause and to religion. Dutes went the journey with Madame de Beaumont, and behaved himself so well that, on her arrival, she in her turn recommended him warmly to the Duchesse de Berry. When the princess went to Rome, the Pope also spoke to her of Dutes as a man to be relied upon, capable of carrying out intelligently the most important and delicate missions. He notified that she could make use of him with entire confidence when occasion required. Such occasion was not long in offering itself. Just when the Duchess was preparing to make her descent upon France, Dutes arrived at Massa and offered his services to Madame. He came from Rome and was going to Portugal to fulfill various missions which the Holy Father had entrusted to him, amongst others, that of taking, on his journey to Genoa, a dozen Jesuits to Don Miguel, who had asked for them in order to found a college. Madame received him kindly, and knowing that he would cross Spain to reach Portugal, she accepted his offer with pleasure and willingness, telling him she would take advantage of his kindness and his devotion, and giving him her orders from time to time. So great was her idea of Dutes's delicate sensitiveness at the time, such interest had he roused in her, that she said one day to one of the French people round her, "I believe poor Dutes is in want of money. I have none at the moment, and he is so sensitive I dare not give him this jewel to sell, which is, I believe, worth 6,000 francs. Kindly sell it for me, and give him the money without telling him what I am obliged to do to procure it." So he set off on his mission, passing by way of Catalonia and Madrid. In that city, upon the letter of introduction of a minister plenipotentiary of the Italian states to whom the Pope had sent him, he obtained an introduction to one of the princes of the royal family of Spain, from whom he managed to extract money, although he was abundantly supplied with it by both the Holy Father and the Duchesse de Berry. That little act of fraud, of which he boasted when he returned to Madrid from Portugal, proves that Dutes was already treacherous, and that any means seemed good to him that satisfied his thirst after gold. As he travelled under the auspices of the court of Rome, he mostly stayed in convents where he was well received, and got himself noticed for his fervent zeal for the Catholic faith. Upon his arrival in Portugal, although well provided with letters from the Pope, he could not obtain an audience with Don Miguel, except after great difficulties and several months' stay. It was, I think, in connection with some loan Don Miguel wanted to contract at the time in Paris that a banker of that capital, who knew of this project and desired to derive profit out of it for the Duchess, wrote or caused to be written, in the current August to Dutes then in Portugal, that he would willingly undertake the loan on condition Don Miguel would allow the deduction of 10% in favour of the Duchesse de Berry, and knowing him to be devoted to the cause and interests of the princess, He would let him negotiate the business, hoping he would employ every means his sagacity could think of to bring it about successfully. But it appears Dutes did not succeed in this enterprise. About the month of September 1832, he returned from Portugal to Madrid and had several interviews with the French legitimists, whose confidence in the scamp was countenanced by the Duchess's example. He, however, committed various indiscretions of conduct in Portugal, which might have inspired them with doubts, but the certain knowledge that Madame had proved his fidelity allayed all uneasiness. Upon his departure for France, he was charged with important dispatches, the contents whereof would have seriously compromised those who had written them and those to whom they were addressed. One of the French legitimists who was then in Madrid, having declared his intention of accompanying him as courier, Dutes told him it would not be safe for the secretary to the embassy at Madrid to travel with a Frenchman. This circumstance at first aroused no suspicion, but a part of the letters confided to Dutes, and principally those he had been advised to leave at Bordeaux, to be addressed from there with greater safety to the Duchess and other persons, never reaching their destination. It has since been imagined that he gave them up to the Paris police upon his return to France, and that the supposed secretary to the embassy was none other than an agent who accompanied him and who, no doubt, served him as intermediary to transmit to the police the information he got from the knave. It appears that just about this time they had not put much energy into the discovery of Madame's hiding place, because they hoped the adventurous princess, seeing the uselessness of her attempts and all her resources being exhausted, would decide to leave French soil and thus rid the government of a great difficulty. But when they saw that she persisted in remaining in a country still in a state of fermentation, where her presence was dangerous, they set themselves seriously to find means of seizing her person at no matter what price. The police, fertile in strategies, thought they could make use of Dutes, and of the correspondence he carried to make the Duchess fall into a trap, and so fall into the hands of the government agents. Consequently, they made overtures to this traitor. He had been presented at court, he had seen renegades become illustrious, he was conscious of his strength and the means and power at his disposal. He knew that it was in the salons of ministers that perfidy and state reasons met together. He wished, then, to treat with the government alone. He therefore obtained an audience with M. de Montalivet, and it was in the cabinet of His Excellency that they settled the price of an infamous piece of treachery. What passed during that interview, what promises were made, what offers accepted, remains a secret between the minister and Dutes, for I presume Providence does not interfere in these affairs, seeing they succeed. Still, they hesitated to make use of the instrument when they had found it, and great was the embarrassment at the chateau. The Duchesse de Berry, arrested, would become answerable before a court of assizes, which might very easily condemn her to death. The king, it is true, had his right of pardon, but there are moments when that right is as difficult to exercise as is the right of death. On the other side, to leave the Duchess alone was not without its inconvenience. The chamber was stupid enough to grow tired of civil war as of anything else, and to demand a stop to it. In short, M. de Montalivet was exceedingly embarrassed by his traitor, not knowing what to do and almost in despair at having been so clever. About this time ministerial changes took place. M. de Montalivet passed on to the civil list, and M. Thiers to the Home Office. The young minister saw in this change of place a means of getting rid of his Judas by sending him elsewhere to ask for his 30 pieces of silver. But Dutes raised difficulties. He had begun the business with the Count and wished to conclude it with him. He knew M. de Montalivet, and did not know M. Thiers. Finally, after much parleying, M. de Montalivet persuaded him to accompany him in his carriage to M. Thiers. M. Thiers had too much tact and finesse not to seize upon the occasion to make his appointment less unpopular, and he was too clever not to try by a grand coup to get himself forgiven. The capture of the Duchesse de Berry would draw the chamber to him, and the chamber pretty well meant the nation. M. Thiers would thence become a national hero. Dutes left for La Vendée, accompanied by Joly, the inspector of police, and arrived there under the name of Hyacinthe de Gonzac. Chapter 4. M. Maurice Duval is made prefect of the Loire Inférieure. The Nantais give him a charivari. Dutes's persistent attempts to see Madame, he obtains a first and then a second audience. Besieging of the Maison Duguigny, the hiding place, the police searches, discovery of the Duchess. Some days after Dutes's arrival in Nantes, no doubt in order to combine measures with him, M. Maurice Duval was made prefect of the Loire Inférieure. This unpopular appointment, the callous dismissal of M. de Saint-Aignan and the manner in which he received the news of his replacement, all elated the spirits of the Nantais. Further, M. Maurice Duval's Grenoble reputation preceded him. One alone of these reasons would have been enough to cost him an ordinary charivari. All these reasons together were worth what, under governments by majorities, may be termed the king of charivaries. It was on 19 October that the news spread through Nantes of the dismissal of M. de Saint-Aignan and the appointment of M. Maurice Duval, who was to have arrived the same day but did not do so until the following day, the 20th. Soon the most hostile demonstrations began to be shown. Those who had instruments for making a hurly-burly, such as skillets, rattles, whistles, speaking trumpets which could be heard a mile off, etc., etc., instinctively laid hands on them. Those who had none ran to borrow them from their friends. Those, finally, who had neither instruments nor friends, used the oddest means of taking part in the great popular concert which was being prepared. Some went through the town in search of bells, unfastened them from the very cows which chance led in their way. Others seized little bells from a founder's, and with a stick, carried at each end by 2 men, set up a walking tocsin. A general levy of cowhorns was made, and more than 600 persons were provided with this instrument, which, as everyone knows, needs no preparatory study. A dealer in whistles, who, apart from this event, would never have got rid of his wares, established himself in the square and sold everything he had on his stall. Between 4 and 5 o'clock, a party of musicians assembled. In order to do greater honor to the prophet, they decided to go in front of him. Consequently, they threaded their way along the road by which the Majesty must arrive. The authorities, who had seen the general enthusiasm and were afraid of stopping it in its first inception, satisfied themselves by sending a staff officer to M. Maurice Duval to warn him of the reception being prepared for him. M. Maurice Duval, profiting by the warning, sent his carriage alone and entered the town incognito. He thus momentarily paid his inconvenient visitors tit for tat. Nevertheless, the report soon spread abroad that the prophet had arrived at the Hôtel de France in the Place de la Comédie. The charivarisers burst into the square, but it was too small to hold them all. The body of musicians alone, like one of those huge tarantula spiders, crammed itself into the square and spread its legs out into all the adjacent streets. It was a racket fit to split the head of a deaf man. Persons whose word could be trusted, who lived 2 leagues from the town, have since declared upon their honor that they had heard the uproar. It is not surprising. There were probably 10,000 musicians, 5,000 more than Nero had, who, as we know, made a great fuss of his music. When the concert was at its height, a man on foot forced himself through the popular flood and made vain efforts to enter the Hôtel de France, the doors of which were shut. He was compelled to mingle among the charivarisers and to join in the chorus with them. It was M. Maurice Duval. Next day he took possession of the prefecture. The news of his installation at least assured the musicians that their pains had not been lost upon the object for whom they were intended. Consequently, about 5 o'clock, the orchestra banded itself together on the Place de la Préfecture. It was larger and noisier than on the previous night. But, as our French character soon tires of everything, even of a charivari, on the 3rd day, a large portion of musicians were missing at the call. The powers then thought they could put an end to the serenade. Between 6 and 7 in the evening, squadrons of gendarmerie and infantry of the line issued out on the square and took possession of the surrounding streets. The performers thought with reason it was time to finish and retired before the troops, continuing to make a row during their retreat, which bore quite the colour of a victory. Next day perfect calm was restored, and M. Duval made a speech in which he pleaded that he had been misjudged, saying, among other things, that his works bore witness to his patriotism. Now, as the work upon which he counted the most in order to convert people's minds was the capture of the Duchess, he began to contrive measures to prevent her escaping. This leads us naturally to Dutes. We have said what vigilance surrounded Madame. She herself had even decided it was necessary to become invisible to her friends when it was not indispensable to receive them. This circumstance nearly brought failure upon the treacherous schemes. Dutes knew very well that the Duchess was in Nantes, but the whole city was equally well informed of that. The house she lived in was the important thing to know, and this Dutes did not know. He succeeded in getting his arrival known to her. But the Duchess, fearing at first that this was a snare of the police, or that some other man than Dutes might present himself under his name, refused to receive him, at least until he had entrusted his dispatches to a third party. Dutes sent reply that he was going to spend a few days at Paimboeuf, and on his return he proposed to do himself the honour, with the hope of being more fortunate, of soliciting Madame afresh for the audience he had asked of her. He did really leave Nantes with his companion, M. Joly, attached to his person as a police constable or guard. Both went to Paimboeuf, one posing as a capitalist anxious to buy land, and the other as a surveyor. The journey lasted upwards of a week or 10 days. On his return, Dutes renewed his instances, but without any greater success. He then determined to send to the Duchess the important dispatches which he was entrusted to hand to her. On receiving the papers, Madame was thoroughly convinced of his identity and no longer hesitated to receive him. There, on Wednesday, 28 October at 7 in the evening, Dutes was conducted to the house of the ladies Duguigny, where he was introduced without knowing either the street or the place of interview. After an hour and a half's interview, he took leave of the Duchess, convinced that she left the house the same time as he did, and that she had received him at the house of some devoted persons, and not at her own. He could not, therefore, either give sufficiently accurate information as to locality, nor swear positively enough in what place they were certain to find the fugitive, for them to risk an attempted arrest which might have no other result than that of putting the Duchess on her guard. Dutes asked for a second interview, pretending that he had been so much agitated in the princess's presence that he had forgotten to communicate things of the highest importance. The Duchess and those round her did not think she ought to receive him a second time, not out of distrust of him, but for fear that, being a stranger to Nantes, he might be observed and followed by the police. They therefore replied that they would send for the dispatches which he had for the Duchess, but that she refused to receive him personally. So positively expressed a refusal threw all the agents of the superior and inferior police into a state of alarm. They discovered a nun who had, and deserved, Madame's complete confidence. Dutes, under his guise of piety, easily deceived the good sister, and persuaded her that he had really most important matters to communicate to the Duchess, which he had forgotten through emotion during his first interview with her. The sister, convinced that the demanded audience must be of great concern to Madame, hastened to entreat her to see him. Meanwhile, Dutes and his companions applauded themselves on their happy idea of making piety and trust the accomplices of their treachery. The good nun returned triumphant, bringing the promise for an audience on 6 November. That errand, made with the best intentions, is said to have since cost her many tears. Dutes rushed to give notice to the police. Nothing could have been easier than for the Duchess to leave Nantes. More than 150 of her followers, well known and seriously compromised since the taking up of arms, had left France, and not a single one had been arrested. The Duchess knew this very well. She often said, "I can leave when I like." Her friends urged her to leave France, where her presence could be no longer of service to her cause. To persuade her to do so, they represented to her that the chiefs of her party, who were most deeply complicated on her account, were daily exposed because, attached to her fortunes by their pledges and feelings of honour, they would not leave their country whilst she herself remained in France and incurred dangers. A safe means was proposed by M. Guiberg, a vessel was found and equipped. Finally, the Duchess consented to fly. She was to take with her M. de Menars and Petit Paul, Mademoiselle Eulalie de Kersebike. This decision was taken on 4 November, and the day of departure was fixed for the 14th. On 6 November at 4 in the afternoon, Dutes was brought to the Duchess, but clever agents watched all his proceedings and followed his track. Scarcely had he entered the Maison Duguigny before he recognized the locality. It was therefore probable that the Duchess lived here. When Dutes was admitted to the princess, he rehearsed to her with much skill, and in moving tones, a story he had concocted upon the important matters he had forgotten concerning her dear Henry and good Louise. He spoke with enthusiasm of his great admiration for Madame's courage, and of his devotion to her noble cause. He was interrupted in the expression of his sentiments by the arrival of a letter which the Duchess gave to M. de Menars. It was written in white ink. M. de Menars wet it with some prepared water which made the characters become readable, and then handed it to the Duchess, who read it aloud before Dutes. The writer recommended Madame not to neglect any precaution, and said they knew she would be betrayed by a person in whom she had entire confidence. Turning towards Dutes, Madame then said, "You hear, Dutes, they tell me I shall be betrayed by someone in whom I have entire confidence. Will that be you?" "Oh, Madame," replied Dutes with that aplomb peculiar to great traitors, "your Royal Highness cannot imagine such infamy on my part, I who have given many unmistakable proofs of my fidelity, but certainly too many precautions cannot be taken." The Duchess dismissed Dutes after an hour's interview, showering tokens of confidence and kindness upon him. He soon flew off to the prefect's house. Whilst passing the dining room, he had glanced through the half-opened door and counted 7 places laid at the table. He knew that the demoiselles Duguigny lived by themselves in the house. It was therefore evident that the Duchess was going to dine there. Dutes told M. Maurice Duval what he had seen, and urged him to hurry so that they might arrive in the middle of dinner, as he was uncertain whether the Duchess was stopping in the house. The prefect, who since morning had been planning measures with the military authorities, to whom the state of siege gave ruling power, quickly repaired to Count d'Erlon, after he had previously entrusted Dutes to the care of a policeman, who was not to leave him whilst they were making sure of the truth of his statement. General d'Ermancourt was immediately informed by Count d'Erlon, and 10 minutes later, all the military preparations were arranged and orders given to the commander of the town, Colonel Simon Laurier. Quite a large body of troops was necessary for 2 reasons. First, because there might be a revolt among the population. Secondly, because they had to surround quite a block of houses. Consequently, nearly 1,200 men were on foot. They had had orders to be ready since the morning. The 2 battalions were divided into 3 columns, commanded by General d'Ermancourt, who was accompanied by Count d'Erlon and the Prefect, who directed operations. The first column, headed by the commandant of the fort, went down Le Cours, leaving sentinels one by one along the walls of the bishop's garden and the houses contiguous to it, passed along by the Château Fosses, and reached the front of the Maison Duguigny, where it deployed. The second and third columns, with General d'Ermancourt at their head, crossed the Place Saint-Pierre and there divided. One with the general remaining at its head went down the High Street, made a turn by the Rue des Ursulines and rejoined Simon Laurier's column by the Rue Basse du Château. The other, after the general left it, went straight down the Rue Haute du Château, and under the leadership of Colonel Lafuil of the 56th, and of Commandant Vers, joined the 2 first and united with them opposite the Maison Duguigny. Thus the investment was complete. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and a beautiful night. Through the windows of the apartment where the Duchess was, she could look out on a calm sky and the rising moon and sea, cut out clear against the light, like a dark silhouette, the massive, motionless and silent towers of the ancient chateau. There are moments when nature seems so gentle and friendly that it is impossible to believe a threatening danger lurks in the midst of such calm. The fears awakened by the letter the Duchess had received from Paris vanished before this scene, when suddenly Guibourg, upon going nearer to the window, saw bayonets glitter as the column led by Colonel Simon Laurier advanced towards the house. Instantly he flung himself backwards, crying, "Save yourself, madame, save yourself." Madame rushed at once to the staircase, and everyone followed her. The hiding place had been tried. It was known that it could only hold a certain number, and those of a certain size, and this order was adopted. It could, at a pinch, hold 4 persons during the time of an ordinary visit. When they reached it and opened the door in the chimney, M. de Menars entered and was followed by M. Guibourg. There remained Mademoiselle Stylight de Kersebike, who did not want to go in before Madame. The Duchess laughingly said to her, "By the rules of good strategy, Stylight, when a retreat is being made the commander should remain to the last." Mademoiselle Stylight then went in, and the Duchess behind her. The soldiers opened the street door as that of the hiding place was shut. They invaded the rez-de-chaussée, preceded by inspectors of police from Paris and Nantes, who marched pistols in hand. One of them, in his inexperience of the use of that weapon, fired and wounded his hand. The band spread over the house. The general's duty was to surround it, and he had done it. The duty of the police was to search it, and he let them do it. Joly perfectly recognized the interior from the details Dutes had given him. He found the table, which had not yet been sat down to, with its 7 covers laid. Although the 2 demoiselles Duguigny, Madame Charette and Mademoiselle Celeste de Kersebike, were apparently the only inhabitants of the room. He began by quietening the minds of these ladies, and going upstairs like a man accustomed to the house, he went straight to the attic, recognized it, and said in a voice loud enough for the Duchess to hear, "This is the audience chamber." From that moment, Madame had no longer any doubt that the treachery of which the letter from Paris spoke came from Dutes. That letter lay open upon the table. Joly took possession of it, and thus gained the proof that Madame was in the house. He had but to find her. Sentinels were posted in every room, whilst soldiers closed all means of egress. The people collected in a crowd, and formed a second circle round the soldiers. The whole town had come out into the squares and streets, but not a single royalist sign was shown, only grave curiosity. Every person felt the importance of the event about to happen. Search was begun inside the house. Furniture was opened when the keys were discovered, broken into when they were missing. Sappers and masons sounded the floors and walls with great blows from axes and hammers. Architects taken into every room declared it was impossible, after comparing the internal construction with the external, for them to enclose a hiding place, or indeed, to discover it if they did. In one of the rooms they found various articles, such as prints, jewellery, silver, belonging to the ladies Duguigny, which at that juncture added to the certainty of the princess's residence in the house. When the architects reached the attic, Whether from ignorance or from generosity on their part, they declared that here, less than any other place, there could not be a secret hiding place. They then passed on to the neighboring houses, where the search was continued. After an instant, the Duchess heard the blows of a hammer being struck at the wall of the room next to her hiding place. They were hit with such force that pieces of plaster were loosened and fell on the captives, and for a moment they were afraid that the whole wall would crash down upon them. Madame also heard the abuse and swearing of the tired soldiers, enraged at the fruitlessness of their searchings. "We shall be cut to pieces," she said. "That will be the end of us, my poor children." Then, addressing her companions, she said, "It is for my sake you are in this terrible situation." Whilst these things were going on above, the ladies Duguigny had displayed great nerve, and although kept in sight by the soldiers, they had sat down to table, inviting Madame Charette and Mademoiselle Celeste de Kersebike to do the same. Two other women were even more particularly the objects of surveillance on the part of the police. These were the lady's maid, Charlotte Moreau, whom Dutes had pointed out as very devoted to the Duchess's interests, and the cook, Marie Bossy. The latter was taken to the chateau, and from there to the barracks of the gendarmerie, where, seeing she withstood all threats, they tried bribery. Bigger and bigger sums were successively offered her, but she persisted that she did not know where the Duchesse de Berry was. As for Baroness Charette, she was first of all mistaken for one of the Kersebike ladies, and taken after the dinner with her supposed sister to the latter's house, which is 30 or 40 yards higher up the same street. Well, after fruitless searchings through half the night, they began to slacken their efforts. They thought the Duchess had escaped, and 2 or 3 other useless descents attempted in other localities seemed to point to the same conclusion. The Prefect, therefore, gave the signal for a retreat, leaving a sufficient number of men to occupy every room in the house, out of precaution, whilst police agents established themselves on the ground floor. The surrounding of the house was continued, and the National Guard came to relieve half the troops of the line, whilst they took a little rest. This distribution of sentinels left 2 gendarmes in the attic which contained the hiding place. The hiders were, therefore, obliged to keep motionless, fatiguing as was the position for 4 persons crowded into a space 3½ feet long by 18 inches wide at one end, and 8 to 10 inches at the other. The men experienced one more discomfort still. The place was narrower in the highest part, thus leaving them scarcely room to stand upright, even if they put their heads among the rafters. In addition to this, it was a damp night, and the fog filtered in through the slates and on the prisoners, but no one dared complain, as the princess did not do so. The cold was so keen that the gendarmes who were in the room could not stand it. One of them went downstairs and came back with some blocks of peat, and 10 minutes later, a magnificent fire was blazing in the fireplace against the door behind which the Duchess was concealed. This fire, which was only lit for the benefit of 2 persons, was soon of advantage to 6, and frozen as they were, the prisoners at first congratulated themselves. But the comfort the fire brought soon changed to insufferable discomfort. The door and the wall of the chimney place, becoming warm, communicated an ever-increasing heat to the little retreat. Soon the wall was so hot they could not bear to touch it, and the door became red-hot at the same time. Furthermore, although it was not yet dawn, the work of the searchers began again. Iron bars and planks of wood struck the wall of the hiding place with redoubled blows till it shook. It seemed to the prisoners as though they were knocking down the Maison Duguigny and the neighbouring houses. The Duchess had then no other chance of hope. If she withstood the flames, she would be crushed beneath the ruins. Still, her courage and cheerfulness never left her through it all, and several times, as she has since told, she could not keep herself from laughing at the free soldierly conversation of the 2 guardian gendarmes. One of them made a hint that was more than slight upon the effect produced by camp beds. The Duchess made a mental note of this suggestion, and we shall see with what result. But the conversation soon dragged. One of the gendarmes was asleep, in spite of the fearful din they were making close to him in the next houses, for the 20th time, the search was concentrated round their hiding place. His companion, warmed for the moment, had ceased attending to the fire, and the door and wall grew cold again. M. de Memoirs had managed to loosen several slates from the roof, and the outer air had freshened the internal atmosphere. All fears turned on the demolishers. They hammered on the wall next the prisoners with great blows and against a cupboard near the fireplace. At each blow the plaster was loosened and fell in dust inside. At last they thought they were lost, but the workmen left that part of the house which, from the instinct of destroyers, they had explored very minutely. The prisoners breathed again, and the Duchess thought she was saved. But that hope did not last long. The gendarme who kept watch, seeing the noise had definitely stopped and wishing to take advantage of the moment of silence, shook his comrade so that he could have his turn of sleep. The other had grown cold during his sleep and woke up frozen. He had hardly opened his eyes before he set to work to get himself warm again. Consequently, he relit the fire, and as the peat did not burn up fast enough, he used a huge bundle of quotidian newspapers which had been thrown under the table in the room to light up the fire, which again sparkled in the fireplace. The fire produced by the papers gave out a thick smoke, and a more lively heat than the peat had done the first time. Hence arose now a very real danger to the prisoners. The smoke penetrated through the cracks in the chimney wall, which had been shaken by the hammerings, and the door, which was not yet cold, was soon as red-hot as a forge. The air of the hiding-place became less and less fit to breathe. Those inside were obliged to put their mouths to the cracks between the slates in order to breathe the fresh air in place of the fiery air inside. The Duchess suffered the most, for having been the last to enter she had to lean against the door. Each of her companions offered repeatedly to change places with her, but she would not consent. Meanwhile, to the danger of being suffocated was added a new one, that of being burned alive. The door, as we have said, was red-hot, and the bottom of the lady's clothing threatened to catch fire. Already 2 or 3 times the fire had caught the Duchess's dress, and she had put it out with her hands, burning them so that for a long time after she bore the marks of the bums. Every minute the air inside became rarer, and the outer air which came through the holes in the roof was too small in quantity to refresh it. The prisoners grew more and more stifled. To remain 10 minutes longer in that furnace would be to endanger the Duchess's life. Each of them begged her to go out, but she alone did not wish to do so. Great tears of anger rolled down from her eyes and were dried on her eyelids by the hot air. The fire again burnt her dress and again she extinguished it, but the movement she made in getting up lifted the latch of the door, and it opened a little way. Emil de Kersebike at once put out her hand to draw it back into its place and burnt herself very severely. The movement of the door had rolled away the turfs lent against it, and had roused the attention of the gendarme, who was relieving his boredom by reading the quotidian, and who thought he had built up his pyrotechnic edifice with great firmness. The sound produced by Emil de Kersebike's efforts caused a strange notion to spring into his head. He imagined there were rats in the chimney, and thinking the heat was going to compel them to come out, he awoke his comrade and both put themselves in readiness to give chase to them with their sabres. All this time the heat and smoke were increasing the tortures of the prisoners more and more. The door moved and one of the gendarmes said, "Who is there?" "Emil," Stylight replied. "We will give ourselves up. We are going to open the door, take away the fire." The 2 men sprang to the fire, which they at once kicked aside. The Duchess came out first. She was obliged to put her feet and hands on the burning hearth. Her companions followed her. It is 9:30 in the morning, and for 16 hours they had been shut up in the hiding-place without any food. Chapter 5. First moments after the arrest, Madame's 13,000 francs, what a gendarme can win by sleeping on a camp bed and making philosophically reflections thereon. The Duchess at the Château de Nantes, she is transferred to Blaye, Judas. Madame's first words were to ask for Dermancourt. One of the gendarmes went downstairs to fetch the general. He quickly came up to the Duchess, accompanied by M. Baudot, the deputy to the king's attorney at Nantes, as well as by several officers who were there. When the general entered, the princess had left the hiding-place and was in the room where she had seen Dutes, which M. Joly had called the audience chamber. She was concealed behind a kind of cupboard to avoid being stared at by the inquisitive persons who came up on purpose to look at her. Hardly had Emil de Kersebike uttered the words, "The general," then Madame came out and rushed so quickly towards Dermancourt as nearly to fall into his arms. "General," she said earnestly, "I give myself up to you and trust myself to your sense of honor." "Madame," he replied, "your highness is under the protection of the honor of France." He conducted her to a chair. Her face was pale, her head bare, her hair was as short on her forehead as a man's. She wore a Neapolitan dress, simply made and of a brown color with holes burned in it near the bottom, and her feet were shod in small list slippers. As she sat down, she remarked to Dermancourt, pressing his arm vigorously, "General, I have nothing to reproach myself with. I have fulfilled the duty of a mother to reconquer the heritage of her son." Her voice was curt and emphatic. Hardly was she seated before she looked round for the other prisoners, and not seeing M. Giberg she sent for him. Then turning to Dermancourt she said, "General, I desire not to be separated from my companions in misfortune." The general promised it in the name of Count d'Erlon, hoping that the general-in-chief would respect his promise. Madame seemed very much agitated, and although pale was as excited as though she were in a fever. The general brought her a glass of water, with which she moistened her lips. Its coolness calmed her a little. Dermancourt suggested she should drink another glassful. She accepted his offer, but it was not an easy matter to obtain a second glass in that house, as everything was turned upside down. At last they brought one, but the Duchess would have had to drink it without sugar if Dermancourt had not caught sight of M. de Menars in a corner. Luckily, he bethought him that he was a likely man to carry sugar about with him. He asked him, so sure he was that he would have some, and indeed after feeling about in his pockets, M. de Menars found 2 lumps which he offered to the general. The Duchess melted them in the water, stirring them with a paper knife, for it would have taken too much time to find a spoon, and it was quite useless to think of trying to do so. When the princess had drunk, she made Dermancourt sit down by her. Meantime, Rusconi and the general's aide-de-camp had gone to Count d'Erlon and M. Maurice Duval to tell them what had happened. M. Maurice Duval arrived first. He entered the room with his hat on his head, as though there was not a woman prisoner there, who, by her rank and misfortunes, deserved more respect than had ever been paid to himself. He went up to the Duchess, looked at her, whilst he cavalierly put up his hand to his hat, and scarcely raising it from his head, he said, "Ah, yes, it is indeed she." Then out he went to give his orders. "Who is that man?" the princess asked the general. Her question was natural enough, for the prefect came on the scenes without any of the distinguishing marks of his high administrative position. "Does Madame not guess?" replied Dermancourt. The princess looked at the general with a slight smile. "Can it be the prefect?" she said. Madame could not have guessed more correctly had she seen his license. Did the man serve under the Restoration? "No, Madame." "I am glad indeed to hear it, for the sake of the Restoration." At this moment, M. Maurice Duval re-entered and asked for the Duchess's papers. Madame told him to look for them in the hiding-place. They were in a white portfolio which had been left there. The prefect fetched it and brought it to the Duchess. "Monsieur le Prefect," she added with dignity, "the matters enclosed in this portfolio are of little importance, but I desire to give them to you myself, so that I can tell you their intended destination." Whereupon she opened it. "See," she said, "this is my correspondence. This," she added, drawing out a little painted figure, "is a Saint Clement, to which I am particularly devoted, and now so more than ever." "Does Madame know how much money she has?" "There ought to be in the hiding-place about 30,000 francs, monsieur, of which 12,000 belong to persons of my suite." As the prefect wanted to verify the sum, one of the 2 gendarmes brought him a bag, in which were nearly 13,000 francs in gold, 1/2 in Spanish money, which, in the confusion, he had taken the precaution of putting on one side. "How did the bag get into your hands?" the prefect asked the gendarme. "Madame gave it to me, saying it was for me." "What, Madame gave it you and said it was for you?" "Yes." "How did she come to make you such a present?" She asked which of the 2 gendarmes had slept on the camp bed from midnight to 4 in the morning. I said it was I. Then she turned to my companion and asked if it was so, and he replied that it was. Then she held out the bag to me and told me to take it. "It was a joke," said the prefect. "I think so too," said the poor gendarme, casting a last glance on the heap of gold. "So you see I brought it to you." The prefect put the 13,000 francs to the other 17,000, and took it all away to the prefecture. When a year later I wrote La Vendée et Madame, and the Duchesse de Berry heard that the 13,000 francs had been taken from her protégé, she wrote to the general to inform him that, by the same post, she was writing to the government to call upon it to render up the 13,000 francs to its rightful owner. The gendarme was then at Limoges. They sent him the 13,000 francs, but they expelled him from the army. Hardly was the visit about the money and the papers over before the Count d'Erlon arrived, and he exercised towards Madame all that courteousness of a man of the world, which the prefect had thought it unnecessary to employ. The Duchess leant towards the general. "You have promised not to leave me," she said to him in a whisper. "I will keep my word to your highness," replied the general. The Duchess then rose quickly and went up to the Count d'Erlon, saying, "Monsieur le Count, I have given myself up to General Dermancourt. I pray you to allow him to remain with me. I have also asked him not to let me be separated from my unfortunate companions, and he also promised me that. Will you respect his promises?" "The general has promised nothing that I am not ready to grant, Madame. and you will ask nothing of me which it is in my power to grant, that I will not concede with all possible haste." The Duchess was reassured by these words, and seeing that Count d'Erlon was talking apart with the general in low tones, she drew aside from them and discreetly talked to M. de Menars and to Emile de Kersebike. Count d'Erlon then observed to the general that M. de Menars and Emile de Kersebike might stay with the Duchesse de Berry, but that he was under the conviction that M. Giburg would be claimed by the judicial authorities to be replaced in the position he occupied before his escape, as a criminal trial was started against him. He thought the Duchess ought to be taken to the chateau as soon as possible. He had even given all the necessary orders for that removal before he came to the Duchess. Dermancourt then returned to Madame and asked her if she felt better. "Better? Why do you ask me that?" "Because if Madame can walk or is not afraid of driving, it is urgent we should leave the house at once." "Leave the house? Where are we to go?" she asked, looking sharply at the general. "Where are you going to take me?" "To the chateau, Madame." "Oh yes, and from there to Blaye, no doubt." Emile de Kersebike went up to the general and said, "General, Her Royal Highness cannot go on foot, it is not suitable." "Mademoiselle," replied Dermancourt, "allow me to differ from you. If there are any insults to encounter, which I doubt, a carriage will not protect Madame from such insult, but I will answer for it that my arm will at least be a safe shield against anything of the sort." Then, turning to the Duchess, "Believe me, Madame, let us walk. As the distance is short, you need only put a hat on your head and fling a cloak round your shoulders and all will be right." Then Rusconi rushed downstairs and brought up 3 hats, which probably belonged to the ladies Duguigny. Amongst them was a black one. Dermancourt suggested that the Duchess should wear that. "Yes," she said, "it would be more fitting under the circumstances." She then took the general's arm and, addressing her companions, she said, "Come, friends, let us go." As she passed through the attic, she threw a last look at it, and at the door in the chimney place which was still open. "Oh, General," she said laughingly, "if you had not made war against me after the fashion used against St. Lawrence, which, by the way, is unworthy of military generosity, you would not have me upon your arm now." When they left the house, M. Giburg headed the procession with a legal magistrate and another public functionary. Then came Emile de Kersebike with the prefect and Count d'Erlon. General Dermancourt followed them immediately with the Duchess and M. de Menars, and behind them came several staff officers. When they reached the street, the prefect suggested that the colonel of the National Guard should offer his arm to the Duchess. She consented quite graciously. The troops of the Line and National Guards formed a hedge from the house of the Demoiselles Duguigny as far as the chateau, and behind them, as much as space permitted, in lines 10 times thicker than that of the soldiers, the population crowded round. Among the men watching the Duchess pass by were some with eyes blazing with hatred from old memories. So muffled murmurs rolled along the route, and soon even shouts rent the air. But General Dermancourt stopped, and, flashing his dark eyes around, growled rather than spoke the words. "Come now, where is the respect due to prisoners, especially when they are women?" They were silent. All the same, it was a good thing there was only 60 yards between the house of the ladies Duguigny and the chateau, and indeed, that distance would have been too long without the respectful attentions with which the generals had surrounded the Duchess. Their deference commanded the silence of the multitude that had been buffeted about by the civil war, which for 6 months had been muttering round the vicinity of Nantes, ruining its trade and mowing down its inhabitants. Finally, the chateau was reached, the drawbridge crossed and the gate shut upon the procession. Madame had shown no sign of fear during the journey beyond pressing the general's arm more tightly. After crossing the court of the chateau, they went up the stairs, but the Duchess was so weak from all the emotion she had just gone through that Dermancourt felt her bend over and press his arm with all her weight. At last she reached the room intended for her, which the colonel of artillery, the governor of the castle, hastened to offer her. There, feeling better, she told the general she could eat something. As a matter of fact, having been disturbed just as she was going to sit down to the table, she had not eaten anything for nearly 30 hours. As no orders had been given for breakfast, and it would have kept her too long till it was prepared, the colonel suggested to Madame a glass of Frontignan and some biscuits, which she accepted, but Madame ate very little then on account of a tertian fever which had attacked her regularly during the last 2 or 3 weeks. Breakfast was not ready for 3/4 of an hour. When it was announced, General Dermancourt offered his arm to the Duchess to take her to the dining room. As she sat at the table, she turned smilingly to her cavalier. General, she said, if I were not afraid it would be said that I was trying to beguile you, I would suggest you should share my repast. And I, madame, replied the general, if I dared would willingly accept, for I have not had anything since 11 yesterday morning. Oh, general, said the duchess laughing, then we are quits. The prefect came in whilst they were at table. He, too, was as hungry as Madame and Dermancourt, but the duchess took good care not to invite M. Maurice Duval to sit down with her. The prefect soon went away straight to a sideboard where they had just brought the partridges cleared away from the duchess's table, called for a knife and fork and began to eat, turning his back on the princess. Madame looked at him, then turned her eyes to the general. General, she said, do you know what I regret most in my present situation? No, madame. 2 sheriffs to call that gentleman to account. When breakfast was finished, the duchess returned to the salon. There, General Dermancourt asked her permission to leave her. General Durlan was holding a review of the National Guard and of the troops of the line in which he was obliged to take part. When shall I see you again? Asked the princess. As soon as the review is over, madame, replied the general, and I presume it will not be long. Scarcely had Dermancourt got 30 yards outside the bateau, before a trumpeter of the gendarmerie caught him up, out of breath, saying that the duchess was asking for him instantly. He added that she seemed furious with the general. Interrogated as to the cause of this anger, the soldier replied that after some words addressed by Madame to Emile de Kersebike, he attributed it to M. de Menars having been sent to another building, instead of being placed in her anteroom. Fearing indeed that they had not treated M. de Menars with the respect he had ordered, the general returned at once and went to him, finding him so unwell that he had flung himself on his bed without the strength to undress himself. The general offered to be his valet, but as there were neither tables nor chairs in his room, and he could not stand, it was not an easy office to perform. The general therefore called a gendarme to his assistance, and between them, they managed to put M. de Menars to bed. When he was in bed, the general told him that the duchess had had him called back, and that he would, no doubt, have a scene with Madame over his separation from her. M. de Menars then charged Dermancourt to reassure Madame about his condition, and to tell her that he only felt a passing faintness, and that he was well satisfied with his quarters. The general immediately repaired to the duchess, who, when she saw him, leapt rather than walked to him. Ah, monsieur, she exclaimed in a voice trembling with anger, so this is how you have begun, this is how you keep your promises, it augurs well for the future. It is indeed horrible. What is the matter, madame? Asked the general. You promised me I should not be separated from any of my companions, and at the very outset you put Menars in another part of the building from mine. Madame is mistaken, replied Dermancourt. M. de Menars, it is true, is in another part of the castle, but the tower Madame occupies leads to his rooms. Yes, only one has to go downstairs and up again by another staircase. Madame is again mistaken, replied the general. You can get to M. de Menars by going down to the first floor and along by the apartments. If that is so, let us go, monsieur, and see poor Menars at once, said the duchess. Whereupon she took the general's arm and drew him towards the door. Has Madame forgotten that she is a prisoner? He asked her. Ah, true, murmured the duchess. I thought I was still in a castle, and I am in a prison. At least, general, I hope it will not be forbidden me to send and inquire how he is. I wish to bring you news myself, said the general. I have come from him. Well, how is he? The general then told the duchess the care he had taken of M. de Menars. Such marks of attention, she well understood, had been paid more to her than to M. de Menars, and they touched her keenly. General, she said in tones which showed that her anger had evaporated, I thank you for all your kindness to Menars, but he indeed thoroughly deserves it, for he is not an adherent of my train. It was too late to go to the review, so the general remained with Madame, who expressed a desire to write to her brother, the King of Naples, and to her sister, the Queen of Spain. I have only to acquaint them with my ill luck, she said. I am afraid they will be uneasy concerning my health, and false rumors may reach them because of the distance that separates us from one another. By the way, she added, what do you think of the political conduct of my sister, the Queen of Spain? Why, Madame, Dermancourt replied, I think she is following the right course. So much the better, General, she went on sighing, provided she attains to good in the end. Louis Roman XVI began as she began. The Duchess then noticed that Dermancourt had a black scarf in which at times he put his arm. "How is your arm going on, General?" she asked. "Very well, but how did Madame know about it?" "Ah, I heard at Nantes. They told me it was one of my horses which threw you. I said, oh, it was a good act on the horse's part, for I confess I was not sorry for the accident. You have done us much harm. I hope, however, it was not very serious." "You see, Madame," replied Dermancourt, "your wish was granted in advance. I am almost cured." "Tell me, General," asked the Duchess, "shall I be allowed to see the newspapers?" "I do not see any objections. Will Madame tell me those she would like?" "Well, L'Echo first, then La Quotidienne, and lastly Le Constitutional." "Le Constitutional for you, Madame." "Why not?" "Will you be prepared to abjure your politics as Henry Roman IV did his religion, and to say, Paris indeed deserves a charter? Do you think that reading the venerable Constitutional can convert me?" "Certainly, it is a paper packed with arguments and eloquent with conviction." "Never mind, I will venture. I should also like Le Courrier Francais." "Le Courrier, but Madame forgets it has become ultra-liberal." "Listen, General, I like everything that is broad and loyal. I also want l'Armée de la Charte." "Come now, that is Jacobin." "I want it from another motive, General," she said to Dermancourt in a melancholy tone. "It always calls me Caroline curtly, and that was what I was called as a young girl. Now I regret my girlhood's name, for that of my wifehood has not brought me happiness." There was a moment's silence, then the Duchess asked Dermancourt if he knew her before the events of July. "No, Madame," he replied. "But did you, then, never come to Paris?" "Pardon, Madame," replied Dermancourt, "I was there twice during the Restoration." "What, General, you came twice to Paris and never saw me?" "For a good reason," Dermancourt replied. "Tell me what it was." "When I saw Madame coming from one direction, I took myself off in another as quickly as possible." "It was not very gallant of you, monsieur. Why did you act like that?" "Why, Madame, I beg you to forgive my frankness, which is, I admit, somewhat blunt, but it was because I did not like the Restoration. It can be imagined after this, Madame, that if I have been fortunate enough to do something to give you pleasure, at all events, I have done so without any ulterior motive, and all the more as your Highness is not in a position to be able to offer me any reward." The Duchess smiled, then turning towards Mademoiselle de Kersebeek, she said, "Isn't he a good fellow, Stylite?" "Yes, Madame, it is a pity he is not on our side," whereupon Dermancourt hastened to reply, "All that Madame has the right to demand in the way of respect, attention, consideration and care in the overpowering position in which she finds herself placed, she will obtain from me. All the services she can ask and I can grant her, I will, but nothing in the world is capable of making me forget my duty." Then turning to Emile de Kersebeek, "You have heard what I say, Emile. Stylite," said he, "I hope that, whilst I have the honour of being with Madame, you will be so good as never to return to this subject." "You hear him, Stylite," said Madame, "let us talk of something else." Then, in a different intonation of voice, she said, "Have you seen my son, General?" "I have never had that honour." "Ah, he is a good lad, very quick, very heedless, but French through and through like myself." "You love him greatly." "As much as a mother can love her son." "Well, will Madame permit me to say that I do not understand how, since all is at an end in La Vendée, as after the battles of Chine and of La Pénissière, all hope was lost, she did not think of returning to the side of the son she loves so much. We have beaten her, however. General, it was you who seized my correspondence, I think." "Yes, Madame." "Have you read my letters?" "I have committed that indiscretion." "Well then, you must have seen that, directly I put myself at the head of my brave Vendines, I resolved to submit to all the consequences of insurrection. Why, it was for me they rose up and risked their heads, and should I have deserted them? No, General, their fate shall be mine, and I have kept my promise to them. But I should have been your prisoner a long time before. I should have put an end to it all by giving myself up, if one fear had not pursued me." "Which was?" "I was well aware that, directly after I was made a prisoner, I should be claimed by Spain, Prussia and Russia. The French government on its side would wish to try me naturally enough, But as the Holy Alliance would not permit me to appear before a court of assizes, for the dignity of all the crowned heads of Europe is concerned in it, there is but one step from this conflict of interests to a coolness, and from a coolness to war, and as I have already told you, I do not wish to be the excuse for an invasive war. All for France and by France was the motto I adopted, and from which I do not wish to depart. Besides, who could satisfy me that, were France invaded, it would not be divided? I desire it to remain whole. Dermancourt smiled. "Why do you laugh?" she said to him. He bowed without replying. "Come, I want to know why you are laughing." "I am laughing at your Highness's fears of a foreign war, and at my small fear of a civil war also. I beg Madame to remark that she completes my thought, and not my sentence. Oh, that cannot wound me, General, for since I came into France I have been mistaken about the disposition of people's minds. I thought that France would rise, that the army would pass over to my side, the more so in that I was invited to return to France more by my enemies than by my friends. Then, too, I dreamed of a sort of return from the Isle of Elba, after the battles of Maeston, of La Carreterie, of Chine, of La Pénissière, and of Riail. I gave positive orders to all my Vendines to return home, for I am French before all other considerations, General, and to prove this at this present moment, when I find myself once again among these excellent French faces, I cannot believe myself to be in prison. All my fear is lest I am sent elsewhere. They are certain not to leave me here. I am too near the seat of insurrection. They have indeed talked of transferring me to Somme, but that is still a riotous town. As a matter of fact, General, they are in a more embarrassing position than I am myself." As she spoke the last words, she rose and walked about with her hands behind her back like a man. After a second she stopped short and went on. "If I am in prison, I hope, at least, that I am not in solitary confinement, and that M. Giburg may dine with me." "I do not see any objection, Madame, the more so as I think it is the last time he will have that honour." Whether she did not hear these words or paid no heed to them, the Duchess did not reply to Dermancourt, and as it was night and the dinner hour was approaching, he asked the Princess's leave to withdraw, and obtained his orders for the next day at the same time. At 10 o'clock next day, the artillery colonel in command of the chateau came to Dermancourt's rooms. He came to announce a fresh burst of anger from the Duchess. She had almost as much cause for it as on the previous day. M. Giburg, as the Comte d'Erlon had warned the Duchess, had been put back into prison during the night. So, when the Duchess asked why he did not come to breakfast, they told her the news, for which a sentence dropped by Dermancourt the previous day would have prepared her if she had listened to it. The Duchess had cried out against the treachery, and had called the General a Jesuit. That insult was so odd from Madame's lips that Dermancourt was still laughing at it when he came to her. She received him with the same petulance as on the previous day, and almost with the same words. "Ah, so this is how things are going, monsieur. I should never have believed it. You have deceived me shamefully." The General feigned astonishment as before, and asked her what was the matter. "Giburg has been carried off in the night, and taken to prison, in spite of the promise you made me, that I should not be separated from my companions in misfortune. I should desire to fulfill all Madame's wishes, but it does not depend upon either me or Comte d'Erlon to prevent the law from claiming M. Giburg. He had been summoned before his arrest. The Court of Assizes at Loiret-Cher was served with the writ, and M. Giburg was to be transferred to Blois to be tried there. No legal power could get him off. As regards M. de Kersebike and M. de Menars, who are not under prosecution, they remain with your Royal Highness. Thus you see, Madame, that Comte d'Erlon and I have not failed to keep the promise we gave you." "But at any rate, why was I not warned?" "Here again, Madame, I have nothing to reproach myself with, since, when allowing M. Giburg to dine with you yesterday, I added the words, 'all the more as it will probably be the last meal he will have the honour of taking with Madame.'" "I never heard that." "The General said it though, Madame," gently interrupted Emile de Kersebike. "But why not explain more clearly?" "Because," replied Dermancourt, "Madame had gone through so many shocks during the day that I wished to let her have a good night at all events, and I knew she would not sleep if she had been informed that, during her sleep, they would transfer M. Giburg to prison." "Why did you not say something, Stylight, since you heard the General's words?" "Because of the same reason as the General's, Madame." The Duchess quietened down, and seemed even to be pleased with the tactfulness Dermancourt had exercised under the circumstances. Upon the observation he next made to her, that he had noticed she was still wearing the same dress as on the day before, in which were the holes caused by the burns, and the same stockings. She replied, "The few things I have are at the house of the demoiselles Duguigny. Besides, my dear General, during the life I have led for 6 months past, I have scarcely troubled myself about my wardrobe. That is why I have nothing. Will you be so good as to go to the ladies and bring me back what is there?" "I am at Madame's commands." The Duchess wrote a note and handed it to the General. One of the Deputy King's solicitors, who happened to be present, who had sealed up the room which the Princess had occupied, as well as the room containing the hiding place, was told by the General to go to the premises and bring back the articles mentioned in the note. "We consequently betook ourselves," says Dermancourt, "to the Maison Duguigny, where we found very few things, as the Duchess had told us. Among the articles mentioned in the note, there should have been a box full of bonbons. We found the box, but it was empty. On returning from my errand to the Duchess, I gave an account of it and pointed out that I had indeed found the box, but that the bonbons had disappeared." "Oh," said Madame, "the bonbons. That is not surprising, they were eaten." "What sort does Madame prefer? I will have the privilege of obtaining them for her." "If the bonbons have been eaten, I will accept the offer. I prefer sticks of chocolate with sweetmeats on top." "Then Madame will allow me?" "Certainly." The General called his secretary, Rosconi, and transmitted the Duchess's wishes to him. Half an hour later, Madame had a basket full of bonbons. Dinner was announced at 6:30, and Dermancourt took leave of the Duchess. "Goodbye till tomorrow, General," she said with quite childish gaiety, "and be sure do not forget to bring more bonbons." The General went away. At 9 o'clock, Count d'Erlon took the trouble to go to Dermancourt's house himself to tell him that it was believed for certain that M. de Beaumont was at La Chaslière. "If that be so, General," replied Dermancourt, "I will take 50 horse with me, and tomorrow morning M. de Beaumont shall be here." He set off at 11 o'clock. At midnight they waked the Duchess Emile, Stylight de Kersebike and M. de Menars. They got into a carriage which drove them to the fosse, where a steamer waited for them containing Polo, Deputy Mayor of Nantes, Robineau de Bergen, Colonel of the National Guard, Rocha, Artillery Standard-Bearer of the same corps, Chaucery, Colonel of the Gendarmerie, Ferdinand Petitpied, Adjutant of the Fort of Nantes, and Joly, Commissioner of the Paris Police, who was to conduct the Duchess to Blaye. Madame was accompanied on her way to the steamer by Count d'Erlon, M. Ferdinand Favre, Mayor of Nantes, and by M. Maurice Duval, Prefect. On stepping from the carriage, she looked round for Dermancourt, and not seeing him, she asked where he was. They told her he was away on military business. "Humph, see," she said, "one more pretty trick." The General in command of the division, the Prefect and the Mayor of Nantes were to accompany the Duchess as far as Saint-Nazaire, and only to leave her after she had embarked on the brig La Capricieuse. As she stepped on board, Madame inquired if M. Guibourg was to follow her. The Prefect replied that it was impossible. Then she asked him for pen and ink and wrote the following note. "I have entreated for my old prisoner, and they are going to write about it. God helping us, we shall see each other again. Greetings to all our friends. God keep them. Have courage and put your trust in him. Saint Anne is the patron saint of we Bretons." This note was entrusted to M. Ferdinand Favre, who religiously sent it to its destination. The boat started at 4 o'clock and glided silently past the sleeping town. By 8 they were on board La Capricieuse. Madame remained at anchor in the roadstead for 2 days, the wind being contrary. At last, at 7 a.m. on the 11th, La Capricieuse unfurled her sails, and towed by the steamer, which did not leave her until she was 3 leagues out at sea, she majestically vanished into the distance. 4 hours later, she had disappeared behind the headland of Pornic. As for Dermancourt, he returned to Nantes on the 9th at 8 a.m., not having found anyone at the Château de la Chaslière, as may very well be supposed. Meantime, M. de Beaumont was quietly in the country near Candid, Maine-et-Loire, where he had gone the very day of the Duchess's departure for Blaye. He had left Nantes at 6 p.m., never suspecting that the superior police authorities would have the incivility of preventing him from visiting his estates and putting his affairs in order. From there, he returned to Lyon by Angers, where he was very warmly welcomed into a legitimist household, which offered him so safe a retreat that he decided to prolong his stay there. The ladies of the house were very devoted and very inquisitive, having been told he was one of the leaders of the Legitimist party, but they did not know he was M. de Beaumont. They were very much puzzled to find out who this reserved and cautious personage might be, and exhausted themselves in conjectures. Finally, whether M. de Beaumont's dress gave them the notion or whether their imagination ran away with them, they ended by persuading themselves that he was an ecclesiastic, and unknown to him, to do him a pretty kindness, they put up in one of the rooms of the house an altar adorned as best they could, and procured the necessary vessels and ornaments. Next morning they came and told him with a satisfaction which they expected he would share, that all was prepared for him to say mass in the house. M. de Beaumont listened with great seriousness to this proposition, which he made up for afterwards, but not wishing to destroy an error in the ladies' minds so favourable to the incognito he wished to keep, he excused himself to them by saying he was in the habit, when travelling, of taking a tablet of chocolate in the morning, and had already taken his daily portion. He could not, therefore, present himself before the altar. The good ladies were convinced, and their veneration was increased for a man who displayed such scrupulousness. However, M. de Beaumont reflected that the altar was prepared, that they would think it very strange if he did not use it, and that he would be exposed to fresh importunities, so he sent for the master of the house and announced he was going away immediately. His host was astounded at this quick resolution, but M. de Beaumont put his mind at rest by saying, "Your ladies wish to make me say mass this morning. If I remain, they will perhaps make me sing vespers in the afternoon. That is why I am going." He at once took the coach, not for the purpose of going abroad, but to stay a few days in Paris. Finally he left for Geneva, and whilst he was safely travelling from Lyon to Paris and from Paris to Geneva, the superior police sought for him in La Vendée. Whether from stupidity or intention, they looked everywhere but where he was. In the pamphlet Dutes published, he boasts that it was on the advice which he gave to M. Maurice Duval that M. de Beaumont was not disturbed. He had sold Madame but preserved M. de Beaumont. But Dutes was terribly punished. Hugo inflicted the following verses on him: A elham quia liver une femme. A elham quia liver une femme. O hont, si en est partiellement cette femme. Sacri alors pour tous, fable que mais grand aim. Mais c'est lui, c'est son nom dans l'avenir maudit. Si sont les cheveux blancs de son père interdit. 100 est la pudeur publique en face regardi. Tandis quil es accaplate a son infam idi. 100 est elhinur, c'est la foi la pity le serment. Voilà si quasi juif a vendu lachement. Juif, les impers traitants a qui elan vend son aim. Attendrant bien longtemps avant quan plus infam. Vien reclamer Dieu, dans quelques jours d'effray. Le fond du sac plein d'or quan fit vomir sur toi. Si en est parmi mon juif, c'est un pays en amende. Un renégat, el opprobre et le rebut du monde. Un fétide apostat, un oblique étranger. Qui nous donne du moins le bonheur de songer. Quapre tant de revere et de guerres civils. Chapter 49, En est par un bandit ecum dans nos villes. Par un forquet hidux, blanche dans les prisons. Qui vuel morder en France au pain des trahisons. Rien ni ti desate donc dans l'aim, o miserable. Que la proscription est taugers venerable. Quan ni bat par la scène qui nous donne son late. Qu'une fil des rois don't on fut le valet. Ni si met point en vent au fond d'un otter infam. Et que en etant plus réunis, el edate in cor femme. Renter dans l'amber au sont tous les monsters flétris. Qui depuis quarante ans bavant sur nos debris. Renter dans si cloak, et que jamais tartit. Dans un jour de malheur ou dans un jour de fête. Ni songe reparator au solil des vivants. Quaincy quune fumi abandoni ox vents. Infect et don't chacan si detourn au passage. Ta viero hasard de rivage en rivage. A taistoi quevu tu balbudir in cor. Dis en as tu parvendu elhenor le vrai tresser. Guard tous les soufflets en tasses sur ta jow. Que fate el excuse au crime et le fard sur le bow. Sans quan ami ti abrita el amber de son toit. Marque otter juif errant, marque avec elor quan voit. Liuyer a travers les doigts de tes mains mal firms. Tous les biens de Simond en graps parfumes. Pendant sur ton chemin, car le rich I basse. Atout hormis elhenur qui ni esacit pas. Hate toi de jua maudit, et sans relâche. Marque et quen ti voyant on d'ici, 100 sc lash. Marque et quelle remord soit ton sul compagnon. Marque sans rien pouvoir arracher de ton nom. Car le mépris public, ombre de l'obassis. Croit dernier année et repose sans cesse. Et var épicissant sur les traitors pervers. Comme la fuel au front des sapins taugers verts. Et quand la tam un jour, set im buch profond. Qui est ouvert tout à coup sur les choses du monde. Ti fira d'épouvante et de horror agite. Passer de cette via la réalité. La réalité sombre, éternelle, immobile. Quand d'instant en instant plus sul et plus débile. Tu ti cramponeras en vain a ton tresser. Quand la mort ti accostant, couche sur des tas d'or. Vidre brusquement ta main crispy et plain. Comme une main d'enfant quan ham over sans pain. Alors dans si ti abîme au tout traitor descend. 50 unrule dans la fange, et el otter taint de sang. Tu tamaras perdu sur la fatale grieve. Quedante alighieri vit avec elol du revers. Tu tamaras damni desesper bani. A fin quetan forfeit ni soil par impuni. Et quetan aim, errante au milieu de ces aims. Why soit la plus abject entre les plus infames. Et lorsquils ti veront pariter au milieu du. Ces forbes don't el histoire inscrit les noms hidux. Que elor tenta jadis misaqui dage en age. Chaque pupil en passant vint crasher au visage. Tous ceux les plus obscurs comme les plus fameux. Qui portent sur leur lever un baiser venemux. Judas qui vend Sundia, Leclerc qui vend Sarville. Groupe au louche regard, en gens in great et vile. Tous en foul occurrent joyeux sur ton chemin. Et louvel indine repausera ta main. The poet's malediction pursued the guilty man, thanks to the enormous sum he had received, which he has always denied, saying he betrayed his benefactress to obey a patriotic feeling which urged him to rid his country from civil war. Thanks, we say, to this enormous sum, he found a wife, a woman who consented to couple herself to such a man. But this was not all, he must also find a mayoralty. Dutes put up successively for the 12 mayoralties of Paris. Now, as he had not been resident for the 6 months which the law exacted, they were closed to him, and glad to have an excuse for forbidding him to put his foot on their threshold. Then he went outside its borders, and presented himself to M. de Fremicourt, mayor of La Valette. By what subterfuge did he discover that magistrate's religion? By what forgery did Dutes fabricate a certificate of residence for over 6 months in the house of M. Pierre de Lacre, no, 41 Rue de Flandre? What portion of his shameful gold did he have to part with to get that certificate? We do not know. We only know he was married at La Valette by M. de Fremicourt. Now see what happened. 2 years later, M. de Fremicourt and M. Gisquet both put up as deputies for the arrondissement of Saint-Denis. M. Gisquet, the government candidate, begged M. de Fremicourt to leave the Saint-Denis arrondissement to him, where he was sure of election, and to become the candidate for Cambrai, where M. de Fremicourt's election would be as certain as his would be at Saint-Denis. M. de Fremicourt gave way to the entreaties of the préfet de police, and put up for Cambrai in opposition to M. Thénardier. He was about to overcome his opponent when M. Thénardier learnt that he was the M. de Fremicourt who had married Dutes. M. Thénardier left instantly for La Valette, brought away the civil act announcing the fact of the marriage of Dutes, presented himself before M. Pierre de Lacre, obtained from him and from the tenants of house No. 41 in the Rue de Flandre, a certificate stating that Dutes had never lived in that house, and fortified by the act and the certificate, he overthrew his opponent, who, although he had been ignorant of the fraud, was hooted out upon the single accusation. M. de Fremicourt is the mayor who married Dutes. There was, we see, still some generous feelings left in France. Now what became of Dutes? Did he die in poverty, as some say? Did he go to the United States, as say others? We do not know what to say. All the biographers leave Dutes alone after his crime, as if such a Judas must be left to God to be dealt with. God preserve all honest men from coming in contact with him, if he be living, and if he be dead, from passing over his grave. Book 7. Chapter 1. Leroy SMU's criticism and censorship. Whilst M. Thiers's police were arresting Madame la Duchesse de Berry at Nantes, the censorship was stopping the drama of Leroy SMU's at Paris. The performance had taken place on 22 November. I cannot give an account of it, for I was not present. A slight coolness had crept into my relations with Hugo. Friends in common had nearly set us at variance. The day after the performance, the play was cruelly forbidden, and the author had to appeal from that decision before the Tribunal de Commerce. Under any other circumstances, the opposition newspapers would have sided with Victor Hugo. They would have cried out against this oppression and tyranny. But not here. The hatred they bore towards the Romantic school was so great that they vied with one another, not so much to put the government in the right, as to who should put the author most in the wrong. Listen to what criticism said of the work of one of the most eminent poets who had ever lived. We will follow it in its own words and treat it fairly. We do not know who wrote the article we have in our hands. It is unsigned. Only it is a specimen of what was done then, has been done since, and will probably always be perpetrated in criticism. A shameful specimen, but let us judge for ourselves. Theatre franchises. Leroy SMU's. A poetical drama in 5 acts by M. Victor Hugo. Criticism attempted after Hernani and specially after Marion Delorme, to make M. Victor Hugo listen to 2 pieces of wholesome truth politely expressed, as is due to a man of great and genuine talent. The first is that the efforts of M. Victor Hugo revealed absolute impotence and sterility of conception. The second, that M. Victor Hugo adopted a pernicious system, which instead of conducing to originality, drove him to the trivial and absurd. Certainly it is impossible to be more polite. The natural consequence of this advice ought to have been to make Hugo return to his odes and romances. Luckily, M. Hugo believed himself to be as strong as those who told him these wholesome truths, and he has continued in spite of criticism. To this disastrous pig-headedness of the poet we owe Lucrece Borgia, Marie Tudor, Ruy Blas and Gillot and Les Burgraves. M. Hugo has taken no notice of these truths. He has persisted in writing dramas, and far from modifying his system, he has exceeded it in a monstrous fashion. In his first dramas he still preserved some principle of truth and of beauty, some feeling of morality and decency, even amidst his eccentricities. In Leroy SMU's he rids himself of everything and tramples history, right, morality, the dignity of art, delicacy under his feet. There is progress. Still under cover of the same virtue of politeness, let us follow the critic. In the first place, the subject of the drama is not historic, although historical characters figure in it. We will pass that over, for, as time flies, it is a peccadillo, but at least a conscientious author in assigning a role to his historical personages in a fictitious case or rather action should so apply it as not to calumniate them. The realistic school is bolder and has few scruples. You shall see how M. Hugo treats King Francois I, the court of that prince, and the poet Clement Marot on the stage of the Comédie Francaise. Ah, Monsieur Critic, it well becomes you to defend ill-treated poets, you who have treated M. Hugo so finely. It is true that in your eyes M. Hugo is not a poet of the same calibre as Clement Marot. Turn your glasses back, Monsieur Critic, and take the measure of the author of the Odes et Ballades Orientales, Feuilles d'Automne, Notre Dame de Paris, Hernani and Marion Delorme, even if you have to stand on tiptoe or, if necessary, climb on a chair to do so. In the first act we are at the court of Francois I, sounds of distant music are heard. There is a bowl. A bowl was a novelty some years ago. There is one in every play. Where on earth do you find one in Henry Roman III, Monsieur Critic, or in Christine or Richard Darlington or in La Tour de Nesle? Where can you discover a ball in Hernani or in Marion Delorme? There is, it is true, a kind of musical entertainment in Hernani, a sort of ball in Antony, but you see it has not been overdone. Soon they will be indispensable, continued the critic. So Francois I is in search of amusement and seeks everything he can to be entertained. The courtiers talk, laugh and seek to amuse him. There are a great number of them. M. de Casse, M. de Simeon, M. de Montmorency, Clement Marot and a host of high-born people, and in their centre the king and Tribulent, the king's jester in cloth of gold, a fool's bauble in his hand. Madame de Casse lets her glove fall, the king picks it up, the gentlemen laugh and gossip about the wife of Casse. The king is in love with her, Tribulent advises him to get rid of the husband, that is, to have him hung, the king is amused and so are the courtiers. After this there is no more about the wife of Casse and we do not see her again. This is indeed a pity, for she is pretty. The action does not begin yet, but the conversations continue. Tribulet tells the king much evil about savants and poets, and we hear Francois I say later that it is not whether fit to turn even a poet out of doors. The courtiers, for their part, discuss the mistress of Tribulet. One of them replies, Ma foi de gentilham, gmn saucy autant quan poison d'une palm. Here the critic is mistaken, and I wonder at it. His error benefits him nothing. It is not a nobleman who says the lines quoted by the critic, neither are they addressed to Cas or about his wife. The man who utters them is the king, and the people, for whom he cares so little, are the savants. Tribulet. Les femmes sire ardie, c'est le ciel, c'est la terre. 100 est tout, mais vous avez les femmes vous avez. Les femmes, laissez-moi tranquille vous revez. De vouloir des savants. Le roi. Ma foi de gentilham. Gmn saucy autant quan poison d'une palm. At this juncture, the Comte de Saint Vallier appears on the scenes. He comes on to utter deadly reproaches against the king, who has granted him his life. For having conspired, it should be because he has and not for having, but critics do not look so closely into things as that. To seduce his daughter Diane de Poitiers. It is noticeable that M. Victor Hugo is singularly fond of old men and puts them in all his dramas, but the language he puts into the mouth of Saint Vallier is noble and fine. So the lines were applauded unanimously, but the tirade is lengthy. This was the opportunity, Monsieur Critic, since you have quoted the lines you thought ridiculous, to have quoted some at least that you thought beautiful. True, such quotation would have destroyed the harmony of the sarcastic tone of your criticism, but we will quote them instead of you. Listen attentively to the language of the man who writes these lines, he who is in all good faith advised not to write for the theatre any more because he is impotent, sterile, trivial and absurd. Une insulte de plus, vous sire écoutez-moi. Comme vous le devez puisque vous êtes roi. Vous aimez fate un jour, mener pides nous en grieve. La vous aimez fate grace ainsi, que dans un revers. Et je vous ai bunny, ni sachant en effet. Si quan roi cache au fond d'une grace quil fate. Or vous avez cache ma honte dans la mienne. Oui sire, sans respect pour une race ancien. Pour le sang des Poitiers, noble depuis 1000 ans. Tandis que, revenant de la grive par lents. Je prise dans mon cœur de la victoire. Quil vous donnet mes jours de vie en jours de gloire. Vous, François de Valois, le soir du même jour. Sans crainte, sans pitié, sans pudeur, sans amour. Dans votre lit, tomo de la vertu des femmes. Vous avez froidement, sous vos baisers infâmes. Tourney flétri souil deshonor brise. Diane de Poitiers, Comtesse de Brise. Quoi, lorsque j'ai attendais elarit que me condamne. Tu curais donc au Louvre, ô ma chaste Diane. Et lui, si roysacker chevalier par Bayard. D'une ham auquel il faut des plaisirs de vie. Pour quelques jours de plus, don't yesul sate le compte. Ton pire sous ses pides, ti marchandate ta honte. Et si a frutretto, chose horrible a penser. Quan matin le beurre vint en grieve dresser. Avant la fin du jour, devait être au miser. O le lit de la fille, o el échafaud du pire. O dia qui nous juges, quaves vous dit la haute. Quand vas regards ant vous, sur si mime échafaud. Si votre triste et louche, et sanglante et souili. La luxure reale en clemence habili. Sire, en facent cela, vous avez mal agi. Que du sang dun via le pave fut raugi. 108 bien, si via putetre respectable. Le méritate, etant de pseudo connetable. Mais que pour le via vous ayez pris l'enfant. Que vous ayez broi sous un pied triomphant. La pauvre femme en pleurs, a s'effrier trop prompt. 100 est une chose impie, et don't vous rendres compte. Vous avez dépassé votre droit d'un grand pas. Le pire était à vous, mais la fille non pas. Ah, vous aimez fate grace, ah, vous nommez la chose. Une grace, et j'y sois un ingrat j'y suppose. Sire au lieu de buser ma fil by en pludut. Quer en eats vous venu vous meme en mon catchut. G vous aurais cry, fates moi meria, grace. Oh grace pour ma fil et grace pour ma race. Oh fates moi meria, la tomit non el affront. Par de tit pludot qu'une souiller au front. Oh Monseigneur le Roy, puisque ainsi elan vous nam. Croyez vous quan crescen, uncant, ungentilham. Soit moins decapite, repondes Monseigneur. Quand au lieu de la tit, il lui manque elhenor. J aures dit cella, sire et le soir dans l'église. Dans mon circuil sanglant, basant ma barbe grise. Ma Diane au cœur pur, ma fil au front sacre. Honoré ut pri pour son pire honor. Sire genie vins point redemander ma fil. Quand on en a plus de honor, on en a plus de famille. Quel vous aime au non d'un amour incense. Gni rena reprender o la honte passe. Gardes la, sûrement je me sois mis en tête. De venir vous troubler ainsi dans chaque fate. Et jusque si quan pire, unfrere o quelque époux. La chose arrivera, nous et venge de vous. Pale à tous vos banquets je reviendrai vous dire. Vous avez mal agi, vous avez mal fait sire. Et vous aimez cauteres, et votre fronterni. Ni si relevera que quand j aurai fini. Vous vaudres pour forcer ma vengeance à si terre. Mi render au burrow, non, vous ni elosres faire. De pourquoi si ni soit mon spectre qui, demain. Montrant sa tit. Ni vien vous parler, set tit à la main. One can conceive why the critic does not quote the lines we have just put before the reader. What would become of his prose by the side of such verse? After this splendid outburst of Saint Vallier, the king, enraged, exclaims, On essaubli a si point d'audace et de délire. A.M. de Piend. Duc retes monsieur. Tribulit. Le bonhomme est fou, sire. Saint Vallier levant le bras. Soyez maudits tous dieux. O roid. Sire si en est pas bien. Sur le lion merent vous lashes votre chin. A tribulit. Quique tu sois valet a langue de viper. Que fais rissi ainsi de la douleur d'un pire. Sois maudit. O roid. J avais droit d'être par vous trait. Comme une majeste par une majeste. Vous eats roi moi pire, et elage vout le trône. Nous avons tous les dieux au front une couronne. O nul ni doit lever de regards insolence. Vous de fleurs de lies d'or, et moi de cheveux blancs. Roi quand un sacrilege os insulter la vata. 100 est vous qui la venges, c'est Dieu qui venge l'autre. The critic goes on. The Comte de Saint Vallier finishes his harangue, and goes out cursing the king and Tribulit. The king laughs, Tribulit seems thunderstruck. This riot of unedifying conversations, the hall and the character of Comte de Saint Vallier are in no sort of way connected with the action of the play, and the whole of the first act is taken up in informing us that Tribulit has a mistress, and that the gentlemen of the court wish to take her away from him. Say, Monsieur Critic, that you personally see no connection between the ball and M. de Saint Vallier and the action, but forbear from saying they have no connection in any way whatever. You are blind and deaf, Monsieur Critic, but luckily we shall not stop our ears and put out our eyes for the sole satisfaction of being like you. Stay, you shall see why M. de Saint Vallier is not connected with the action. The author takes the trouble to tell you himself. It appears that writers of criticism pretend that their morals are scandalized by Le Roi SMUs. The play disgusted the modesty of the gendarmes. The Léotard brigade was there, and thought it obscene. Officers of morality hid their faces, and M. Vidocq blushed. Accordingly, the word of command which the censorship gave the police was stammered out in our midst for some days in these terse words. The play is immoral. Halloa, my masters, silence on this point. Let us explain ourselves, however, not to the police with whom I, an honest man, decline to discuss such matters, but to the few respectable and conscientious persons who, upon hearsay, or after seeing the performance, allowed themselves to be led away into sharing that opinion, for which perhaps the name alone of the guilty poet should have been sufficient refutation. The drama is now printed, and if you were not at the performance, read it. If you were, still read it. Bear in mind that this representation is less a representation than a battle, a sort of battle of Montlhéry, excuse us for this rather ambitious comparison, which the Parisians and the Burgundians both claim to have won according to Matthew. The play is immoral. Do you think so? Is it so fundamentally? The groundwork of the play is as follows. Tribolit is deformed, ill, the court buffoon, a threefold wretchedness which makes him evilly disposed. He hates the king because he is king, the lords because they are lords, and men because they have not all got humps on their backs. His only solace is unceasingly to pit the lords against the king, to break the weakest against the strongest. He depraves, corrupts, and debases the king, drives him to tyranny, ignorance, and vice. He sets him at loggerheads with all the noble families, unceasingly pointing out some wife to seduce, a sister to carry off, a daughter to dishonor. The king is like an omnipotent puppet in the hands of Tribolit. He cuts off lives whilst the buffoon plays his jokes. One day at a fete, just when Tribolit is urging the king to carry off M. de Casse's wife M. de Saint Vallier finds his way to the king, and openly upbraids him for the dishonor of Diane de Poitiers. The father whose daughter the king has taken is made game of and insulted by Tribolit. He lifts his arm and curses Tribolit. And from this the whole flay springs. The real subject of the drama is M. de Saint Vallier's malediction. Why did you say then, Monsieur Critic, that the unedifying riot of conversations, the whole and the character of Saint Vallier are in no way connected with the action? You do not seem to me to understand the author, but let us see what the author says. We will see what you have said afterwards. We will promise you not to compare his prose with yours. Listen to what Victor Hugo says himself. We are at the second act. Upon whom does this malediction fall? Upon Tribolit, the king's fool? No, upon Tribolit as man, as a father with a heart who has a daughter. All lies in the fact of Tribolit possessing a daughter. She is all he has in the world. He conceals her from all eyes in a deserted quarter and a lonely house. The more he circulates the contagion of vice and of debauchery through the town, the more closely he keeps his daughter walled up and isolated. He brings up his child in innocence, faith, and modesty. His greatest fear is lest she come to harm, for wicked as he is, he knows how much suffering it brings. Well, the old man's curse strikes Tribolit through the only thing he loves in the world, his daughter. The very king whom Tribolit urges on to abduction seduces his daughter. The fool is struck by Providence exactly in the same way as M. de Saint Vallier, and when his daughter is seduced and lost, he lays a snare for the king to revenge her. But it is his daughter who falls into it. Thus, Tribolit has two pupils, the king and his daughter, the king whom he instructs in vice, his daughter whom he has brought up to virtue. The one destroys the other. He intends to abduct Madame de Casse for the king, but it is his daughter whom he carries away. He means to assassinate the king to avenge his daughter, but instead assassinates her. The chastisement does not stop halfway. The malediction of Diane's father is fulfilled upon the father of Blanche. Doubtless it is not for us to decide if the conception is dramatic or not, but it is certainly a moral one. Well, reader, what is your opinion? Why, the same as Victor Hugo. But why then does the critic look upon it and understand it so wrongly? Is he blind and deaf? Oh, dear reader, that would be too great a happiness for you and us. No, you know the proverb, none so blind as those who won't see, or so deaf as those who do not wish to hear. What the author says of the curse of Saint Vallier is so true that the second act opens with these words of Tribolit. Si via emma maudit. But as we have said, the critic does not perceive this. He continues his analysis. At the second act, Tribolit wanders through the night near a modest house next to the Hotel de Casse. A man with a hideous expression comes and offers him his services. His trade is killing, his charges are not dear, and he works at home and in the town. Tribolit replies that he has no need of him at present. Saltabadil, the bandit's name, goes off and Tribolit enters the house. He then utters a long monologue expressing all the suffering his trade of king's jester causes him. Here, M. Hugo again breaks into an eloquent and brilliant tirade in beautiful lines. Why not quote them, Monsieur Critic? Ah, yes, but the fine verses would scorch his lips. Tribolit enters his daughter's house and expresses all his parental affection for her, continues the critic. Here again, he adds, are several beautiful verses. And he passes them over, but are beautiful lines so common that you scorn them thus? Can you write them, Or can your wife or your friends, can M. Planche or M. Janin or M. Lyra compose in the same style as this? Blanche. Mon bon pier au moins parlez-moi de ma mère. Tribulit. Oh, ni reveli par une pensée amère. Ni mi rappels par quatrefois j I trouve. Et si tu enetais logi durais, j I revers. Une femme contraire la plupart des femmes. Qui dans si monde aurin en apparel les aimes. Mi voyant seul infirme et pauvre et deteste. 1000 aimes pour ma misère et ma difformite. Elle est morte, important dans la tombe avec elle. 50 angélique secret de son amour fidèle. De son amour passe sur moi comme un éclair. Rayon du paradis tombe dans mon enfer. Que la terre taudres à mi recevoir prit. Soit ledgera si sain au repose martit. Blanche. Mon pire. Tribulit. Assar fil. Est il et lures uncur qui mi répond. O gta port out si que j'y hais au monde. Acid stoi prise de moi, vins parlans de cella. Dis aimes du ton pire, et puisque nous voilà. Ensemble et que ta main in tremis mains repose. Questi donc qui nous force a parler daughter chose. Ma fil, o sul benhur quella seal emate permis. 500 autres ont des parents, des frères, des armies. Une femme unmarried des vassaux uncourtage. 500 heir et d'allies, plusieurs enfants que siege. Moi gni que toi seul, un autre est rich, et bien. Toi seul is mon trésor, et toi seul is mon bien. Un autre croit endia, ni crois quen ton aim. 500 autres ont la jeunesse, et l'amour d'une femme. Ils ont l'orgueil, l'éclat, la grace et la sainte. Ils sont beaux, moi vois tu gni que ta beauté. Cheer enfant, ma sight mon pays ma famille. Mon épouse ma mère et ma soeur et ma fille. Mon benhur ma richesse et mon culte et ma loi. Mon univers c'est toi, taudres toi rien que toi. De tout autre côte, ma pauvre âme est froissée. O cgt perdis, non c'est une pensée. Que geni pourrais pas supporter un moment. Sauris moi donc un peu, ton sauria est charmant. Oui c'est tout ta mère, elle est aussi belle. Tu t'y passes souvent la main au front comme elle. Comme pour elessier, car il faut au cœur peur. Un front tout innocent, et des yeux tout azur. Tu rayons pour moi d'une angélique flamme. A travers ton beau corps, mon âme voit ton âme. Meme les yeux fermes c'est égal gt voix. Le jour mi vint de toi, mi vaudrais parfois. Aveugle et il voile d'obscurit profonde. Afin de ennevoir par d'autres soleil au monde. Well, monsieur critic, shall I tell you something? If a fairy, as in the pretty children's tales you have not read, for you were never a child, came with his golden wand in his hand and said to me, "What do you wish, desire and pine for? Ask, I serve youth, fortune and ambition. At one word you can have 25 years added to your life or be a millionaire or a prince." I should say to him, "O good, beauteous fairy, I would like to be able to compose such lines as the above." But now let us follow the critic through the third act. It relates how Blanche is taken to the Louvre, how the king recognizes in her whom he supposes to be Tribulit's mistress the Blanche with whom he is enamored, and how Blanche recognizes in the king the Gotcher Mahiet whom she loves, how Blanche, not knowing whither to fly and seeing an open door, flies through it and finds herself in the king's private chamber, how the king then enters behind her and shuts the door, after which the lords troop in, laughing, followed by Tribulit in despair. But let us allow the critic to speak. Tribulit comes on and looks at them all. The queen wants the king and they have just sent for him. He is not yet up, but he was here just a moment ago. He is out hunting, but his huntsmen are not out. On vous dit comprenez-vous ceci? Quelle roi ni vut voir person? Tribulit. Elle est ici. Tribulit wants to push his way into the king's room, but the courtiers fling him back. he implores them. They laugh at him and Tribulit pours out upon them insults and curses. You are no nobles, he says to them. Au milieu des hues. Vos mires aux laquois si sont prostitues. And the gentlemen put up with this. Yes, they bear it, Monsieur Critic, and I will tell you why. All the lords who have lent themselves to abduction, and are quite prepared to put their hands to violation, think they have carried off Tribulit's mistress and learn suddenly they have carried away his daughter. You do not say that that has escaped your memory. It is told in beautiful lines, and Ligier's voice is not one anybody can pretend not to hear. M. de Pien riant. Tribulit a perdu sa maîtresse, gentil. O laid quil la churche lures. Tribulit. G vu ma fil. Tous. Sa fil. Tribulit croissant les bras. 100 est ma fil, oui res maintenant. Ah pus restes muets, vous trouvez surprenant. Quasi bouffon soit pire, et quil ait une fil. Les loups et les seigneurs en ont-ils par leur famille. Ni puis-je avoir aussi la mienne, allons a says. Quasi vous plaisantes c'est charmant, finisses. Elle est là. Les courtisans si placent devant la porte du roi. Marot. Sa folie en furie est tournée. Tribulit reculant avec désespoir. Courtisans, demons, race damnée. 100 est donc vrai quils aiment prisma fil, ces bandits. Une femme alors you si en est rien qui vous dis. Quand le roi par ben hur est un roi de debauches. Les femmes des seigneurs, lorsqu'ils n'y sont pas gauches. Les servants fort, 50 hanor d'une vierge pour you. 100 est un lux inutile, un trésor onéreux. Une femme est un champ qui rapporte, une femme. Don't le royal lawyer si paye a chaque terme. En est si par quoi c'est vrai mes seigneurs, en effet. Vous lui vendrez tous, si en est déjà fait. Pour un nom, pour un titre, o tout autre chime. A M. de Bryant. Toi ta femme Briand. A M. de Guards. Toi ta soeur. O June Page de Pardillan. Toi ta mère. The critic is surprised that all the lords are silent. It does not surprise us, especially if they have children of their own. Is not the despair of a father at the destruction of his daughter frightful and solemn and fateful enough to cause instant silence? The author of the work, a father, who wrote this magnificent line. Et les cœurs de lion sont les vrais cœurs de pierre. Thought so, is he wrong, so much to his credit. If you are right, the more is it to your discredit. But if this be so, you say, he ought to have pointed us out a beauty instead of a defect. Oh, he warns you loudly enough. Listen again. Un page si verse un verre de vino by it, et si met à boire. En fredonnant. Quand bourden vit Marseille. Chapter 49, et dit à ses gens. Vridia quel capitaine. Tribulit si retournant. Genie size a qua taint, Vicomte d'Aubusson. Que gt brise aux dents ton verret ta chanson. You see among the whole of those courtiers only one sneers, and he a child of 15 who knows nothing about paternity. Oh, you say that is true enough, but it is too involved, we miss the point. Such things, messieurs, are not visible to the outer eye, they are felt. The heart has eyes to see them. Then you add you have no children. True, eunuchs and critics usually die without posterity. We had got to the words, Monsieur Critic. And the gentlemen put up with that, and when Tribulit bade them they went away. Tribulit remains alone, and soon his daughter rushes out dishevelled, beside herself, and flies into his arms. Ah, you see more clearly than you say, Monsieur Critic, for here you lie. No, it does not happen like that at all. Tribulit. Ah, Dieu vous n'y savez que rire que vous taire. 100 est donc un grand plaisir de voir un pauvre pied. Si mutuel la poitrine, et s'arracher du front. Des cheveux que du nuits perils blanqueront. La porte de la chambre du roi est s'ouvre, Blanche en sort éperdu égaré en disorder, elle vint tamer dans les bras de son père avec un cri terrible. Blanche. Mon père tribulit la serrant dans ses bras. Mon enfant c'est elle ma fille. Messieurs. Suffolk de sanglots et riant au travers. Voyez-vous c'est tout ma famille. Mon ange, elle de moins quel duel dans ma maison. Mes seigneurs, nest pas que j'avais bien raison. Et Blanche. Mais pourquoi pleures tu? Blanche. Malheureux que nous sommes. La honte. Tribulit. Que dis-tu? Blanche. Par devant tous ces hommes. Rougir devant vous seul. Tribulit. Si tournant vers la porte du roi. Oh, elle infâme, elle aussi. Blanche. Seul avec vous. Tribulit aux seigneurs. Allez-vous en d'ici. Et si le roi François par malheur si hasard. A passer prise d'ici. A m de vermandois. Vous eats de sa garde. Dites lui de ni parentre, quegi sois là. Les seigneurs sortant. You can see well enough, Monsieur Critic, that Tribulit is not alone when his daughter comes and flings herself into his arms, and that if the lords go out, it is not because the king's fool has ordered them out, but because they know how to conduct themselves before the father of Blanche. Instead of being false as you make out, the scene, on the contrary, is so profoundly wrought that you did not dare to follow it in its deepest wounds. This was an unknown abyss to your comprehension. Oh, Monsieur Critic, to ply your trade, you must be almost as great as the writer you criticize. Can a Lilliputian analyze a Gulliver? At this moment, the critic continues. The Comte de Saint Vallier, who is being led to the Bastille, recommences his imprecations against Francois I, and says, Puisque par votre roi d'outrages abreuve, ma malédiction en a par encore trouve. Chapter 100, Basnai la haute de voir que m'y répond. Par une foudre au ciel, par un bras de ham au monde. GNSP plus rien, si roi prosperera. Tribulit relevant la tête. Can't vous trompez, quelqu'un vous vengerai. You see, Monsieur Critic, you are wrong, M. de Saint Vallier does serve an end. The third act is revoltingly immoral, the critic pursues. The same disgusting features await us in the fourth act. We see the house of the brigand Saltabadil, a sort of pot-house. The king comes there in the middle of the night. He sits down to table and calls for drink. They bring it him. We will let the author reply to the accusation expressed in such beautiful language. If the work is moral in construction, can it be immoral in execution? The question thus put seems to us to answer itself. But let us see. Probably there is nothing immoral in the first or second act. Is it the situation in the third act which shocks you? Read the third act and tell us if the impression which, in all probability, it produces, is not of profound purity, virtue, and rectitude. Is it the fourth act? But since when has a king been forbidden to pay court to a public-house servant on the stage? It is no novelty in history, nor in the theatre. History permits us to show you Francois I drunk in the kennels of the Rue du Pelican. To take a king to a low place is nothing new either. The Greek theatre, the classical one, did it. Shakespeare, who is of the romantic theatre, did it. Very well then, the author of this drama has not done so. He knows all that has been written about the house of Saltabadil. But why make out that he has said what he has not said? Why force him to exceed a limit which is entirely beside the mark, which he has not exceeded? The gypsy Maiglan, so much maligned, is surely not bolder than all the Lycettes and Martins of the old school theatre. Saltabadil's pot-house is a hostelry, a tavern, the Taverne de la Pomme de Pin, a suspected inn and a cutthroat place may be, but not a brothel. It is a sombre, terrible, horrible, fearful place if you like, but it is not an obscene one. There remain details as to style. Read. The author accepts as judges of the strict severity of his style the same persons who are shocked by Juliet's nurse and Ophelia's father, by Beaumarchais and by Rignard, by the École des Femmes and Amphitryon, by Dandin and Esganarelle, and by the great scene in Tartuffe. Tartuffe was also accused of immorality in his time. Only in this case, when it was necessary to be frank, the author had to do it at his own risk and peril, but always with gravity and restraint. He wished his art to be chaste but not prudish. Let us return to the criticism. Saltabadal is to give up the body at midnight. The king, half drunk, is at his house, defenceless and laid down, and it is 11:45. Maeglon begs her brother to spare so good-looking a young fellow. The brigand refuses, for he is an honest brigand and conducts his trade conscientiously. Only he desires that someone else should appear so that he may kill him and deliver him up in place of the other. Blanche has returned and hears everything. She has been seduced by the king. She does not love him, for he consorts with the most degraded of women. But Blanche will die for him. This is a devotion on the part of a young girl which no one but Victor Hugo would have conceived possible. Why so? Do you mean to say that Victor Hugo is the only one who has a large enough heart to understand such devotion? Then it seems to me that the blame turns singularly into praise. Blanche knocks at the door, goes in, and the curtain falls. Why does not Hugo show us the assassination? What is one horror more? In the 5th act, Tribolit comes in front of the pothouse. It is a stormy night, midnight strikes. The brigand then opens his door and drags a sack along the ground containing a dead body. He receives the remainder of the 20 crowns and shuts his door. Tribolit puts his foot on the body, saying, "Cessai se un buffon, et cessai se un roy." Then he raves over the body and curses it, and struts about and prates of glory, of revolutions and of crowns, and returns to the body and addresses these extraordinary lines to it. 1010-2, mn-10-2, mn-10-2, mn-10-2. It would indeed be very extraordinary if it were thus, but unfortunately there is no such line. This is the real line, or rather these are the lines. Gt highs mn-10-2, c'est moi roy gentilhum. Moi si fou si bouffon, moi set moiti de hum. Cet animal doutua qui tu disais, chin. 100 estque, quand la vengeance est en nous voice tu bien. Dans le cœur le plus mort, il en est plus rien qui dorme. Le plus chétif grandit, le plus vil s'y transforme. 50 esclave teurs alors sa haine du foro. Et le chat devient to grey, et le bouffon burrow. Far enough, you will agree, from the line invented by the critic. 1010-2, mn-10-2, mn-10-2, mn-10-2. Finally, continues our Aristarchus, after an interminable monologue, certainly interminable if you have understood all the lines in the same fashion as the one you have quoted, but which, were you a poet, Monsieur Critic, would seem short to you. Tribolit drags the body to him and is going to fling it into the Seine, when a cavalier comes out of the tavern and disappears along the quay. Tribolit has recognized the king. Then he tears open the sack, and by the light of a torch he recognizes his daughter. He calls for help and torches are brought. Blanche still breathes. They fetch a doctor, but she dies immediately he arrives, and Tribolit falls dead the same instant. Such is this monstrous play in which history is set at naught, the manners of the times misconstrued, the characters of Francois I and of Clement Marot dishonored and reviled, wherein hardly any beautiful lines shine to redeem the emptiness of the conception, the absence of clever conduct, the absolute want of interest, where, in short, the horrible and ignoble and immoral are all mixed up together in a chaotic confusion. Well, Monsieur Critic, are you satisfied? Are you being well avenged at the expense of the man of genius? Have you trodden his dramas sufficiently underfoot, as Tribolit trod on the corpse of the person he thought his enemy? No, you begin your monologue again. Ah, it seems short to you, does it not? Because it is one of hatred. Proceed then. The hatred of the petty for the great is not groundless, and at all times, as Tribolit shows us with regard to the king, and as you exhibit with regard to the drama, such hatred ever yearns to slay. At the first performance, adds the critic, a scandal was caused by the crazy and tumultuous admirers who, at each hiss that was raised, shouted, "Down with the idiots! Put the brutes out!" It was a large, well-drilled cohort of friends who were sent into the theatre before the proper hour, and they applauded to excess all that the public thought truly disgusting. Notwithstanding this, and in spite of this extraordinary clack, the hissing was strong enough for the name of Victor Hugo to be flung out amidst the tumult. In spite of this startling failure, a second performance was announced for Thursday. Compared with this, Hernani is a genuine masterpiece. Ah, Monsieur Critic, if we had but the time, how we would like to read what you said about Hernani, and Boileau's epigram against Corneille might be applied to Victor Hugo. Après l'âge Silas. Hellas. Mais après ella tilla. Olafs. Do you not think these 4 lines of Boileau against the author of the Cid, of Cinna and of Polyeucte were among the unworthy things he wrote? But Boileau at least confined himself to denouncing the plays of old Corneille as weak. He did not denounce them to the police as immoral. Then, with great satisfaction, the critic ends up his article in these words. We learn tonight that the Minister des Travaux Publics has given orders to stop the performance of the play. Now let us follow the drama of our friend Victor Hugo before the Tribunal de Commerce, as we have followed it on the stage of the Theatre Richelieu, only let the author himself speak. Victor Hugo's prose is much better than mine, consequently my readers will have no ground for complaint. The appearance of this drama at the theatre gave rise to an unprecedented ministerial act. The day after the first performance, the author received from M. Jousselin de la Salle, stage manager of the Theatre Francaise, the following note, the original copy of which he preserves most preciously. It is 10:30, and I have just received the order to suspend the performance of Le Roi et Muse. M. Taylor has sent me the order on behalf of the government. 23 November. The first impulse of the author was to doubt it. The act was arbitrary to the point of incredibility. In fact, what is called the Chartverite says, the French have the right of publishing. Note that the text does not merely say the right of printing, but, large and clear, the right of publishing. Now the theatre is only another means of publication, like the press, like sculpture or lithography. The liberty of the theatre is, therefore, implicitly indicted in the Charter with every other form of liberty of thought. The law adds fundamentally, the censorship can never be re-established. Now, the text does not say the censorship of newspapers or of books, it says censorship in general, all censure, that of the theatres as well as of writings. The theatre cannot then henceforth be legally censured. Besides, the Charter says, confiscation is abolished. Now, the suppression of a theatrical play after representation is not merely a monstrous act of censorship and arbitrariness, it is confiscation out and out, it is the violent robbery of a property belonging to the theatre and the author. Finally, to make all plain and clear, to preserve the 4 or 5 great special principles which the French Revolution has cast in bronze intact on their granite pedestals, in order that they cannot surreptitiously attack the common right of the French with 40,000 ancient damaged arms which rust and disuse have eaten away in the arsenal of our laws, the Charter in a final article expressly abolishes all that which in laws anterior to it would be contrary to its wording and its spirit. This is explicit. The ministerial suppression of a theatrical play attacks its liberty through the censorship, and its copyright through confiscation. Our whole sense of public right rises in revolt against such a method of procedure. The author, unable to believe in such insolence and folly, rushed to the theatre. There the fact was confirmed in every particular. The government had indeed notified the order in question by its divine right of governance. It had no reasons to offer. It had taken his play, deprived him of his right and seized his property. There was but one thing more to do to the poet, to put him into the Bastille. We repeat, at the time we are living, when such an act comes and bars your way and lays hands on you roughly, the first feeling is one of profound surprise. 1,000 questions occur to your mind. Where is justice? Where is right? Can such things really happen? Was there indeed such a thing as the July Revolution? It is evident we are no longer in Paris. In what Pachalic do we live? The Comédie Francaise, stupefied and struck with consternation, wished to try some advances towards the government to obtain the revocation of this strange decision, but its labour was in vain. The Divan, I mean the Council of Ministers, had met during the day. On the 23rd it was an order from the government, the same on the 24th. On the 23rd the play was only suspended, on the 24th it was definitely forbidden. The theatre was even enjoined to erase the 4 dreadful words, Le Roi et Muse. The unlucky Theatre Francaise was, moreover, instructed that it was not to complain or to breathe a word. It may be fine, loyal and noble to resist such Asiatic despotism, but theatres dare not do it. The fear of the withdrawal of their privileges makes them serfs and slaves, liable to taxation and statute labour at the mercy of eunuchs and the dumb. An author should be and remain a stranger to these theatrical proceedings. He, a poet, does not depend upon any government. His duty as a free writer forbids him to make the entreaties and solicitation he might make if he meanly consulted his own interests. But to ask for grace from a power is to admit that power. Liberty and ownership are not matters for antechamber settlement. A right does not solicit like a favour. For a favor he must beseech the government, but for a right he appeals to the country. He must then go to the country for redress. There are two ways of obtaining justice, public opinion and the law courts. He chose both. The case is already judged and won in the eyes of public opinion. Here the author must warmly thank all thoughtful and independent persons connected with literature and the arts, who showed him on that occasion many proofs of sympathy and cordiality. He reckoned upon their support in anticipation. He knows that, when it is a question of struggling for liberty of intellect and thought, he will not go singly to battle. Let us say in passing that the ruling power, with very mean-spirited calculation, prided itself it would have on that occasion, as its auxiliaries, the literary passions that have for a long period raged round the author. Literary hatreds the author supposed were even more tenacious than political animosities, seeing the former have their root in a more proper, and the latter simply in principles. The government is mistaken. Its brutal act has disgusted right-thinking men in all camps. They rallied round the author to oppose arbitrariness and injustice, those, even who a little time before had attacked him the most violently. If by chance a few inveterate haters persisted, they have since regretted the momentary support they gave to the government. Every honorable and loyal man amongst the author's enemies stretched out hands to him, even though ready to begin the literary battle again as soon as the political fight is at an end. In France, whoever he is who is persecuted, his sole enemy is the persecutor. So now, having settled that the government's act is detestable, unjustifiable, impossible in right, we will condescend for a moment to discuss it as a material fact, and try to find of what elements it would seem to have been composed. To this end, the first question which presents itself is one which everybody will put: what can be the motive for such a measure? Certainly, if we deign to condescend for one moment to accept the ridiculous fiction that, in this instance, it is the care of public morals which moves our rulers, and that, shocked by the condition of license into which certain theatres have fallen during the last 6 years, they wished at last, urged to extreme measures, to make an example in the teeth of all laws and rights of one work and writer, the choice of the work would, it must be confessed, be a singular one, but the choice of the author would be no less strange. In fact, who is the man that this short-sighted power attacks so strangely? A writer so placed that, though his talent may be contested by everybody, his character is called in question by no one. He is a man of avowed, proved and established character, a rare and valuable thing in these days, a poet who was the first to be disgusted with the license to which the theatres were yielding, who, 18 months ago, upon the rumour that the Inquisition of theatres was going to be illegally re-established, went himself personally, with several other dramatic authors, to warn the government that it ought to guard against such a measure, and who there openly urged for a repressive law to regulate the excesses off the stage, whilst yet protesting against the censorship in such severe words that the government is very sure not to forget them. He is an artist devoted to art, who has never sought success by ignoble means, who has been accustomed all his life to look the public straight in the face. A sincere and temperate man who has already fought more than one battle for liberty and against despotism, who in 1829, in the last year of the Restoration, rejected everything which the government then offered him in compensation for the interdict laid on Marion de Lorme, and who, more than a year later in 1830, after the Revolution of July, refused, in spite of the advantages to his material interests, to allow that same Marion de Lorme to be played, because it might have been made the occasion of attack and insult against the fallen king who had proscribed it, a very simple line of conduct, no doubt, that every man of honour would have followed under similar circumstances, but which perhaps might have rendered him henceforth inviolate from all censure, and about which he wrote himself in 1831 as follows: "Successes gained by hunting out scandals and by making political allusions hardly pleased him. He admits that such success is worth but little and is short-lived. It is precisely when there is no public censorship that authors should criticize one another honestly and conscientiously. In this way they will exalt the dignity of art. When people have entire liberty, it is desirable to keep within due bounds. Now that the supposed immorality of the drama is reduced to nothing, now that all the display of evil and shameful arguments lies beneath our feet, now is the time to point out the true motive of the measure, the motive behind the scenes in the court, and the motives they do not give because they dare not admit them among themselves, and therefore have carefully concealed them beneath a pretext. This motive has already transpired among the outside public, and the public has guessed it correctly. We will say no more about it. It is probably of service to our cause that we should set our adversaries the example of courtesy and of moderation. It is good that the lesson of dignity and wisdom be set the government by a private individual, by him who is persecuted to the body which is persecuting him, though we are not of the number of those who think to cure their own wounds by poisoning the wounds of others. It is but too true that there is, in the third act of this play, a line where the untoward sagacity of some familiars of the palace discovered an illusion. I ask you myself, where is this illusion? Of which neither the public nor the author had thought until then, but which, when proclaimed in this fashion, becomes the cruelest and most deadly of insults. It is all too true that this line was enough to cause the order to be given for the playbills of the Theatre Francais to be taken down, in order that the curiosity of the public should not again be afforded the sight of that little seditious phrase, le roi s'amuse. We will not quote the line which is such a red rag to a bull. Furthermore, we will not point it out unless we are pushed to the last extremity, and people are imprudent enough to make us take our stand upon it in self-defense. We will not revive old historic scandals. We will spare as far as possible an exalted personage the consequences of the thoughtlessness of his courtiers. It is possible to be generous in warfare even to a king. We mean to be so. Only, let those in power consider the inconvenience of having as friend a bear, as it were, who crushes with the paving stone of censorship the imperceptible illusions which happen to cross their minds. We are not even sure that we do not feel some sympathy for the ministry itself. To tell the truth, the whole thing inspires us with great pity. The government of July is new-born. It is only 30 months old and still in its infancy, with the puerile passions of childhood. Is it indeed worthwhile to spend much virile anger against it? When it is full-grown, then we will see. Meantime, to look at the question for a moment from the individual point of view, the censorial confiscation under consideration perhaps causes more injury to the author of this drama than of any other. In fact, for the 14 years he has been writing, not one of his works, but has had the unfortunate distinction of being chosen as a battlefield upon its appearance, and disappeared after a more or less lengthy period in the dust and smoke and turmoil of a battle. Therefore, when he produces a play for the theatre, the most important thing to him of all, as he cannot expect a quiet audience after the first night, is a series of performances. If it happens on the first day that his voice is drowned in uproar, that his idea is not understood, the following days may correct the first one. Hernani had 53 performances, Marion Delorme had 61, le roi s'amuse, thanks to ministerial violence, only had 1. The injustice done the author is assuredly great. Who can give him back intact at the point he left off, the third experiment so important to him? Who can tell him what might have occurred after the first performance? Who can give him back the public of the morrow, a public ordinarily impartial and without friends or enemies, the public which teaches the poet and which the poet instructs? We are at a curious period of political transition, one of those moments of general lassitude when all kinds of despotic acts are possible in society, even the most advanced ideas of emancipation and of liberty. France advanced rapidly in July 1830. She did 3 good days' work then. She made 3 great oases in the field of civilization and of progress. Now many are harassed, many are out of breath, many demand a halt. They want to keep back the energetic spirits who are not tired but still press on. They wish to wait for the laggards who have stopped behind and give them time to catch up. Hence, a strange fear of everything that moves and talks and thinks. It is an odd situation, easily defined. They are all the elements which are afraid of ideas. The league of interests clashing with the movement of theories begins and takes fright at systems. The merchant who wants to sell, the street which is frightened of the counting house, the armed shop on the defensive. In our opinion, the government takes unfair advantage of this disposition to repose, this fear of fresh revolutions. It has come to petty tyranny. It does wrong towards itself and towards us. If it thinks there is indifference now in people's minds towards liberty of ideas, it is mistaken. It is only lassitude. It will demand severe account some day of all the illegal actions that have been accumulating for some time past. What a dance it has led us. 2 years ago, one feared for order. Now one trembles for liberty. Questions of free thought, of intellect and of art are imperiously mowed down by the viziers of the king of the barricades. It is profoundly sad to see how the Revolution of July has ended, mulia formosa superni. No doubt, if one only considered the slight importance of the work of the author now in question, the ministerial measure which has smitten it down is not a great matter. It is but a malicious little literary coup d'état, whose only merit is that of not spoiling the series of arbitrary acts of which it forms a part. But if we look higher, we see that this affair is not merely one that affects a drama and a poet, but, as we said at first, both liberty and the rights of ownership are involved in the question. Great and serious interests are involved in it, And although the author be compelled to deal with this important affair by a simple commercial lawsuit at the Theatre Franchise, not being able to attack the government directly, barricaded behind the principles of non-receivers of state advice, he hopes that his cause will be regarded as a great one in the eyes of all when he takes it to the bar of the consular tribunal. With liberty in his right hand and proprietorship in his left, he will himself speak of the need for the independence of his art. He will plead his right resolutely with gravity and simplicity, without personal animosity, and yet at the same time fearlessly. He counts upon the concurrence of all, upon the free and cordial support of the press, on the justice of opinion, and on the equity of the courts. He has no doubt he will be successful. The state of siege will be raised in literary precincts as in political. When that is done, and he has secured his liberty as poet and as citizen intact, inviolable and sacred, he will peaceably return to his life's work, from which he has been violently torn away, which he would like never to have had to leave. He has his duty to do, he knows, and nothing will distract him from it. For the moment the political role has come to him. He has not sought it out, but he accepts it. Surely the power which attacks us will not have gained much, in forcing us who are artists to quit our conscientious, tranquil, honest, serious task, our sacred task, a task which belongs to the past and to the future, in order to mix ourselves indignant and angry with the irreverent and scoffing audience which, for the last 15 years, has watched the various poor devils of political bunglers as they pass by hooting and whistling, thinking they are building up a social edifice because they go daily, at great trouble to themselves, sweating and panting, to cart heaps of legal schemes from the Tuileries to the Palais Bourbon, and from the Palais Bourbon to the Luxembourg. 30 November 1832. On 19 December 1832, the matter came before the Tribunal de Commerce. All the artist world of Paris gathered together in the Salle de la Bourse, surprised to find itself in such good company. After his barrister had spoken, Victor Hugo rose and made the following speech. Gentlemen, after the eloquent orator who so generously lends me the powerful assistance of his speech, I should have nothing to say if I did not believe it my duty not to let pass the daring, culpable act, which has violated our public rights through my person, without a solemn and serious protest. This is not an ordinary cause, gentlemen. It seems to some persons at the first glance to be only a simple commercial action, a claim for indemnity for the non-execution of a private contract, in a word, simply the lawsuit of an author against a theatre. No, gentlemen, it is more than that. It is the lawsuit of a citizen against a government. The basis of this matter is a play forbidden by order. Now a play forbidden by order is censorship, and the Charter abolished censorship. A play forbidden by order is confiscation. Your sentence, if favourable to me, and it seems to me I do you wrong to doubt it, will be to lay the blame manifestly, although indirectly, at the door of censorship and confiscation. You see, gentlemen, how the horizon of this cause lifts and widens. I plead here for something higher than my own interest. I plead for my rights in general, for my right to think, and to possess, that is to say, for the common right due to all. Mine is a general cause, as is absolute equity yours. The minor details of the case are lost sight of before the question thus put. I am not simply a writer, you are not merely consular judges. Your conscience confronts mine. At this tribunal you represent a great idea, and I at the bar stand for another. Your seat is justice, mine liberty. Now justice and liberty are made to be heard. Liberty is right and justice is free. This is not the first time that M. Odilon Barrett has told you before me, gentlemen, that the Tribunal of Commerce has been called upon to condemn, without departing from its jurisdiction, the arbitrary acts of those in authority. The first tribunal to declare the ordinances of 25 July 1830 illegal has been forgotten by no one. It was the Tribunal of Commerce. You gentlemen will follow that memorable precedent, and although the question is much smaller, you will uphold right today as you upheld it then. You will, I hope, listen to what I have to say to you with sympathy. You will warn the government by your sentence that it is on a bad path, and is wrong to degrade art and thought. You will give me back my rights and property. You will brand the police and censorship on the brow, who came by night to steal my liberty and my property from me by breaking the charter. What I say here I say without anger. The reparation I demand of you I ask with due gravity and moderation. God forbid I should spoil the beauty and rectitude of my cause by violent words. He who has right on his side has strength, and the strong scorn violence. Yes, gentlemen, right is on my side. M. Odilon Barrett's admirable argument has victoriously proved to you that the ministerial act which has forbidden Le Roy SMUs is arbitrary, illegal and unconstitutional. It is in vain for them to attempt to revive a law of the Reign of Terror by attributing the censorship to authority, a law which commands in clear terms the theatres to play the tragedies of Brutus and of Wilhelm Tell 3 times per week, only to give Republican plays, and to stop representations of all work which tends, I quote word for word, to deprave the public mind and to awaken the shameful superstition of royalty. Gentlemen, dare the actual supporters of the new royalty indeed invoke such a law, and invoke it against Le Roi SMUs? Is it not evidently abrogated in its text as in its spirit? Made for the terror, it died with the terror. Is it not the same with all imperious decrees by which, forsooth, officials will have the right not merely to censure theatrical works, but the power of sending an author to prison according to its own good pleasure without trial? Do such things exist nowadays? Was not all this irregular and haphazard legislation solemnly done away with by the Charter of 1830? We appeal to the solemn oath of 9 August. The France of July did not reckon for either conventional or imperial despotism. The Charter of 1830 did not allow itself to be gagged either by 1807 or by 93. Liberty of thought in all its various methods of expression, at the theatre as in the press, in the pulpit as in the tribune, there, gentlemen, lies one of the fundamental principles of our public rights. No doubt each of these modes of expression needs an organic law in accord with the fundamental law, a law of good faith, repressive but not preventive, which, leaving each career at liberty, shall imprison license under strict penal laws. The theatre in particular as a public place, we are anxious to declare, does not know how to protect itself from the legal surveillance of the municipal authority. Well, gentlemen, this law, easier to make, probably, than is commonly supposed, which each of us dramatic poets has probably constructed in his own mind more than once, is wanting and is not created. Our ministers, who produce year in year out from 70 to 80 laws per session, have not deemed it fitting to make such a one as this. A law for theatres did not seem urgently needed. Not urgent when it concerns the liberty of thought, the progress of civilization, public morality, the reputation of families, the tranquility of Paris, which means that of France and indeed the tranquility of Europe itself. A law affecting the liberty of theatres ought to have been proclaimed since 1830 in the spirit of the new charter, but it is still wanting, I repeat, through the fault of the government. Past legislation has evidently fallen away, and all the sophistries with which they plaster its ruins will not build it up again. So, between a law which no longer exists and one which is still needed, the authorities do not possess the right to stop a play at a theatre. I will not linger over what M. Odilon Barrett has demonstrated so supremely well. Here an objection of secondary importance arises which I am, however, going to discuss. True, such a law is needed, people will say, but in the absence of legislation, ought authority to be completely defenceless? Might there not appear suddenly on the stage one of those infamous pieces, evidently made on purpose to make money and scandal, where all that is sacred in religion and morality, and in the heart of man, is insolently scoffed at and ridiculed, where all that goes to make the peace of family life and of citizenship is held up to question, where even living personages are pilloried on the stage amidst the hootings of the multitude? Do not state reasons lay upon the government the duty of closing the theatre to such monstrous work, in spite of the silence of law? I do not know, gentlemen, if such a type of work has even been produced, and I do not wish to know or to believe it, and I will not accept here in any degree whatever the task of denouncing them. But even in such a case, I declare, whilst deploring the scandal caused, and realizing that others would advise the state to stop works of this kind immediately, and at once to demand the chambers for a bill of indemnity, I would not relax the strictness of the principle. I would say to the government, see the consequences of your negligence to create a law so pressingly needed as a law affecting theatrical liberty. You have done this wrong, repair it and hasten to ask the chambers for penal legislation, and meantime pursue the guilty drama with the code of the press, which, until special laws be made, will, in my opinion, rule all public fashions. I say in my opinion, for this is but my own personal view. My illustrious defender would, I know, only allow liberty to theatres with greater restrictions than I should. I speak here not with the opinion of a lawyer, but with the simple common sense of the citizen. If I am wrong, do not let my words be laid to the account of my defender, but at my own door solely. I repeat it, gentlemen, I would not relax the strictness of the principle. I would not grant the ruling authorities the power to confiscate liberty even in a case, apparently, where it was legitimate, for fear a day would come when it would confiscate it in all cases. I think that, to repress scandal by arbitration, is to create 2 scandals in place of one, and I say with an eloquent and serious-minded man who must shudder today at the way in which his disciples apply his doctrines. Il n'est a pas de droit au-dessus du droit, there is no right over right. Now, gentlemen, if such an abuse of power, exercised even upon a licentious, impudent, or defamatory work, would have been inexcusable, how much more so when it fastens upon a work of pure art, when it picks out for proscription among all the plays which have been produced for the last 2 years a serious composition, strict in its morality, and that is precisely what the left-handed power which governs us has done in stopping Le Roi SMUs. M. Odilon Barrett has proved to you that it has acted without justice. I will prove that it has acted without reason. The motives that those who are in with the police have been whispering abroad for some days to explain the prohibition of this play are of 3 kinds. There is the moral reason, the political reason, and we must say the words though they be laughable, the literary reason. Virgil relates that several ingredients went to make up the thunder which Vulcan made for Jupiter. The petty ministerial thunder which has struck my play, which the censorship had forged for the police, is made up of 3 bad reasons rolled up, intermingled and united, tres imbris torti radios. There is, first of all, or rather there was, the moral reason. Yes, gentlemen, I swear it because it seems incredible. The police made out at first that Le Roi SMUs was, I quote the actual expression, an immoral play. I have already silenced the police on that point. In publishing Le Roi SMUs, I declared openly, not for the benefit of the police, but for those honourable men who wished to read me, that the drama was profoundly and strictly moral. No one has disbelieved me and no one will. It is my profound conviction as an honest man. All the precautions the police for a time succeeded in raising against the morality of this work have disappeared at the time I am now speaking. 4,000 copies of the book issued to the public have pleaded this trial in their own way, and these 4,000 advocates have won their cause. In such a matter also an affirmative is sufficient. I shall not therefore enter upon a superfluous discussion. Only, for the sake of the future as well as the past, I would have the police to know once for all that I do not write immoral works. Let this be taken as conclusive, for I shall not return to it again. After the moral argument there comes the political. Here, gentlemen, as I can only express the same ideas in other terms, allow me to quote you a page from the preface I put to the drama. We have ourselves laid that page of preface before our readers. After moral and political reasons come the literary. A government stopping a play for literary reasons is a strange thing, but it is not, however, without foundation. You remember, if by chance it was worth your trouble to remember it, that in 1829, at the period when the first works called Romantic appeared upon the stage, about the time when the Comédie Française received Marion Delorme, a petition signed by 7 persons was presented to King Charles X to demand that the Théâtre Français be closed by the king, simply to the works of what was called the New School. Charles took it laughingly, and replied wittily that in literary questions he had only his place in the pit of the theatre like the rest of us. The petition collapsed beneath ridicule. Well, gentlemen, today many of the signers of this petition are deputies, influential deputies belonging to the majority, having a share in the governmental powers and voting for the budget. What they timidly petitioned for in 1829, they are able, all-powerful as they are, to carry out in 1832. Public rumour, in fact, says that it was they who, the day after the first performance, approached the minister at the Chamber of Deputies, and obtained a promise from him under the most moral and politic excuses imaginable, that Le Roi SMUs should be stopped. The minister, an ingenuous, innocent and candid man, bravely took up the challenge. He could not distinguish beneath all those wrappings the direct and personal animosity. He believed he was performing a political proscription. I am sorry for him. They made him execute a literary proscription. I will not say more on this point. It inspires me with infinitely less anger than pity. It is odd, that is all. The government lending assistance to the Academy in 1832. Aristotle become the law of the state once more. An imperceptible literary revolution being carried on at the brink of, and in the midst of our great political revolutions. The deputies who deposed Charles X working in a tiny corner to restore Boileau. How despicable. Gentlemen, I will sum up. By stopping my play, the government has not on the one hand an article of law to quote from, on the other not a single valuable reason to give. This measure has 2 aspects both equally bad. As law it is arbitrary, as reasoning it is absurd. What then can the power which has neither reason nor law on its side allege as its motives? Its caprice, fancy, desire, that is to say nothing. You will do justice, gentlemen, to that desire, fancy, caprice. Your sentence by giving me the case will inform the country of this business, which is but small as compared with the greatness of the Ordinance of July, what force majeure there is in France besides that of the law, and that at the basis of this trial there is an illegal order which the government did wrong to issue, and the theatre was wrong to obey. Your sentence will teach the powers that its very friends blame it candidly on this occasion, that the rights of every citizen are to be respected by all governments, that, given the conditions of order and of general safety are fulfilled, the theatre ought to be respected like other means of expression of public thought, and that, whether it be the press, the tribune, or the theatre, none of the loopholes for the escape of liberty of intellect can be closed without peril. I address myself to you with profound faith in the worthiness of my cause. I shall never be afraid under similar occasions of grappling with a ministry hand to hand. The law courts are the natural judges of honourable duels of pure right against arbitrary dealings, duels less unequal than people think. For if on the one side there is a whole government and on the other only a simple citizen, that simple citizen is, indeed, strong when he can bring an illegal act before your bar, ashamed of being thus exposed to public view and public scourging, and confronting it as I am doing with 4 articles from the Charter. I do not, however, disguise from myself that the present time is not like the latter years of the Restoration, when resistance to the encroachments of the government was so much applauded and so popular. The ideas of stability and of authority are momentarily more in favour than those of progress and of freedom. It is a natural reaction after that rough revival of all our liberty at a rush, styled the Revolution of 1830, but this reaction will not last long. Our ministers will some day be surprised by the implacable memory with which the men even who composed their majority then will recall all the grievances they seem to have forgotten so quickly today. Moreover, let that day be late or soon in coming, it will not matter. On that score I neither look for applause nor fear invective. I have but followed the strict monitions of my right and my duty. I ought to say here that I have strong reasons for believing that the government will take advantage of this fleeting torpor of the public mind formally to re-establish the censorship. And my affair is but a prelude, a preparation, a step to a putting of all theatrical liberty outside general laws. By not making a repressive law, by purposely letting license have free scope on the stage for the past 2 years, the government imagines it has created, in the opinion of respectable men, who might be disgusted with that license, a prejudice in favour of dramatic censorship. In my opinion it is mistaken, and the censorship will never be anything else in France than an unpopular and illegal proceeding. As far as I myself am concerned, whether the censorship of the theatres he re-established by an illegal decree or an unconstitutional law, I declare I will never submit to such an act of authority without protesting, and I make such a protest solemnly now and here both for the present and for the future. Further, observe how wanting in greatness, openness and courage the government has been in the series of arbitrary acts which have succeeded one another for some time past. It has slowly, subterraneously, surreptitiously, indirectly, tortuously undermined the beautiful though incomplete edifice which the Revolution of July had reared. It always took us treacherously from behind when we least expected. It dared not censure my play before the representation, it stopped it the following day. It attacks our most vital liberties, it cavils at our best attained efforts, it bases its despotism on a heap of ancient worm-eaten and repealed laws, it lies in wait to rob us of our rights in that forest of bandy of imperial decrees, through which liberty never passes without being stripped. I say it is for the probity of the law courts to stop its course, which is as dangerous to it as to us. I say that the ruling power is specially wanting in greatness and courage by the underhand manner in which it has performed this hazardous operation, which each government in strange blindness attempts in its turn, and which consists in substituting, more or less rapidly, arbitrariness for the Constitution, despotism for liberty. If it only continues for some time longer in this way, if the proposed laws are adopted, the confiscation of all our rights will be complete. Today they take away my liberty as a poet by censure. Tomorrow they will take away my liberty as a citizen by a gendarme. Today they banish me from the theatre. Tomorrow they will banish me from the country. Today they stop my mouth. Tomorrow they will transport me. Today the state of siege is in literature. Tomorrow it will be in citizenship, in liberties, guarantees, charters, public rights, in a word, annihilation. If the government be not better advised by its own interests to stop at the precipice while there is yet time, before long we shall have all the despotism of 1807 without its glory. We shall have the empire without the emperor. I have only a word more to say, gentlemen, and I desire it may be in your mind whilst you are deciding. There has been in this century but one great man, Napoleon, and but one great thing, liberty. The great man is no more with us, let us try to have the great thing. V. Hugo. Of course it goes without saying that the tribunal pronounced itself incompetent to deal with the case, and no justice at all was done to the poet. Chapter 2. Le Corsaire trial, the Duc d'Orléans as caricaturist, the Tribune trial, the right of association established by jury, statistics of the political sentences under the Restoration, le Preux clerks. Let us return to the political trials, which were a feature of the close of the year 1832. Of course, at this period, a political trial was thought more of than a literary one, and people were much more sure of being acquitted if they had conspired against the government than if they had conspired against the Academy. The trial of the newspaper Le Corsaire followed that of Le Roi SMU's, or even, I believe, preceded it. Le Corsaire was then Republican. It had given an account of the 5th Anth of June according to our point of view. It is an odd thing, every newspaper which supported the revolution in politics supported the statu quo in literature. I will relate shortly my quarrel with Carroll. This is how the Corsaire had expressed itself. We quote only the passage which was impeached by the public prosecutor. The National Guard of the suburbs had arrived, and it was in the actual courtyard of the Tuileries itself that cartridges and brandy were distributed. All at once the roar of firing was heard on the Quai de la Mégisserie, in the Rue Saint-Martin, by the Saint Marie Convent, and in the Rue Montmartre and Saint-Honor. Soon, cannon intermingled with it, and during this time a considerable number of soldiers went to various quarters of the city. The drums beat the invitation to the citizens, but the greater mass of them listened unheeding and declined civil war. One part of the city was barricaded. A royal parade had taken place. The King of the French and his son the Duc de Nemours, accompanied by M. de Montalivet, sword in hand, and by M. d'Argout provided with the crutch he had not discarded since his last illness, as the ministerial newspapers grotesquely put it, had gone through the boulevards and returned by the quays. More than 1,500 cavalry escorted the king. Meantime, blood was shed in the Quartier Saint-Martin. The National Guard of the district showed an excitement of which it was difficult thoroughly to understand the cause. The firing did not cease. More than 40,000 men were in action. This article was prosecuted for provoking to rebellion. As can be seen, it was not amiably disposed to the July government, and the question ought, we think, to have been put in an entirely different way. Had the attacked government the right of defending itself? Without a doubt it had. Had it the right to distribute brandy and cartridges in the Tuileries courtyard? Certainly. Had we not indeed seen M. de Rumigny distributing powder and shot and wine at the Palais Royal on 31 July and August, on the morning of the parade of Rambouillet? Yes, but then the action was sympathetic and approved, whilst today there was immense opposition organized against Louis Philippe, and all his actions were blamed, even those of legitimate defense. They attacked the king, they attacked the princes, they attacked the ministers. This had all been well done and well received. Philippon, the witty editor of the journal For Rire, had conceived the idea of depicting Louis Philippe in the shape of a fear. All the walls of Paris were covered with this grotesque likeness. He published the journal La Caricature, to which Decamps contributed some of his early drawings, and La Caricature was a tremendous success. Everyone, even the Duc d'Orléans, had a hand in it. We know that the prince could draw cleverly and with originality, and that he also engraved. I still possess drawings and engravings by him. He was a pupil of Fielding, and drew animals with great skill. One day an idea for a caricature came into his head, inspired by the daily quips which the chamber made at his father. It was to draw the king as Gulliver and the deputies as Lilliputians. The king was laid full length asleep, bound and gagged, with all the Lilliputian population about him, taking advantage of his enforced immobility to feel him over and examine him. A host of episodes, each funnier than the others, sprang out of the first idea. Jacques Lefebvre, the banker, was rolling a 5-franc piece towards the effigy of King Louis Philippe with the same amount of exertion as a wheelwright rolls a wheel. Human, Minister of Finance, so far as I can recollect at that time, and consequently supervisor of the excise duties, was plunged up to the knees in the powder so strongly appreciated by Sganarelle, and sneezing fit to shake his head off. Ganneron, who had made his fortune in tallow, came forward candle in hand towards the bridge made by Gulliver's half-open breeches, less courageous than the Count Max Edmund of the Burgraves, and uncertain whether he might venture into the darkness of the cavern. Thiers and Guizot, who already disputed power between them, had each stretched a rope from the fobs of the king's waistcoat, and advanced each with scales in hand towards the 2 royal fobs which bore the titles of Minister de l'Intérieur and Minister des Affaires étrangères. M. Thiers's scales were labelled liberalisme and M. Guizot's reaction. M. Mould and M. Dupin were playing on a seesaw. All these Lilliputians were as lifelike as possible. We need not speak of the king, who was 8 to 10 inches in length and a perfect portrait, but this is the most curious part of the story. The Duc d'Orléans had obtained his stones from the lithographic office of Mart, father-in-law of our dear friend, Achille de Viria. They forgot to say that this piece of lithography, not being intended for the public, did not need to be deposited with the Minister de l'Intérieur. The head workman did the thing in all conscientiousness and sent in a proof to the Minister de l'Intérieur. It was signed F.O., the Duke's usual signature for Ferdinand d'Orléans. It need hardly be said that the print was not only forbidden publication, but taken to the king. The king recognized his son's signature. We can comprehend the paternal dressing down His Royal Highness received. Honourable amends were made. The lithographer scratched out the head, and instead of that of the chief of the state, put the first head that came into his mind. In 1834, the Duc d'Orléans gave me 2 copies of this caricature, one before the head was scratched out and one after. I was stupid enough to let myself be robbed of both. If the Duc d'Orléans were still living, I had only to ask him for others, and I did not then realize the price they were worth. This digression is intended to convey an idea of the sort of opposition that was raised at that period. Le Corsaire then was prosecuted for provoking to rebellion. The jury retired to deliberate for form's sake, but soon came out and pronounced the manager of the Corsaire not guilty. The trial of La Tribune succeeded that of the Corsaire. M. Baskins was acquitted as M. Vienot had been. Then came the affair of the right of association. 19 members of the Society of Friends of the People were summoned before the juries of the Second Court. They were accused of having been leaders and administrators of a political meeting of over 20 persons. This was quite a different matter from the 2 preceding acquittals. After 3/4 of an hour's deliberation, M. Fennett, foreman of the jury, read this declaration. Ray, the first question: has there been an association gathering on fixed days to discuss politics? Yes. Ray, the second question: did those gatherings take place without authorization from the government? Yes. After these 2 affirmations, everybody believed of course that the accused was certain to be found guilty. Ray, the third question: are the accused guilty? No. The whole court broke into applause. Thus the right of association was established by jury. People were beginning to grow sick of political sentences. Statistics had just been published giving the list of those sentenced during the Restoration. The Bourbons of the elder branch had in 15 years cut off 118 heads, and sentenced 14 contumacious persons. It had condemned 17 to penal servitude with hard labour, 19 to a term of penal servitude, 72 to transportation, 18 to imprisonment, 35 to temporary banishment. In conclusion, the general total of sentences, whether heavy or light from death penalty to supervision, mounted to 2,466. In the midst of all these events, on 12 December Herald produced a masterpiece, Le Prix aux Clercs. Art is a king which walks smilingly through revolutions, looking down with contempt on all the upheavals it survives. Chapter 3. Victor Jacquemont. As this blood-stained year 1832 drew to a close, in which cholera alone had deducted from the population of France a tithe of 95,000 deaths, the authorities of Bombay were mourning the death of Victor Jacquemont, a young savant of the highest distinction. Being a scholar, Victor Jacquemont detested men of imagination. He particularly hated us dramatists. He had left France in 1828 before the great literary movement which ensued, and he only judged of it by the leading articles in the newspapers. It is all in bad taste, he said in one of his letters, which a friend of mine showed me with the usual eagerness one's friends have for thrusting such kinds of stuff under one's nose. In laying aside the Greeks and Romans, and the nobility of our old theatres, we have not been happy in their successors. He called us Messieurs de l'Horrible. Poor Jacquemont, I hardly knew him. I saw him once at General Lafayette's, who treated him like a son. The famous old man had a sure instinct for friendship. All who became great later were honoured by his friendship or protection. The death of Jacquemont hardly made any impression in France. He was totally unknown by his compatriots. His reputation dated from the posthumous publication of his works, and especially of his private correspondence, which every cultured man has read. I say cultured man, for there are no more inveterate hunters out of talent than your man of culture. Now there is real wit at the bottom of Jaquimont's correspondence, although it is of a dry and skeptical type. As for belief, that is another matter altogether. He evidently doubted everything, even God. In his last letters to his family, he does not express a word of hope for another life. The immortality of the soul with Jaquimont is not even as much as a dream. The letter in which he bids farewell to his brother, and through his brother to the whole family, is full of despair. I will not say that there is no resignation in it, but it reads like the work of an unconcerned person. Jaquimont talks of himself in it as he would speak of a casual acquaintance. Put the letter into the third person, let the dying man substitute he for I, and you have the official announcement of the death of a stranger, made by an indifferent person. See if the letter is that of a man dying 4,000 leagues from his country. Bombay, Invalid Officers' Quarters, 1 December 1832. Dear Porphyr, I came here ill 32 days ago, and for 31 I have been in bed, in the poisonous forests of the Isle of Salsette, exposed to the burning sun during the most unhealthy season. I caught the germs of the disease, attacks of which I have often felt since my journey to Ajmer, but I had disguised from myself their true nature. It is inflammation of the liver. The pestilential exhalations have done for me. As soon as my illness began, I made my will and put my affairs in order. My interests are entrusted to the honourable and friendly care of Mr. James Nicoll, an English merchant here, and to M. Cordier at Calcutta. Mr. Nicoll was my host on my arrival in Bombay. No old friend could have lavished more affectionate care upon me. Nevertheless, at the end of a few days, while I was still able to be transported, I left his house, which is in the fort, in order to occupy a convenient and spacious set of rooms in the quarter of the invalided officers, in a most airy and healthy situation by the sea-coast, 100 yards from my doctor, Dr. Maclennan, the cleverest in Bombay, whose admirable care long since made him my very dear friend. The cruelest thought, dear Porphyr, when we are dying in a far country, for those who love us, is the idea of the loneliness and desertion in which we may be passing the last hours of our existence. Well, my dear fellow, you can find comfort in the assurance I give you that, since my arrival here, I have not ceased to be overwhelmed with the most affectionate and touching attentions of a number of good and kindly men. They come and see me constantly, humour my sick whims and forestall my every fancy. Mr. Nicoll more than anyone, Mr. John Box, a member of the government, an old engineering colonel, Mr. Goodfellow, a very kind young officer, Major Mountain, and others still, whom I have not mentioned. The excellent Maclennan nearly risked his own health for my sake. For several days during a crisis which seemed likely to end fatally, he came twice each night. I have absolute confidence in his skill. At first I suffered greatly, but for a long time I have been reduced to a state of weakness which is almost exempt from pain. The worst is that for 31 days I have not slept more than 1 hour in all, but these sleepless nights are very quiet ones, and do not seem desperately long. Happily the disease is drawing to its close. It may not be fatal, although most probably it will. The abscess or abscesses formed since the first inside the liver, which until a recent period promised to disperse by absorption, seem to have increased, and bid fair shortly to open externally. All I desire is to escape quickly out of the wretched state, in which I have been lingering for a month past, no matter by what means it he. My mind is perfectly clear, as you can see. It has only been rarely and temporarily clouded during several violent paroxysms of pain at the beginning of my illness. I have generally calculated upon the worst, so have never been unusually depressed. My end, should it come, looks sweet and peaceful. If you were here seated on my bed with our father and Frederick, I should be broken-hearted, and should not regard death with such serenity and resignation. Be comforted and console our father, console one another, my dear ones. But I am exhausted with this effort to write. I must bid you farewell. Farewell. Oh, how your poor Victor loves you. Farewell for the last time. I can only write in pencil as I lie on my back. For fear the letters get rubbed out, the excellent Mr. Nicoll will copy this letter in ink, so that I may be certain you will read my last thoughts. Victor Jaquimont. I have been able to sign what the admirable Mr. Nicoll has been so good as to copy. Farewell once more, my dear ones. Only one single sentence from the man's heart. Farewell. Oh, how your poor Victor loves you. It explains entirely why a literature full of sentiment must have been antipathetic to that cold, learned intellectual temperament. Happily, 2 men undertook to send to the family, heartbroken by the unexpected loss far away from them, the melancholy consolations which the dying man had not thought of giving them. A dying man who knows he is beloved ought to console those whom he is going to leave as much as he can. He ought to have pity on those whom he causes to weep. Hearts are cured by being softened, not by being turned to stone. The man who has wept much alone can appreciate the truth of what I say here. This is Mr. James Nichol's letter to Jaquimont's brother. Mr. James Nicol is an Englishman, remember, and yet the letter is written in French, a tongue other than his own. But there is one universal language for the heart. Bombay, 17 December 1832. My dear sir, although a stranger to you, fate has allotted it to me to communicate to you an event which you did not expect. It is with the deepest regret I am obliged to transmit to you your brother Victor's last letter, and to communicate to you the sole consolation which is left to you, that of telling you of the peaceful and painless end he made on 17 December. Your brother came to my house on 29 October from Tanna, being in a very weak state of health, in consequence of an illness he had recently had, which he thought would speedily be cured by the sea breezes of this island, and his strength quickly restored. The evening of his arrival he took a walk of half a league with me, and next day paid various calls, but he came back early, thoroughly exhausted. I advised him to see a doctor at once. Dr. Maclennan saw him the same evening. I enclose in this letter for your satisfaction the account the doctor wrote of his illness. As your brother has himself told you, he suffered terribly at the beginning of his illness, and from the first he was informed of the dangerous nature of the disease. On 4 November he made his will, a copy of which I enclose herewith. About 8 November the disease appeared to take a favourable turn, and he still entertained the hope of recovering his health when the formation of an abscess appeared. He then became daily weaker, but preserved throughout his illness a calm and contentedness I have never seen equalled. I left him on 6 December nearly in the same condition as on the preceding days, but without any symptoms of near dissolution. However, on the 7th, about 3 in the morning, he was seized with violent pains, which lasted for 2 hours. Dr. Maclennan was with him at the time. At 5 a.m. your brother sent for me. He was not suffering when I arrived, but a great change had taken place in his looks since the previous night, and I could hardly restrain my tears. Then, taking my hand, he said to me, "Do not grieve, the time draws close and my wishes are about to be fulfilled. I have been praying to heaven for it for the last fortnight. It is a happy release. Were I to live now, the disease would probably make the rest of my life miserable. Write to my brother and tell how peacefully and happily my last days passed." He repeated to me that he wished me to send his manuscripts and collections to France, and went into the most elaborate details concerning his funeral arrangements, which he wished to be celebrated with Protestant rites. He asked me to put up a simple gravestone with this inscription upon it: Victor Jaquimont, Nia Perisla 8 Ayot 1801, Mort à Bombay, Après avoir voyage pendant toi, ans et demi, dans l'Inde. During the course of the day he had several attacks of vomiting, and his breathing was considerably affected, but he kept the use of his faculties as perfectly as when in good health. He was only disquieted about his death, adding, "I am very comfortable here, but I should be much better in my grave." About 5 p.m. he said to me, "I am now going to take my last drink from your hand and then die." A violent fit of vomiting ensued, and he was laid back in his bed completely exhausted. He opened his eyes at times, and until within 20 minutes before his death he seemed to recognize me. At 16 minutes past 6, he rendered up his spirit into the arms of death in his sleep. He was buried the following evening with military honors, as a member of the Légion d'honneur, and was followed by members of the government and by many other people. I feel the sincerest sympathy with you and your father in this irreparable loss. I only knew your brother during his illness, and only had the melancholy satisfaction of contributing to the best of my ability to his needs during his illness. In conformity with your brother's wishes, I have sent off by steamer with all possible care the articles of natural history which remained in my possession. They are packed in 11 cases and barrels, for which I enclose the invoice and bill of lading, signed by the captain of the French vessel, La Nymphe of Bordeaux. I wrote to the Commissaire General de la Marine at Bordeaux, asking him to smooth over any difficulties that might arise in connection with them. Be so good as to write to him about the things. I have also dispatched a box addressed to your father, containing all the writings your brother left with me. I have put his order of the Légion d'honneur, which your brother particularly instructed me to send you, in the case containing his papers. I also send you his watch and pistols. Be so good as to separate the catalogues belonging to the collections from the other writings, and send them to the Royal Museum. I have the honour to be, dear sir, yours, etc. James Nicol. The epitaph drawn up by the dying man himself is terribly curt and dreary. The lost child called Antony would have found something more filial for his unknown mother than this philosopher for his. Besides the mother who bore us, is there not also the mother who receives us into her arms, the everlasting grave as well as the temporary cradle? Ought not the arid and devouring climate of India to make the gentle land of his birth most precious to the sufferer? O violets and daisies which shall one day spring up on my grave, how I should regret you if I had to sleep my last sleep beneath the burning sands of Bombay. The soul may perhaps be but a dream, but the perfume of flowers is a reality. To the letter of Mr. James Nicoll was joined the account of Jaquimont's illness by Dr. Mac Lennon, the length of which we greatly regret prevents us from reproducing here. It proves to what a point the excellent doctor had risked his own health, as the dying man had said. Nor were these the only tokens of sympathy which the family of their famous dead received. Cordier, Geoffrey St. Hilaire and de Jussieu wrote the following letter to M. Jaquimont, the father. Paris, 21 May 1833. Sir, we have sympathized with the blow which has just struck you down too much not to feel a desire to associate ourselves with your grief, by bearing testimony to our own share in it. The administration of the museum, which had entrusted your son with the mission he honorably fulfilled, and to which he has sacrificed his life, feels the cruel loss in a double capacity. It has lost in him a traveller in whom it placed complete reliance, and science has lost a naturalist of most brilliant promise. We are authorized to hope that, owing to the wise precautions he took during his last days, the fruits of the fatal journey will not be lost, that M. Victor Jaquimont's work will bear fruit and their results develop, though doubtless less brilliantly than as if under his own direction, yet in a sufficient manner to cause his efforts to be appreciated, both in actual accomplishment and as an example of what further work he would have done had he lived. You may rely upon it that nothing will be neglected on our part to attain to this end, and in order to give you the only real consolation which is left you, we are, sir, etc. Les professeurs administrateurs du museum. Cordier, directeur. Geoffrey St. Hilaire. A. de Jussieu. As a matter of fact, all Victor Jaquimont's writings reached Paris safe and sound. I saw them in M. Guizot's hand once when I had been to ask his help in saving the life of a man under sentence of death, who was to be shot the next day. I wanted a word from M. Guizot to this end, and he wrote on a spare sheet from among Jaquimont's manuscripts. The man was saved, but I will tell the story in its proper place. That is how the name of Jaquimont perhaps occupies a more important place in my memory and in my memoirs than it should. Chapter 4. George Sand. Now let us say a few words about the literary productions of the year 1832. We have seen its important theatrical works: Teresa, Louisa, Dick Sans de la Vie d'une Femme, Un Duel sous Richelieu, La Tour de Nesle, Clotilde, Perinet Leclerc and Leroy Essamuse. M. Lesser's annual list, which sums up the year's work, complains of the lack of productiveness of those 12 months, which only produced 257 works, among which are the 8 dramas above mentioned. See what the chronologist says about the novels. His usual kindly inclination towards contemporary literature will be detected therein. Romances multiply as fast as ever. They swarm everywhere and jostle one another in order to put before us an energetic display of trivialities. Novels of manners, historical novels, psychological, physiological, pathological novels, tales and comic and fantastic stories of every sort and colour. Yes, Monsieur Lesser, and among those abounding novels, we have in fact 2 masterpieces by Madame Sand, Indiana and Valentine, and one of Eugene Sue's best works, La Salamander. But let us deal first with Madame Sand, that hermaphrodite genius who combined the strength of a man with the grace of a woman, who, like the ancient Sphinx, the ever-mysterious enigma, crouched on the extreme borders of art with the face of a woman, the claws of a lion and the wings of an eagle. We will return afterwards to Eugene Sue. Madame Sand came to Paris a short time before the Revolution of 1830. What did she come there to do? She will herself tell you with her accustomed frankness. Madame Sand wears a woman's clothes, but only as garments to cover her and not for purposes of concealment. Of what use is hypocrisy when one possesses strength? A short time before the Revolution of 1830, says the authoress of Indiana, I came to Paris with the object of finding occupation, not so much of a lucrative nature as a sufficiency. I had never worked except for pleasure. I knew in common with everybody else that un peu de tout meant rien ensemble. I laid great stress on work which would permit me to remain in my own home. I did not know what to turn to. Drawing, music, botany, languages, history, I had nibbled at them all, and I regretted very much that I had not gone deeply into any of them, for of all occupations, the one that attracted me least was to write for the public. It seemed to me that, apart from a rare talent for it which I did not feel to possess, it was of less use than any other. I should then much have preferred a particular profession. I had often written for my own personal amusement. It appeared to me to be very impertinent to pretend to be able to amuse or interest other people, and nothing could have been less congenial to my reserved character, a dreamer, and eager for intimate friendships rather than for public exposure of one's most intimate thoughts. In addition to this, I knew my own language only very imperfectly. Educated on classical reading, I saw romanticism spreading everywhere. I had at first scoffed at it and rejected it from the solitudes of my own private corner, and from the depths of my inner conscience, but when I acquired a taste for it, I became enthusiastic. My taste, which was then unformed, wavered between the past and the present, without knowing where to settle, liking both without knowledge and without seeking a means of reconciling them. It is impossible better to describe the state of perplexity in which genius is placed during a certain period of life, drawn forward by faith and backward by doubt. Meanwhile, as the author of Indiana was then only 25, and had to choose between the bread of independence and daily bread, she took up both painting on fans and painting portraits at 15 francs apiece, and also wrote a novel. It was all very precarious work. The poorest transfer copies varnished over produced a greater effect than the young artist's watercolors. For 5 francs, and a better likeness than hers, the same portraits could be had which she sold for 15. Finally, the novel seemed so poor to George Sand that she did not even attempt to turn it to account. However, she felt that her true vocation was literature, and she decided to consult some successful literary man. There was at this period a littérateur in Paris of incontestable and almost uncontested genius, a writer of the first rank, at all events as regards originality. He had published various novels, and the most striking of them had obtained as strange a success as at the present moment Ulrica and Edouard have had. He had tried the theatre and written a comedy for the Franchise. It had collapsed amidst thunderous noise. I have given an account of his first and only performance. His name was Henry de Latouche. He was a compatriot of George Sand and a friend of the family. George Sand decided to look him up. De Latouche, as I have already said, I knew but slightly, and about 1832 I quarrelled with him because I was not republican enough to suit him, or rather, because I belonged to a different style of republicanism than his. He was at this time a man of 45, with a face that scintillated with intellect, with a rather corpulent frame and very courteous manners, although they covered an infinite fund of irony. His language was choice and his speech pure and well modulated. He spoke as he wrote, or rather as he dictated. Was he a suitable guide for a beginner? I have my doubts. De Latouche was arbitrary in his opinions. He thought that all who were not devoted to him were hostile, all not for him against him. As timid as a chamois, he continually believed there was a hatched conspiracy on the way to calumniate and destroy him. He retired into his retreat at La Vallée-aux-Loups. His enemies accused him of cowardice and tried to pursue him there, but if they ventured too far, they returned with their faces marked as with a tiger's claws. He began by teasing the poor novice cruelly, condemning, like Alcestis, all her literary attempts. Nevertheless, says George Sand, beneath all the jeerings and criticism, the sportive, trenchant, amusing mockery he heaped upon me in our interviews, reason, taste, in a word, art, presented itself to me. No one excelled more than he in the destruction of the illusions of conceitedness, but no one had more kindly delicacy in preserving hope and courage. He had a sweet and touching voice, an aristocratic and clear pronunciation, and a manner that was both alluring and teasing. The eye that was put out when he was a child did not disfigure him in the least. The only trace of the accident left was a kind of red fire which shot from the pupil, and gave him a strange look of brilliancy when he was excited. No, the eye did not disfigure de Latouche's face, but it disfigured his character terribly. Perhaps also he owed some portion of his latent talent to this blind eye, as Byron did to his lame foot. We will go on quoting George Sand's own words, which complete the picture of de Latouche's character. M. de Latouche loved to instruct, to reprove, to lay down the law, but he quickly lost patience with vain people, and turned his wit against them in derisive compliments which were inexpressibly malicious. When he met a mind disposed to profit by his lessons, his satire was more kindly. His clutch became paternal and his fiery eye softened, and after he had emptied the overflowings of his wit upon you, he let you see a tender, sensitive heart beneath, full of devoted and generous feeling. 6 months went by in this kind of work between pupil and master, the master pointing out what the scholar ought to read, himself reading them to her in his own fashion, namely, relating the book to her instead of reading it, adding to the author's narrative the brilliant embroideries of his imagination, letting fall from his lips at every word he uttered a pearl or diamond, as did the fairy in the 1001 Nights, of whom we all read in our childhood. De Latouche was editor of Le Figaro at this period, a species of hussar of opposition, an officer of light cavalry which daily tilted against the government. The ordinary editors of the paper were Felix Pyet and Jules Sandeau. George Sand was added to them. This edition was a sort of diploma of Bachelor of Letters. De Latouche's 3 pupils, I hope, since George Sand accepted the title, that the others will not disown it, had one common editorial office where they met daily at a given hour. It was in this office, seated at the little tables covered with green cloths, that they each wrote copy. Copy, be it understood, is in this case very improperly the synonym for manuscript. De Latouche gave out a subject. They enlarged upon it, and the paper appeared to be written by one single mind, since it had but a single spirit, and that spirit descended, like the Holy Spirit upon the apostles, in tongues of fire upon his disciples. But all these attentions did not serve to make the poor pupil able to dispense with her master, the future author of Indiana and of Valentine, and of so many other wonderful books, did not know how to write a newspaper article, nor how to be brief. De Latouche reserved for her all the sentimental anecdotes which admitted of some enlargement of treatment, but George Sand found she always had to confine herself to the narrow limits of half a column or a column and a half at most, and when the article had begun to begin, it had to be ended off. There was no room left for more. Out of the 10 articles George Sand gave to her editor-in-chief, often not a single one was of any use, and often he lit his fire with the copy which, she declares, was no good for anything else. Yet every day he said to her, "Do not be discouraged, my child. You cannot write an article in 10 lines, but some day you will write novels in 10 volumes. Try, first of all, to rid your mind of imitations. All beginners start by copying others. Don't be anxious, you will gradually find your own feet and be the first to forget how it all came to you." And as a matter of fact, during 6 weeks of the spring of 1832, which she spent in the country, George Sand wrote a novel in 2 volumes. That novel was Indiana. She returned from the country, went to see Latouche and confessed, trembling, the fresh crime she had just committed. "What good luck!" exclaimed de Latouche. "It will be said that I foresaw this. I have looked for and found you a publisher. Give him your novel." "Will you not have a look at it then?" asked the author. "No, you are hard to read, and I do not like reading manuscript. Take the 2 volumes to the publisher, claim your 1,200 francs, and I will criticize the work in its printed form." As George Sand knew of nothing better to do than to follow this advice, she did as she was told. Sometimes we say he and sometimes she. I hope George Sand will excuse us. Have we not said that her wonderful genius was as hermaphrodite as La Bragoletta of her master? A month later, George Sand received from her publisher the 12 copies reserved for the author. Indiana had been published that very day. De Latouche entered. Oh, he said, scenting out the volumes fresh from the press, as the ogre in Tom Thumb smelt the fresh flesh. "What is this?" "Alas," replied the trembling pupil, "it is my book." "Ah, yes, Indiana, I remember. But we will let George Sand herself tell about this momentous occasion in her life." He seized a volume with avidity, cut the first pages with his fingers, and began to make fun as usual, exclaiming, "Ah, imitation, the usual style. Here is Balzac, were that possible?" Coming out with me on the balcony which runs round the roof of my house, he said over again to me all the clever, excellent things he had already told me, upon the necessity of being oneself, and not imitating others. At first I thought he was unjust, but as he went on speaking I agreed with him. He said I must return to my water-colours upon screens and snuff-boxes, which amused me, certainly, more than other pursuits, but for which, unfortunately, I found no sale. My position had become desperate, and yet, whether because I had not entertained any hope of success, or was provided with the light-heartedness of youth, I was not upset by my judge's sentence, and passed a very tranquil night. Upon awaking, I received this letter from him which I have always kept. "Forget all my severe remarks of yesterday. Forget all the hard things I have said to you the last 6 months. I have spent the night reading your book, etc. There follow 2 lines of praise, which only friendship could have prompted, but which he had the bad taste to put down, and the note ends with the paternal words, "Oh, my child, I am proud of you." With Indiana, George Sand put 1 foot inside the literary world. With Valentine she put both. You know now how the masculine and virile genius who calls herself George Sand began her career. Chapter 5. Eugene Sue, his family, birth, godfather and godmother, his education, Dr. Sue's wine cellar, choir of botanists, committee of chemistry, dinner on the grass, Eugene Sue sets out for Spain, his return, Ferdinand Langel's room, Captain Gauthier. 20 kilometers from Grasse there lies a small seaport called Local. It is the cradle of the Sue family, celebrated both in science and letters. Local is still peopled by members of this family, which probably composes half the population. It was from here that, towards the close of the reign of Louis Roman XIV, a young, adventurous student set up as a doctor in Paris. Becoming successful, he sent for his nephew to come to the capital. Both became very distinguished. Pierre Sue, as professor of forensic and librarian of the medical school, he left behind him works of great scientific value. Jean Sue as head, surgeon to the Hospital de la Charite, professor of the School of Medicine, professor of anatomy at the École des Beaux-Arts, and surgeon to King Louis Roman XVI. This latter was succeeded by Jean-Joseph Sue, who, besides the post of professor to the Beaux-Arts, which he inherited from his father, became principal doctor to the king's military household. It was Eugene Sue's father who had the famous discussion with Cabanis about the guillotine, the inventor making out that a person guillotined only felt a slight chill on the neck, while Jean-Joseph Sue, on the contrary, maintained that it was dreadfully painful, and defended his opinion by arguments which proved his profound knowledge of anatomy, and by experiments made by some German doctors and others. We read all the discussion in connection with our Mille et un Phantoms, and we admit to having taken a lively interest in it. Eugene Sue was born on 1 January 1803. He was, consequently, 5 months younger than I, and a few days older than Victor Hugo. His godfather was Prince Eugene and his godmother the Empress Josephine, hence his Christian name Eugene. He was suckled by a goat, and for a long while preserved the queer, hopping gait of his foster mother. He studied, or rather, did not study, at the College Bourbon. Like all men who are destined to make for themselves an original and eminent position in literature, he was an execrable scholar. His father, a ladies' doctor who gave a course of natural history lectures for the benefit of society people, was married 3 times. He was wealthy, possessing nearly 2 million francs, and he lived in the Rue du Chemin Durimpart, a street which has disappeared, but which was then situated behind the Madeleine. The whole of this quarter was at that time occupied by timber yards, the ground then not being worth half what it now is. M. Sue had a fine house there and a magnificent garden. In the same house as M. Sue lived his sister, the mother of Ferdinand Langel, who wrote upwards of 50 comic operas with Villeneuve between 1822 and, at the period at which we have arrived, 1817 to 1818, the 2 cousins went together to the College Bourbon, that is to say, Ferdinand Langel went to the college, and Eugene Sue was supposed to go there. He had a private tutor at his residence, Father Deltail, a plucky Auvergnat 5 feet in height, who, in fulfillment of his tutorial duties, did not hesitate to have hand-to-hand tussles with his pupil, when he fled into the garden only to be pursued after the fashion of Virgil's Galatea. When in the garden, the rebellious pupil gained an arsenal containing arms defensive and offensive. The defensive arms were the borders of the botanical garden, amongst which he took refuge, where his tutor dared not follow him for fear of trampling underfoot the rare plants which the fugitive scholar crushed pitilessly without remorse underfoot. The offensive arms were the supporting stakes which bore labels with the scientific names of the plants thereon, stakes which Eugene Sue converted into javelins, and with which he overcame his master with a skill that would have done honor to a pupil of Castor and Pollux, the 2 cleverest javelin throwers of antiquity. When it was demonstrated to Eugene's father that his son's vocation was to throw javelins and not to expound Horace and Virgil, he took him away from college and made him enter as an assistant surgeon at the hospital attached to the king's household, of which he himself was head surgeon. It was situated in the Rue Blanche. Eugene Sue there found his cousin, Ferdinand Langel, and the future doctor, Louis Véron. We have said that Eugene Sue had many of his foster mother's characteristics. The scamp of the household, ever ready to play wicked tricks, especially on his father who had just remarried, and who treated him very harshly, but he avenged himself well in respect of this harsh treatment. Dr. Sue employed his pupils in preparing his course of natural history lectures. The preparations were conducted in a splendid anatomical room that had been bequeathed to the Beaux-Arts. It contained, among other things, the brain of Murraybau, preserved in a glass jar. The legitimate organizers were Eugene Sue and Ferdinand Langle, and a friend of theirs called de Latter, who afterwards became, and probably still is, a doctor of medicine. The amateur assistants were Achille Petty, and that old and clever friend James Rousseau, whom I have often mentioned. The preparations were quite dreary enough, but were rendered more so because close at hand were 2 cupboards full of wine, to which the nectar of the gods was but as the white wine of Limoux. These wines were presents which the Allied sovereigns had given to Dr. Sue after 1814. There was Tokay given by the Emperor of Austria, Rhenish wines given by the King of Prussia, Johannesburg wines given by M. de Metternich, and finally 100 bottles of Alicante given by Madame de Morville, which bore the most respectable and venerable date 1750. They had tried every possible means of opening the cupboards, which had virtuously resisted persuasion as well as force. They despaired of ever making the acquaintance of Madame de Morville's Alicante, M. de Metternich's Johannesburg, the King of Prussia's Liebfraumilch, and the Emperor of Austria's Tokay, otherwise than by the samples which, at Dr. Sue's grand dinners, he poured out for his guests into glasses the size of a thimble. When one day, while fumbling about in a skeleton, Eugene Sue found, by chance, a bunch of keys. They were the keys of the cupboards. First, they laid hands on a bottle of Tokay, sealed with the imperial seal, and emptied every drop in it. Then they hid the bottle. The next day it was the turn for the Johannesburg, and the day after for the Liebfraumilch. Next followed the Alicante. They disposed of these 3 bottles in the same way as the first, but James Rousseau, who was the oldest and, consequently, possessed superior knowledge of the world to that of his young friends, who had only just ventured their first steps upon the slippery ground of society, judiciously pointed out that at the rate they were going, they would quickly make a hole which Dr. Sue's eyes would perceive, and so find out the truth. He therefore made the astute suggestion of drinking but 1/3 of the contents of each bottle, filling them up with some composition which should look as much like wine as possible, recorking them scientifically, and putting them back in their places again. Ferdinand Langle approved the suggestion, and added an amendment, namely, to proceed to the great and solemn occasion of opening the cupboard in old-fashioned style, to the accompaniment of the singing of choruses. Both propositions were carried unanimously. That same day they opened a cupboard to a chorus copied from La Leçon de Botanique by Duputy. The Coryphaeus sang, Que est l'amour et la botanique. En occupant partout les instants. Chapter 49, Faut aussi que l'on s'applique. À boire le vin d'espérance. Choeur. Buvons le vin des grands parents. Then precept was followed by example. When started, they composed a second chorus for the work. Their work consisted especially in stuffing the magnificent birds which they received from all 4 quarters of the globe. This is the chorus of the workers. Gautens la sorte que le ciel nous destin. Repassons nous sur la scène des oiseaux. Melons le camphor et la terebinthine. Et par le vin aiguians nos travox. Whereupon they took a second pull at the bottle, which was soon half emptied. They next had to follow James Rousseau's counsel and fill it up. For this purpose they appointed a chemical committee, comprised of Ferdinand Langle, Eugene Sue and de Latter. Later, Romeu was added to it. This chemical committee concocted a horrible mixture of treacle, licorice and burnt sugar, replaced the wine with the improvised mixture, recorked the bottle as carefully as possible and put it back in its place. When it was a white wine, they clarified the preparation with beaten-up white of egg. But punishment occasionally falls upon the guilty. M. Sue gave large and splendid dinner parties. At dessert they sometimes drank Madame de Morville's Alicante, sometimes His Majesty the Emperor of Austria's Tokay, at others, M. de Metternich's Johannesburg, or the King of Prussia's Liebfraumilch. All went swimmingly if they happened to fall upon an unopened bottle, but if they lit upon one examined and corrected by the Committee of Chemistry, well, they had to swallow the drink. Dr. Sue tasted his wine, made a slight grimace, and said, "It is good, but wants to be drunk." This was so great a truth, and the wine did indeed cry out to be drunk, that next day they began drinking it again. Such a performance was bound to end in a catastrophe, and this one proved no exception. One day, when they believed Dr. Sue to be at his country place of Bouqueval, from whence they reckoned he could not well return in the day, they managed, by dint of various seductive overtures to the cook and the servants, to have an excellent dinner served them on the lawn in the garden. All the bird stuffers, the chemical committee included, were present lying about on the grass, crowned by roses like Sybarites, drinking Tokay and Johannesburg, or rather having drunk it when suddenly the door of the house leading out into the garden opened and the commander appeared, the commander being Dr. Sue. Every one of them fled and hid. Rousseau alone took up his empty glass, refilled a second glass, and stumbling forward straight towards the doctor, he said, "Ah, dear Dr. Sue, this is the famous Tokay. Let us drink the health of the Emperor of Austria." One can imagine the doctor's wrath when he found the empty Tokay bottle on the grass, together with 2 bottles of Johannesburg and 3 of Alicante. They had drunk the Alicante like common wine. Talk of thievery, of procureur du roi, of police correctionnel, rolled in the air like thunder rolling in the clouds during a storm. Profound was the terror of the guilty parties. De Latter knew of a dried-up well near Clermont, and proposed to take refuge in it. A week later, Eugene Sue set out as assistant to explore the country of Spain, in 1823. He did this and stayed a year at Cadiz, only returning to Paris at the beginning of 1825. The heat of the Trocadero had made his hair and mustache grow. He was as beardless as an apple when he left, and he returned as hairy as a king of the primitive races and as bearded as a Maujic. This capillary growth doubtless flattered the doctor's vanity, but it did not serve to unloosen his purse strings, which he kept tightly shut. Desforges, who had a small private fortune, and Ferdinand Langle, whose mother worshipped him, were the 2 Croesuses of society. Several times, as did Croesus with CSR, they presented not 30 million sesterces, but 20, 30, 40, 50, and even 100 francs to the most necessitous of the joyous band. Besides his purse, Ferdinand Langle put at the disposition of the members of the society, who were never sure of a bed or supper, his own room in M. Sue's house, and the meal his mother always put ready for him every night. Ferdinand Langle, then a tall fellow of 23, author of a dozen vaudevilles, lover of the charming girl called Fleuriette, who died before her time, an actress at the Gymnase, rarely slept at home. But as the servant told his mother that Ferdinand lived with the frugality of a monk, the good mother ordered a meal to be put upon his bedroom table every night. The servant put the supper on the table, and the key of the little street door in an agreed spot. When a belated one was homeless, he turned his steps to the Rue du Chemin Durimpart, put his hand into a hole in the wall, found the key there, opened the door, religiously put the key back in its place, drew the door to behind him, lit the candle, and if he were the first to come, ate, drank, and slept in the bed. If a second followed the first, he found the key in the same place, entered in the same way, ate the remains of the fowl, drank the rest of the wine, lifted the bedclothes in his turn and dived underneath them. If a third followed, the same game was played with the key and door, only the visitor found no more fowl or wine and no room in the bed, but ate the rest of the bread and drank a glass of water and stretched himself upon the couch. And so ad infinitum. If the number increased immoderately, the last comers drew a mattress from the bed and slept on the floor. One night, Rousseau arrived last and counted 14 legs. It was in this room that Henry Monnier and Romeu met for the first time and made each other's acquaintance. Next day they thee'd and thou'd each other, and continued to do so until Romeu was appointed prefect, and tutoiered people no more. Next morning they were pretty often awakened by a visitor, a brigadier of the guards, who, in passing by, came to look at the state of Ferdinand Langle's wine cellar. This brigadier, whom I knew well, deserves particular mention. His name was Gauthier de Villiers. He was not only one of the bravest soldiers in the army, but one of the most active boxers in France. The word boxer applies here to his whole body. What became of Captain Gauthier I have no idea. I would gladly see him once more, even at the risk of his breaking my wrist in shaking hands. He had the courage and the good-heartedness of Porthos. Not for the whole world would he have given a fillip to a child, but he had more wit than M. de Pierrefonds. He had served in the horse grenadiers of the Empire. He had made a special name for himself as a sabraman. When he charged and stabbed an enemy on horseback, he would lift him from his horse by the strength of his wrist and throw him behind him, as though he were a truss of hay. Gauthier stopped with one hand a tilbury that was going at full trot. He would get off his horse, put it on his shoulders and carry it for 10, 15 or 20 yards with almost as much ease as his horse carried him. He would pick up a china plate and put his finger through it with the same ease as a bullet passes through a cardboard target. One day at the barracks, they did him an injustice for which he wanted to have satisfaction. He waited on the bridge of the Tuileries for King Louis Roman XVIII, who was to come out. Just as His Majesty's carriage passed out at a fast trot as usual, Gauthier leaped to the horses' heads and stopped the coach dead. Louis Roman XVIII put his head out of the window and recognized his Brigadier aux Guards. "Ah, it is you," he said in his little piping voice, "It is you, Gauthier. Well, what do you want, my friend?" Gauthier then came up and laid bare his request. "I will examine into it, I will examine into it," replied Louis Roman 18. A week later justice was done Gauthier. He had a special gift for saving life. If a man fell into the water and was drowning, Gauthier jumped in and saved him. If any house caught fire and some tardy inmate was in risk of being burned, Gauthier would save the laggard. He saved old Vatville from the Odeon conflagration, and 37 or 8 others besides. Gauthier went out in the African campaign as interpreter and lived at Algiers. In the expeditions made round the town, he took a little cannon of 4 instead of a rifle. When he came up to the enemy, he put it in position for firing and discharged it. At other times he was contented with a rampart gun. While in the Guards, he had a magnificent horse which had the following history. It had the twofold fault of throwing its rider to the ground, and when he was there of bending to bite him, they decided to kill it. But when proceeding to the execution, Gauthier came into the Hôtel du Quai d'Orsay and saw the whole company assembled together, deploring the loss of such a splendid horse. He inquired into the matter. "Good," he said, "I will tackle it, but on condition that if I conquer it, it shall be mine." The bargain was agreed to, and they handed him a bridle. The horse quietly allowed itself to be mounted, so Gauthier had not much trouble in leaping on its back. When he was there, the horse began its tricks and games, shying to right and to left, etc., but the rebellious animal did not know with whom it had to deal. Gauthier began to press his knees in. The horse, which was breathing hard, redoubled its leapings. Gauthier pressed more strongly. It was a splendid struggle to watch. The horse was vanquished and ended by falling on its knees and lying down. Gauthier leapt off to free himself from the animal, then he waited. The horse was cured of his first fault, which consisted in throwing its rider. It must also be cured of its second habit of biting. As we have said, Gauthier remained standing 10 yards from the horse. He had subjugated it like another Alexander. It remained to find out if he was to be devoured by it like another Diomed. In fact, as the horse regained its breath, its eye went red. Its nostrils smoked with anger. It raised itself on its 4 legs, then on its hind, looked at its enemy, neighed and rushed upon him. Gauthier waited for it in the position of a boxer. He gave it a blow on the nose and broke 2 teeth. The horse reared with pain, turned round on its hind legs and went into its stable. It was conquered. You, Darpentigny, will remember that, you too, Lara and Ferdinand Langle, my old friends in the Guards. Well, Gauthier was one of the morning callers. He went straight to the cellar, applied his lips to the flask of rum or brandy and swallowed as much as was in it. He began by feeling in his pockets. We must do him that justice, but they were as empty as the cellar. Then, seeing 3 or 4 waistcoats and as many trousers lying about haphazard, he began to pass them in review. The sleepers watched him do it, one eye half open and the other completely shut. They were quite easy, for it was neither their waistcoats nor their trousers that Gauthier wanted. He could hardly get into the largest. He wanted their contents, and they contained nothing. Romeo alone manifested some disquietude. He had sous in his waistcoat pocket. Gauthier fell upon the treasure. Romeo wanted to get up and dispute possession of his 19 sous with Gauthier. Gauthier pinned him down on his sofa with one hand, and with the other rang for the servant. When he appeared, Gauthier said to him, "Go and fetch 19 sous worth of brandy." The servant prepared to obey. "But sacre bleu," said Romeo, "I live in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, as least leave me a son to cross the Pont des Arts." "That is quite reasonable," said Gauthier, putting back one son into Romeo's waistcoat. "Go and fetch me 18 sous worth of brandy," he said to the servant. It was upon that day and occasion that the robbed one, whom Gauthier had deprived of his 18 sous, but not of his spirits and quick-wittedness, made the famous chanson. Je n'ai qu'un sou. Je n'ai qu'un sou. La richesse n'est par el Peru. Je dinrai je ni sais paro. Mais pour ce je n'ai qu'un sou. I forget the rest of it, so ask Henry Monnier to sing it you, and he will recollect as vividly as I do the occasion upon which it was made. Chapter 6. Eugene Sue is ambitious enough to have a groom, horse and trap. He does business with the mason Ermingat Godefroy Etsai, which permits him to gratify that fancy, triumph at the Champs-Élysées. A vexing encounter, Desforges and Eugene Sue separate. Desforges starts Le Kaleidoscope at Bordeaux. Ferdinand Langle starts La Nouveaute at Paris. César and the Negro Zoyo, Darshan and his Time rolled on and Eugene Sue grew up, and Dr. Sue kept his purse strings drawn tighter and tighter. Eugene wanted to have a groom, horse and trap. It was necessary to have recourse to expediency. He was put into communication with two worthy capitalists who sold wine to young persons of good family who felt a vocation for trading. Their names were Ermingott and Godfrey. We do not know whether these gentlemen still pursue the trade, but we will risk quoting their names, hoping they will not take the following words for an advertisement. Chapter 2000. Ermingott and Godfrey made inquiries, and they found that Eugene Sue was to inherit 100,000 francs from his maternal grandfather, and about 300,000 or 400,000 from his father. They concluded that they might risk somewhat. Eugene Sue received an invitation to lunch at Bercy with one or two of his friends. He decided to take Desforges, who was regarded as a society man in whom Dr. Sue had the greatest confidence. They were expected at the Grands or Gros Marronniers, I forget which. It was a splendid lunch. They made the two young men taste the wines they had on hand, and Eugene Sue, to whom wine was particularly seductive, was so pleased with them that he bought some there and then for a sum of 15,000 francs, which he settled for at once by bills of exchange. The wine was deposited at the house of a third party, with power to Eugene Sue to let them be tasted and to sell them, and so make what profit he could out of them. That profit, at the lowest estimate, must have been at least to 6,000 francs. A week later, Eugene Sue sold back to a confederate of Ermingott and Godfrey Company his lot of wine for the sum of 1,500 francs ready money. He lost 13,500 francs upon the speculation, but nevertheless, he half francs of money in hand at once with which to realize his wish to possess a groom, horse and trap, an ambition which for over a year had disturbed the sleep of the two friends. How could he get a groom and horse and trap, the reader asks, for 1,500 francs? It is incredible what credit 1,500 francs ready money will give, especially when one is a son of good family, and when one can apply to one's father's tradespeople. They bought the trap from Sailor, the doctor's carriage dealer, and gave H francs on account. They bought the horse from Kuntzmann, where they took riding lessons, and gave him about 500 francs. They remained in possession of 500 francs. They engaged a groom, whom they clothed completely from head to foot. That was not ruinous, for they had credit at the tailors, the bootmakers, and the hatters. They had attained this magnificent result at the beginning of the winter of 1824-25. The trap was kept through the winter. In the spring they decided to ride on horseback to greet the appearance of the first leaves. One morning they set out. Desforges and Eugene Sue were on horseback, followed by their groom, also on horseback. The groom made awful grimaces, which the passers-by were at a loss to account for. Desforges and Eugene Sue alone knew the cause of the working of poor John's facial muscles. They had bought him mourning boots which were too tight, and it had taken the combined efforts of both masters to get their servant into them. Halfway to the Champs-Élysées, as they were scattering greetings to men and smiles to ladies, a green conveyance drew up and a head appeared, and examined the two elegants with stupefaction. The head belonged to Dr. Sue. The green vehicle was what the family called the three-lamped carriage. It was a low conveyance invented by the doctor, from which one could descend without a step, the ancestor of all the small coupes in vogue nowadays. The head struck the two young people as did the head of Medusa, only instead of turning them to stone, it gave them wings. They flew at a gallop, but unluckily they had to return. They did not do so until the day but one after, but they did return. Justice lay in wait at the gate in the person of Dr. Sue. They saw they must confess everything, and it was even a great relief to them, for the house of Ermingott and Godfrey was beginning to show its teeth and to send stamped papers as the 6 months' bills drew near their end. Dr. Sue's business agent was charged to settle matters with Ermingott and Godfrey. The firm had just had a little dispute at the police correctionnel, which made them entirely accommodating. They returned the bills of exchange, less 2,000 francs, and gave a receipt in full settlement, whereupon Eugene Sue engaged to go back to his post at the military hospital at Toulon. Desforges completely lost the doctor's confidence. It was found out that he had been involved up to the hilt in the Ermingott and Godfrey affair, and he was placed on the index. And this, as he had independent means of his own, decided him to follow Eugene Sue to Toulon. Damon never gave greater proof of his devotion to Pythias. They left after spending the night together, but at the moment of departure enthusiasm ran so high that Romeo and Myra, son of the celebrated Bruni, decided to escort them to the diligence. Eugene Sue and Desforges were in the coupe. Romeo and Myra galloped by the side of each door. Romeo galloped as far as Fontainebleau. There he was obliged to dismount. Myra was carried away 3 leagues farther, then he too was obliged to stop. The diligence continued imperially on its way, leaving the wounded on the road. They reached Toulon on the 3rd day. Now one can go in 24 hours. The first care of the exiles was to write for news of their friends. Romeo had been taken back to the capital on a stretcher. Myra had preferred to await his convalescence where he was, and, a fortnight later, returned in a carriage to Paris. The exiles settled themselves at Toulon, and began to play ducks and drakes with the remains of their Parisian grandeur, which, somewhat faded in Paris, was looked upon as luxury in Toulon. The Toulonnais began to look upon the newcomers with an evil eye. They called Eugene sous le bossu. It was much worse when they saw the dandies come nightly to the theatre, and when they perceived that they came especially to ogle Mademoiselle Florival, la première amoureuse. It was almost like attacking the authorities. The sous-prefect had her specially under his care. Though 2 Parisians were subscribers and demanded entrance into the wings, Desforges made capital of his quality as author. He had already had 2 or 3 pieces played. Eugene Sue was innocent of all literature, and gave no signs of a vocation for the career of a man of letters. He was more of an artist. As a youngster he had gone through the studios, drawing, sketching, painting. Scarcely 3 or 4 years ago, I saw in an old street near the Madeleine, now vanished, a horse which he had drawn on the wall with black varnish and a shoe brush. The horse crumbled away with the street. The door of the wings remained pitilessly closed, which gave the Toulonnais the incontestable right of jeering at the Parisians. Luckily Louis Roman XVIII died on 16 September 1824, and Charles X conceived the idea of getting himself crowned. The ceremony was to have taken place in the Cathedral of Reims on 26 May 1825. Now, how could the death of Louis Roman XVIII in Paris and the coronation of King Charles X at Reims open the doors of the Toulon Theatre to Desforges and Eugene Sue? In this way. Desforges suggested to Eugene Sue to write what was called at that period an apropos upon the coronation. Eugene Sue agreed. The apropos was written and played in the midst of universal enthusiasm. I still have the trifle, written entirely by the hand of Eugene Sue. The same evening, the 2 authors gained entrance behind the wings in unassailable fashion. Mademoiselle Florival did not prove more strict than the administration, and gave the 2 authors the run of her house. They both took advantage of it without any jealous feeling. The friendship of Desforges and Eugene Sue was akin to that of Damon and Pythias. About June 1825, Pythias and Damon parted. Eugene Sue remained alone in possession of the entry to the theatre and to Mademoiselle Florival's. Desforges departed to Bordeaux. Why did he go to Bordeaux? He thought he was simply going to see a friend. He went to start a newspaper. Mysterious and deep are the ways of Providence. Desforges thought of spending 1 or 2 days with his friend. Tessier took him to a bookseller, where they not merely sold books but also produced literature. It was in his shop, situated, I believe, in the Rue Esprit des Lois, that the Hotel Rambouillet of Bordeaux was held. The traveller there found 8 or 10 young people eager to catch a whiff of the Parisian breezes which carry literary pollen all over the world. Ah, if we only had a newspaper, they said, if only we had someone to start one. Very well, here am I, replied Desforges, and as the upshot of this meeting, thanks to Desforges, Le Kaleidoscope was founded. Thus were scattered abroad the missionaries of the new faith, who prepared the great literary movement of 1827, 1828 and Desforges, who only knew me by name at this period, not by my literary works, which were non-existent at that time, and by my childish name which he had heard at M. Collard's, the good worthy tutor of whom I have had occasion to speak in these memoirs, put some verses of mine in Le Kaleidoscope, a portion of my elegy on the death of General Foy, so far as I can recollect. Later, this formed the touchstone for our acquaintance in Paris. One day I went into the Café des Variétés, and Desforges was chatting with Thoulon, who nodded good day to me. A minute later Desforges came to me. Do you know, he said, what Thoulon has just been saying about you? Thoulon is very fond of me. You must not believe blindly all he says or even what he thinks of me. Well, he said, do you see that tall thin fellow? He will outdistance us all in literature. I sent a dubious smile across to Thoulon and a sign of gratitude. From that day dated our acquaintance, or rather, let us say, our friendship with Desforges. Whilst Desforges was at Bordeaux starting Le Kaleidoscope, Ferdinand Langle was starting La Nouvelle newspaper in Paris, yet another open tribute to the new school, another finger-post marking a step forward. Langle had conceived a financial idea, which was not so bad for an assistant surgeon in the Guards, especially when one considers that the idea preceded by 7 years the appearance of Émile de Girardin, the man who had the most ideas about printing concerns. The first 1,000 subscribers to La Nouvelle at an outlay of 60 francs were to become proprietors of half the shares of the paper. The other half naturally belonged to the founder, Ferdinand Langle. A fortnight after the prospectus had been sent out, they had 0 francs in the bank. I say in the bank, but unluckily there wasn't a bank. It was the want of a fixed place for depositing the money which led to there being only one cashier in a short time. Heaven knows that it was not the cashier who had eaten up the money. We can give unexceptionable proof of this. The banker of La Neuvute had a horse and carriage and a Negro servant. He gave Zoyo, that was the servant's name, 7 francs per week for his board, and for that of his horse 28 francs per month. It was for him to make what profit he could out of it. He managed to feed himself out of the 7 francs, and to feed his horse with the outside rinds of melons, the leaves of salad and cabbage stalks which he found on rubbish heaps. He called it putting César out to grass. When that was insufficient, Zoyo begged from the passers-by. "Why are you begging, you odd fish?" one of them asked him. "Monsieur," replied Zoyo, "it is not for myself but for my poor César who is dying of hunger." Then he would point to the horse, whose noble and dignified bearing inspired sympathy. When the melon rinds, salad leaves and cabbage stalks were insufficient, and the appeals to public charity had yielded badly, Zoyo arrived at a great decision. He went to the boot-blacks who had an establishment at the entrance of the passage Fado, and blacked boots at half price for the manager of the business. When he had earned sous by cleaning 10 pairs of boots, he converted his gain into a small quantity of oats or half a truss of hay, and César dined as well as possible. When the bank closed at 5 o'clock, César was harnessed and put into the trap. Zoyo clad himself in white breeches with top boots, a yellow waistcoat, green coat and a broad-laced hat, decorated with a black cockade, and brought the trap round to the office door No. 67 Rue de Richelieu, opposite the Bibliothèque Nationale. The banker jumped up into his trap, Zoyo flung back the hood and mounted up behind. They went to the boulevard and drove as far as the place Louis Roman 15, then along the Champs-Élysées and took a turn or two under the trees. If people asked, "Who is the gentleman with the chestnut horse, green trap and Negro groom?" the reply was, "He is the banker of La Neuvute newspaper." This did the newspaper good, but it was not enough to have a carriage only, it wanted a responsible editor too. It was much more difficult at that period to find a responsible editor, and yet they were compelled to have one. Many lawsuits were brought against newspapers, many responsible editors were thrown into prison. Responsible editors, therefore, were an absolute necessity. Ferdinand L'Engle cast his eye upon a kind of dwarf named Daschen. The police of the time did not demand that a responsible editor should have a special style of figure. This Daschen was a singular person, with a red nose and a curved back, and he was always mounted on his high horse. I remember we called him the drum major of the rats of the sewers of Montmartre. You may hunt up the origin of the name if you like. I have quite forgotten what it was, but of course it was connected with some legend of the time, now forgotten. He had been prompter at the vaudeville, and had done so much for good Desaugiers that he had obtained a part for him in the Harlequins, where he was Laporte's understudy. But as he was short-sighted, on the day of his first appearance, he conceived the ingenious notion of putting short-sighted spectacles to his mask. Only he had not thought of one thing: the heat of the theatre dimmed the glasses, with the result that as Daschen was running after Columbine, he did not see where he was putting his foot and disappeared down the prompter's trapdoor. Unlike roses which only live a morning, Daschen had but lived on night. We invented a practical joke, by means of which we made Daschen come on livid with anger. He had a dog of the same colour as D'Artagnan's horse, fluctuating between the shade of a jonquil and that of a buttercup. As Daschen was mortally offended, we pretended that his dog had presented a petition to the chamber to be authorized to leave his master. But M. de Villèle's 300 looked upon the matter as a political affair, and one of them even uttered the famous sentence, "Anarchy is beginning to raise its head." Castor's petition had passed into the order of the day. The unlucky animal, compelled to remain attached to Daschen, died of ennui. I do not know whether Daschen is dead or alive. If alive, the lines I have just written are a homage rendered him; if dead, a flower which I throw on his grave. Chapter 7. Eugene Sue's debut in journalism. Elham Mouch, the merino sheep, Eugene Sue in the Navy. He takes part in the Battle of Navarino. He furnishes a house, the last foil of youth, another Fils de Elham, Bossange and Desforges. Towards the end of 1825, Eugene Sue returned from Toulon. He found La Neuvute in a most prosperous state. As his friend Ferdinand L'Engle was the manager, as Sue had just had an apropos played at Toulon of which he was the author, he naturally became editor of the paper. They asked him for articles, and he did 4, a series entitled 50 Ham Mouch. These were the first items by the author of Mathilde and of the Misters de Paris, which had been printed. It seems strange we should give them here. Our memoirs, as we have said, are the literary archives of the first half of the 19th century. Besides, it is always interesting to artists to study the early start of men who have attained to the height of our illustrious confrere. The 4 articles which he wrote appeared on Monday, 23 January 1826, Wednesday 25, Sunday 29, Tuesday 31. We can see that the opposition of our friend Eugene Sue does not date from yesterday. Meantime, La Nouveau did not pay its contributors very well. On the other hand, Dr. Sue remained inflexible. He had taken to heart not only the wine drunk, but still more the wine they had spoiled. There remained one source of which they only availed themselves on great occasions. This was a Louis Roman 16 enamel-backed watch, given by his good godmother, the Empress Josephine. In extreme cases they took it to the pawnshop and got 150 francs on it. This defrayed the expenses of the Shrove Tuesday of 1826. But then, after holding out as long as possible, he had to take the step of going away into the country. Bouqueval offered the young men rural and frugal hospitality, so they went there. Easter arrived, and with it some guests. Each had promised to bring his share of food, one a lobster, another a meat pie, etc. But as ill luck would have it, each counted on his neighbour, and all of them probably being short of money, none of them brought anything. They went straight to the stables and killed a sheep. It was a magnificent merino which Dr. Sue was keeping for show purposes. It was skinned, roasted, and eaten up to the very last cutlet. When the doctor learnt this fresh misdeed, he got into an abominable temper. Happily, Eugene Sue confronted these paternal outbreaks with admirable serenity. The good lad had a charming nature. He was ever gay, joyous, and laughing. Is he still the same now that he is a man? Care has lined his face, and exile weighs heavily on his heart. Orders were given for Eugene Sue to leave Paris. He went into the navy and made 2 voyages to the Antilles, hence his novel Atter Gull and his magnificent landscape passages, which read like fairyland, seen through the fissures of a stage curtain. Then he returned to France. A decisive battle was to be fought against the Turks. Eugene Sue embarked in his official capacity as adjutant on board the Breslau, Captain La Bretonnière. He was present at the Battle of Navarino, and brought back as spolia opima a magnificent Turkish costume, which on his return was eaten up too, the last bit of lace, a sabre and a Koran. Whilst living on the Turkish costume, Eugene Sue, who by degrees was picking up the taste for literature, had acted with Desforges Monsieur le Marquis. Finally, about the same time, Flic et Floc, his first departure in the way of a novel, appeared in La Mode. Meanwhile, Eugene's maternal grandfather died, leaving him nearly 75,000 francs. Here was an inexhaustible fortune. So the young poet, who was then 24, sent in his resignation to the Minister de la Marine, and furnished his house. We say that he furnished his house, because Eugene Sue, artist by custom and instinct, was the first to furnish a suite of rooms in the modern fashion. He was the first to have all those charming knickknacks which no one then wanted, but which everybody snatches at nowadays. Coloured glasses, china plates, Saxe china, Renaissance chests, Turkish sabres, Malayan daggers, etc. Then he went to Gudin's studio and began to paint. We have said that Eugene Sue drew, or rather sketched, quite cleverly. He had, I remember, brought an album from Navarino of twofold curiosity, both from the illustrations and from the artistic point of view. It was while with the famous sea painter that the last of Eugene Sue's escapades happened, and this closed the list of those youthful follies which had made the society of Rousseau, Romeo, and Eugene Sue notorious. We have related in connection with the parody of Henry Roman IV. The famous attack made on the porter in the Rue du Mont Blanc, known by the nickname of Portier J'ai vu de tes cheveux, which found its way into Les Misters de Paris. Gudin, who was then 30, was already in the full tide of his talent and the splendour of his renown. Amateurs snatched at his works. Women quarrelled over the man Gudin, like all artists of a certain standing, received letters from unknown women from time to time, desiring to make his acquaintance and making appointments with him for that purpose. One day he received 2 such, both letters fixing the same hour. Gudin could not break himself in 2, and he spoke of his difficulty to Eugene Sue. So Eugene Sue offered to take his place. It is but a step from pupil to master. Besides, there was a great physical resemblance between the 2 men. They were the same height, both wore beards, had dark hair, fine eyes, and splendid teeth. One was 27, and the other 30. The worst treated of the 2 unknown women could not have cried out against the thief. Furthermore, they put the 2 letters in a hat, and each took his out. From that moment and during the rest of the day there were 2 Gudins and no Eugene Sue. Each went to his appointed place that night. Next day both returned enchanted. The thing might have lasted forever, but inquisitiveness always destroys women. Witness Eve and Psyche. The lady who had obtained the false Gudin as her share had artistic tastes. When she had made the painter's acquaintance, she would insist upon visiting the studio to see Gudin work, palette and paintbrush in hand. Among the number of inquisitive women, we have forgotten Semele, who wanted to see her lover Jupiter in all his splendor, and who was burned alive by a flash of lightning. The false Gudin could not withstand the many pleadings, and consented to grant a rendezvous to the beauteous Curious on the morrow. She was to come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the most favorable time of day for light-on painting. At 1:45, Eugene Sue, clad in magnificent livery, waited in Gudin's antechamber. At a few minutes to 2 the bell was tremulously rung by the happy visitor. Eugene Sue went to open the door. The lady, eager to see everything, began by casting her glances on the servant, who looked a smart, strapping youth and who bowed humbly before her. Her examination was followed by a terrible cry. Horrors, a lackey! The lady hid her face in her handkerchief and ran precipitately down the stairs. At a masked ball soon after, Eugene Sue met her again and tried to renew acquaintance with her, but she persisted in believing that he was still disguised, and Eugene Sue could not get anything from her but the words he had heard before. Horrors, a lackey! The campaign of Algiers arrived, and Gudin went with the expedition. The two friends became separated. Eugene Sue took to literature. At a Gull was begun at this period. Then came the July Revolution. Eugene Sue and Desforges together wrote a comedy entitled Le Fils de Elham. Bartholomew's poem will be recollected upon the same subject. The King of Rome, a poetic figure, lonely and imprisoned at Scarnbrunn, as Napoleon had been at St. Helena. Youthful memories awoke in Eugene Sue. He remembered that Josephine had been his godmother, and that he bore the name of Prince Eugene. The comedy was written, but got no further. Not only had the Orleanist reaction been rapid, but Desforges, one of its authors, had become secretary to Marechal Soult. But an author's conceit is a most venturesome passion, just as poor girls may be seen to betray their maternity through their maternal love. One day, when Desforges had been breakfasting with Valnys, he drew the incendiary play from his portfolio and read it to his host. Valnys is the son of a general of the empire. Valnys' heart was melted with the reading. "Leave me the manuscript," he said. "I want to read it again." So Desforges left it him. 6 weeks went by. A rumor went abroad secretly in the literary world that a great excitement was being prepared at the Nuanced. People questioned what that event could be. Bossenge was then the manager of the theatre. He collaborated with Frédéric Soli in 2 or 3 dramas, and was one of the cleverest men in Paris. Bossenge, we say, was manager, and included our dear de Jazet among the number of his staff. The two of them together were known to be capable of doing anything. The rumor of this literary event, which was to turn Paris upside down, reached the ears of Desforges, buried away though he was in the recesses of his office. He trembled, and a revelation came to him. Suppose the dramatic sensation was to be the first performance of the Fils de Elham, he decided to go that very night to the Nuanced, and to find out about it from Bossenge. Accordingly, by 8 o'clock, Desforges was behind the wings. "Oh, do not discuss your business with me tonight, my dear Desforges," said the manager to him. "I am in a state of despair. Such and such a man, I forget, who has failed us with his play, and we are obliged at the very last moment to give a play that was under rehearsal and not properly learnt. Come, stage manager, is de Jazet ready?" "Yes, Monsieur Bossenge." "Well, give the 3 raps and announce what we have arranged." They did so. Shouts went up of "Take your places on the stage," and Desforges was obliged to sit down like the others behind a wing. The stage manager in a white collar and black coat went on the stage, and after the usual 3 bows he said, "Gentlemen, one of our actors having fallen ill at the last moment, we are obliged to give you, instead of the second piece, a new comedy which was to have been put on in 3 or 4 days' time. We beg you to accept the exchange." The audience, to whom a new play was being offered, instead of an old, drowned the manager's words with applause. The curtain fell, and rose almost immediately afterwards. At this moment, de Jazet came down out of his dressing-room in the uniform of an Austrian colonel. "Ah, good heavens," exclaimed Desforges, stopping him, "what are you going to play?" "To play Why le Fils d'Elham. Come, let me pass, Monsieur Author." Desforges' arms fell, and de Jazet passed on. The great event of the Theatre des Nuanced was in fact the representation of Le Fils de Elham. Only Bosange, who feared some hindrance from the government, had preserved the profoundest secrecy, and, as we see, played the comedy suddenly. But you may say, was there a censorship in 1830? 500 Artagnan, my good friend, take your hat off to the person who has honored us by putting that question to us, and salute profoundly, then reply. Ah, monsieur, worse luck, there is always a censorship. Book 8. Chapter 1. The Political Duels. At the beginning of the year 1833, which now opens before us, the eyes of all France were turned towards the Château de Blaye, in which Madame la Duchesse de Berry had been incarcerated. On 28 January, a question was put to the government by M. de Drubries, in connection with a petition addressed to the Chamber des Pairs by several pensioners of the old civil list, relative to the detention of the princess. It should be said that, for the most part with but few exceptions, the moral feeling of France rose up against that detention as it has since risen against that of Abdelkader. M. de Drubries had asked leave to speak, and it had been granted. He mounted the tribune. As the chamber has allowed me to speak, he said, I will permit myself to point out to it that the right of petition laid down by the Charter has, for some time past, become an illusory right in the Assembly. A great number of petitions relative to the law about the state of siege have been addressed to the Chamber, but as yet no report has been brought in upon it. Now I ask you, why has no such report been drawn up? If it is not done when the Chamber has decreed a law upon the subject, what becomes of the right of petition? But there are other petitions of a higher order which I am amazed not to see brought forward. I mean those relating to the captivity of an illustrious princess, whose fate is attracting the notice of France and Europe. I cannot be ignorant of their existence, since they have nearly all been addressed to me to place before the Chamber. I will, therefore, seize the opportunity which is offered to me by the publicity of its debates, to testify to the petitioners my deep gratitude for the confidence with which they have honored me. I received a petition this morning relative to the same object, containing 1,700 signatures. How is it, gentlemen, that, in contempt of the right of petition, thousands of signatures are allowed to be buried in portfolios which demand the setting at liberty of Madame la Duchesse de Berry? And under what circumstances? It is impossible not to feel the liveliest fear for her person and well-founded alarms in other directions. For, taking into account the unhealthiness of her place of detention, her captivity is not merely an arbitrary act, but becomes an attempt upon her life. I do not propose, gentlemen, to enter into a discussion here which, at this juncture, would be irrelevant. But I ask the Chamber to fix at once the day for a debate on the numerous petitions which plead for the liberty of Madame la Duchesse de Berry. The Keeper of the Seals next mounted the tribune, and replied, The Speaker complains of the place in which the Duchesse de Berry is detained. Would he allow perpetual civil war in La Vendée? That is doubtless not his idea, but one might reasonably interpret his views in that way, when he asks for the liberty of the Duchesse de Berry, seeing the use to which she put her liberty. Next, the Minister de l'Interior added a few words, saying that, even if the Château de Blaye were an unhealthy dwelling place, it was a matter of public knowledge that the town had never been attacked by any sort of epidemic. He did not, therefore, understand the animosity of those persons who stated that the place of detention had been chosen with the intention of undermining the health of the august prisoner. The incident led to nothing at all. The Chamber des Pairs, after the Duc de Fitzjames and M. de Chateaubriand's resignation, was nothing but a kind of record office where the laws of the Chamber des Deputes were registered. Now it came to pass, in spite of the Keeper of the Seal's statement, and that made by the Minister de l'Interior, that the health of the Duchesse de Berry soon caused enough uneasiness for the government to dispatch M. Orfila and Ovidi to Blaye. Their departure was announced in a government newspaper, Le Nouveliste, I believe. It confined itself to saying that the two famous practitioners had to examine into an important question of forensic medicine. The vague curtness of the statement roused comments on all sides. Le Nouveliste, being forced to give an explanation, inserted the following paragraph. Many newspapers have printed 1,000 conjectures as to the mission of M. Orfila and Ovidi at the Château de Blaye. That mission contains nothing to justify the multitude of comments to which it has given rise. The condition of Madame la Duchesse de Berry presents nothing to cause disquiet. Only, for some time, she has been sufficiently out of health for it to be deemed advisable to afford her the opportunity of consulting the two men who are the most deserving of confidence, M. Orfila, doyen of the medical faculty, and M. Ovidi, one of whom is her ordinary doctor and the other her consulting physician. The situation of the prison in which Madame la Duchesse de Berry is confined necessitates this natural proceeding, and it is in that sense we called the mission of the two doctors forensic. In consequence of this declaration, Le Corsaire surmised that the Duchesse de Berry's indisposition was that of pregnancy. The following day, a young Carlist, M. Barbat de la Trésorière, appeared at the offices of the paper to call the author of the article out in a duel, or, failing the author, the responsible manager, M. Vienot. M. Vienot replied that he could only accept responsibility for the article in the event of the author not accepting responsibility. He asked to be allowed a day before he could return an answer to M. Barbat de la Trésorière. That gentleman thought the request quite fair, but manifested a desire that the reply should be very definite, the aim of the Carlist party being to prevent any shadow of suspicion falling upon the reputation of the illustrious prisoner. Hardly had the last words been uttered before one of the editors of the Corsaire came out of the editorial office. He had heard everything and came up to M. de la Trésorière. "Monsieur," he said to him, "I am the author of the article which you claim to regard as insulting. My name is Eugene Briffault, and I am entirely at your disposition." The duel acceded to, the rest of the affair was for the seconds to settle. The seconds had an interview and arranged that the meeting should take place next day at 8 in the morning in the Bois de Boulogne. At the agreed hour, the two adversaries met upon the ground. Pistols had been the weapons selected. The two adversaries were placed at a distance of 30 yards from one another. At the third clapping of hands they were to fire simultaneously. Both fired at the same instant. M. Briffault's bullet missed. M. Barbat de la Trésorière's buried itself in M. Briffault's shoulder to such purpose that it could never be extracted. The wound was serious. M. Briffault was carried to Etienne Arago's, manager of the vaudeville. It need hardly be said that there the injured man was nursed with brotherly devotion. And yet, on the very same day on which the duel had taken place, La Quotidienne contained the following passage. 30 January. Orfila and Ovidi have just returned from Blaye, where they accomplished the mission with which they were entrusted. What that mission was, the government does not say. But we will, because, with Madame, we think that it is a case where the sacrifice of the most sacred conventions is demanded by honor itself. For about a week past, infamous rumors have been spread abroad concerning Madame's condition. Respectable people of all parties have heard them with disgust, and we owe it to truth to declare that the liberal opposition has loudly pronounced its indignation. One does not imagine that those in authority are generally in ignorance of such shameless insinuations. One presumes that some, at all events, of those in authority are a party to the calumny. But it would not occur to anyone that they were the first to be themselves the dupes. Base words were repeated, it is true, and especially by M. Thiers, but one could not believe in a miracle of stupid malignancy. Well, they were deceived, less guilty if you like, but more inept than could be imagined. What they said they believed, you understand. Let us, however, pass rapidly over these shameful matters. We will restrict ourselves to showing to what excess of blindness certain men can be led astray when possessed by base passions. Thus then, the two learned doctors went to the citadel of Blaye. Behold them in the presence of Madame. They stammer and try to speak. They speak, but they had not uttered 3 words before Madame understood them. Then it was, we report it from evidence which certainly cannot be questioned, that, under this ordeal, cruel for any woman, offensive to a woman of the blood royal, then it was, we say, that Madame rose, armed with her character, to a sublime effort, above common charges and vulgar susceptibilities. Calm, without apparent emotion, less agitated probably than the men before her, the princess addressed them powerfully. She spoke to their conscience, she invoked their sense of honor, called upon them to fulfill their mission fully. She demanded that their professional opinion should be pronounced fully, entirely, unquestionably. She wished that before God and men they should testify what they knew of the widow of the Duc de Berry, the mother of Henry V. The two learned men obeyed Madame's commands, formed their opinion, found out all that it was necessary they should know, and then withdrew, blushing for shame. A first report was rapidly dispatched to the men who had believed. Hence, a clumsy disavowal which we have printed with all the mistrust it is bound to inspire. Authority dare not go further. It has not the courage to confess what it expected from the two professional men, or what it learnt from them. The affair, as one can see, was begun by the Carlist party, both as an armed struggle and as written polemics, and it was entered into as boldly as possible. We shall see that it was upheld by the Republican party with equal ardour. The report of M. Ovidi and Orfila, in fact, appeared in Le Moniteur of 5 February. It contained no particulars likely to establish opinion as to the supposed condition of the princess, so the newspapers continued to give rein to their conjectures. Le Corsaire especially stuck to its announcement of Madame's pregnancy. The upshot of it all was that a fresh challenge was made to her. Le Corsaire gave its readers the following information. People have called at our offices to ask the reason for an article we recently published about the Duchesse de Berry. We replied that we did not recognize the right of any individual to call us to account in the name of the Duchesse de Berry, and we refused all information on the subject. We added that we were prepared even to accept the ill will of the legitimist party on this head. The word slanderous applied to the rumors spread about the Duchess does not concern us. It belongs to those in high quarters, from whence the rumors have issued. Their origin is now a matter of public notoriety. The editor of the article has expressly declared that he maintains that what he has written is true. Time alone can destroy or confirm his opinion. As for the political attitude of the Carlist party, which we have represented as thinking far more of conspiring than of fighting, we will call to mind the actual words of the prisoner of Blaye. When she saw the lists of those devoted to her, she exclaimed, "They offer me their names but not their arms." That exclamation was reported only a month ago in a widely circulated paper and has not been denied. It is not the first but the second time that Le Corsaire has been exposed to such attacks, and one of its editors, M. Briffault, has even had the misfortune of being wounded by a so-called legitimist, whose right he had recognized of taking up the cause on behalf of the prisoner of Blaye. It is rather singular that the susceptibility of the Carlist party concerning the princes of the fallen family has only shown itself since what they call the attempted defeat by the patriotic party in June. It is true that royalty boasts of having made the Republicans turn pale, but all royal personages were not, perhaps, vanquished on that day along with Louis Philippe. True, again, many patriots were dispersed, banished, imprisoned, in consequence of those June days, but there are enough left outside prison for the champions of legitimacy to be certain of finding someone to deal with them at every opportunity. Only, in disputing the honor of killing M. Briffault, they should have waited till his wound was first cured. It is, indeed, extraordinary if one cannot write a single word about the Duchesse de Berry without having sword at hand when replying to everybody interested in making a heroine of her, who amused themselves by breaking lances before the July Revolution, either for or against the virtue of the Duchesse de Berry. And yet, slanderous rumors, whether true or untrue, were not wanting then any more than now. But the Duchess is a captive, she is under misfortune. This ought to make the hearts of her attendant cavaliers bleed. But as for us, who remember only too vividly how she danced at the Tuileries, whilst the heads of our friends were being cut off on the Place de Grève, it must be acknowledged that consideration from our side can only proceed from motives of pure generosity. The Carlist party is taking a very bad way to procure the kindly feeling of the patriotic press for the prisoner of Blaye. It should suffice for them to wish to impose silence on us as to scandalous details, whether they exist or not. But when they go on to talk so that we feel obliged to dwell on gossip, which it is our usual custom to ignore, certainly we will recognize these gentlemen's right to testify against us in their devotion to the person of the Duchesse de Berry, in as large numbers as they please. They will find at our office a long enough list of people disposed to offer them every occasion for distinguishing themselves which they may desire. These gentlemen must be counting much on the approach of a third restoration for their devotion to begin to count, to allow themselves to be flung in prison, to insult the July Revolution by pamphlets, novels, signed protests, street processions, challenges addressed to patriotic papers. It would seem that the moment has arrived for proving the famous Republican-Carlist alliance. All right, that need not matter. Let the devoted knights state their numbers, let them but show themselves and get the question settled. In any case, we shall not go in search of persons to help us who take halfway views. Such articles as these were not calculated to pacify political hatreds. La Tribune took up the cause of Le Corsaire, and an ardent polemic took place between it and Le Revenant. The editor of the latter paper was then M. Albert de Calvemont, now Préfet de l'Empire. Le National in its turn interfered, and Le Revenant found itself confronted by three adversaries. M. Albert de Calvemont received a collective challenge for himself and his friends from La Tribune. He replied for himself personally, but declined to be implicated on the grounds they wished to impose upon him. At the same time, they replied to an aggressive article by Armand Carrel by sending him a list of a dozen persons from whom to select one name. The report soon went about amongst us that a challenging list asking for 12 opponents had been sent to Armand Carrel. I rushed off to Carrel, There was a crowd at his door to inscribe their names, and I wrote down mine as did the others. I had not seen Carol for a long time. We were not personally on cool terms with one another, but Le National attacked the romantic school bitterly, and our intercourse had become infrequent. I probably owed the favor of being asked in to see him to the rarity of my visits. He was breakfasting with the charming lady of whom I have had occasion to speak, whose life, in the midst of all these riotings and duellings, was a perpetual torture, disguised beneath a smile of easily detected sadness, but which was still a smile. As far as I can remember, Gregoire was at breakfast with them. "Ah, so it is you," Carol said to me. "Something very important must be on the way to bring you." "What does it matter, dear friend? What circumstances cause my presence?" "Have you come to fight?" "I have come to do what I can. They told me you had received a list of 12 car lists. If you are hard put to find a dozen Republicans, make use of me. I shall make one at all events." "But suppose I am in no such difficulty?" "Then, dear friend, excuse me from taking part in this row." "You are not keen about it." "I think the cause ridiculous." "What ridiculous?" "Yes, in my opinion, you should wait in silence for official news from Blay. The Duchesse de Berry is, first and foremost, a woman, and by what right do you say of a princess, because she is a princess, what you would not say of the widow of your grocer?" "What is one to do?" said Carol, who felt at heart, and from the chivalrous point of view, that I was right in my view of the question. "I must go through with it." "Have you sufficient force?" "Pistols, yes, swordsmen, no." "Then you will fight with pistols?" "No, I shall employ swords." "Why do you arrange that?" "It is a matter of sentiment, you see. I have twice fought with swords, twice I have pinked my enemy. I have only once fought with pistols, and although my adversary shot very badly, and the bullet struck the ground 6 yards off me, yet it went through the calf of my leg." "Will you have a few rounds with me?" "If you do not mind." "Come then." We went into a kind of saloon which contained foils and masks, and we placed ourselves on guard. I shot badly, as I have said, although Grossire, out of friendliness towards me, had spread my reputation as a good shot, thus sparing me more than one duel, only at that time having had occasion to do a small service to a good fellow called Casselli, who was a first-rate swordsman and served as teacher to all the celebrated masters. He had found no other means of satisfying himself about me than to come from time to give me a lesson. The result was that without being aware of it, his lessons were so excellent, I found I was better than I thought myself to be. As Grossire's pupil, I put myself on the defensive rather than attacked. Carol gave me several lunges, which I avoided either by leaping aside or by parrying them. Carol was easily carried away by excitement, and I felt that his exercise showed signs of great excitement. "Take care," I said to him. "By such action as that on the ground you run great risk of being stopped short or touched during parry and thrust." "True," he said, flinging away his foil, "but I am as fatalistic as a Mussulman. What will happen has been decreed beforehand." "Do you think I draw well enough to put down my name?" "Yes, but I will not put you down." "Why not?" "Because, although I have received a list, and it has a dozen names on it, yet, from among that dozen names, Le National has only to select one." "Well, I choose M. Rouleberry." "Then you are going to fight?" "Of course," replied Carol. "When?" "Tomorrow." "It is all settled?" "Absolutely." "I presume you have your seconds ready too?" "Yes." "Who are they?" "Gregoire and de Hervers." "And you fight with?" "Swords. Like you, I am better with the pistol than the sword, but I confess I have a weakness for swords. With the sword one defends one's life, with the pistol one renounces it." "So you do not need me?" "No. Not for anything." "No thanks." "Good luck, dear friend." Carol shrugged his shoulders as much as to say, "That will be as God pleases." I went home, where I found 2 of my friends waiting in readiness to offer themselves to me in case I was on the list. I told them of Carol's decision. He was so absolutely brave that it surprised no one that he made himself the champion of the Republic, although he was a strange sort of Republican, and took the duel upon himself. Meanwhile, that is to say on 1 February 1833, the reply of M. Albert de Calvemont was taken to La Tribune by M. Albert Berthier and Theodore Anne, commissioned to uphold the struggle on personal lines, the only grounds on which M. Albert de Calvemont would accept. There was a lengthy debate between the two seconds of M. Albert de Calvemont and M. Marrast, to whom M. de Calvemont's reply was addressed. M. Marrast, surrounded by all his friends, urged on by them, wanted a real battle, wherein the strength of the two parties should be tested. M. de Calvemont's friends, on their side, could only offer the duel, all other agreements exposing them to a charge of recantation. In the middle of the debate, a communication arrived from Le National. It announced the challenge received by Carroll. They conferred together and decided that no engagement ought to be made before knowing what Carroll would do. For the time being, therefore, they confined themselves to showing the communication to M. de Calvemont's 2 seconds and to adjourning the discussion until night. By then, Carroll's decision was known. He had chosen M. Rouleberry, Jr., not only because he was a royalist but still more because he was the son of a man who had an interest in the journal Des Débats, a paper devoted to the royalist cause of July. The details of the duel were settled between Gregoire and de Hervers, Carroll's seconds, and Theodore Anne and Albert Berthier, M. Rouleberry's seconds. Carroll, as instigator, had the choice of arms and chose swords. Next day, Saturday, 2 February, the day of the first performance of Lucrece Borgia, M. Rouleberry, accompanied by M. Berthier and Theodore Anne, presented themselves at the Barrière de Clichy, where almost immediately afterwards Armand Carroll arrived, supported by M. de Hervers, Capitaine de Chasseurs, and by Gregoire. The two adversaries each stayed in their carriages, whilst the seconds got out and conferred together. Then arose an incident amongst the seconds, which, in the case of a man other than brave and loyal Carroll, would have been made the occasion for giving up the duel. M. Rouleberry's seconds, with instructions received from the leaders of the Carlist party, declared that their friend was ready to answer his challenge, but that he desired to fight with some other than Carroll, seeing that the feelings the Legitimists had for the chief editor of Le National were much more those of gratitude than of hatred, Carroll having, before the Assizes of Blois, by his open and loyal evidence, saved the life of one of their party, M. de Chevers, accused of participation in the affairs of La Vendée. Carroll, on that occasion, had done for M. de Chevers, in 1832, what M. de Chevers did for Carroll when he was accused in 1823 of plotting against the state. If Carroll were wounded, said M. Theodore Anne and Albert Berthier, there would be mourning in both the camps, whilst if, on the contrary, M. Rouleberry were hit, there would only be grief in one camp, and the match would not be equal. From every motive M. Rouleberry's seconds demand the substitution of Carroll for some other person, whomsoever they liked. M. Rouleberry was ready to accept that person, whoever it might be. These observations were transmitted to Carroll. He got down out of his carriage, came up to the seconds and thanked them for their complimentary remarks about himself, but he declared at the same time that he was not in the habit of being replaced. He had come to fight and meant to fight. Carroll's resolution was positive, and they had to give in to him. They entered their carriages and went in search of a spot suitable for the encounter. They went far before they found it. At last they stopped behind a factory near the Isle Saint-Ouen. Until then they had found the ground too damp and slippery. There alone was the earth solid on account of the deposit of pit coal. The two adversaries then dismounted from their carriages, bowed politely and put themselves on guard. The engagement was short and sharp. After 2 or 3 passes they both lunged simultaneously. Carroll's sword merely penetrated M. Rouleberry's arm. The seconds stopped the duel, crying, "There is a wound." They went up to M. Rouleberry. "I too am wounded," Carroll quietly observed, putting his hand to his abdomen at the same time. Whilst M. Rouleberry's doctor, M. Bouche-Duguer, was dressing his patient, Dumont, Carroll's doctor, discovered a serious injury to the groin. M. Rouleberry was able to be taken away in a carriage, but it was impossible to move Carroll. They ran to the factory and got a mattress which they stretched on the shafts of a cart they found ready at hand. Then they placed Carroll on the mattress, and his seconds, helped by M. Rouleberry's friends who had remained with them, carried the wounded man to the factory, where they hastened to render him a hospitable reception. Dumont bled Carroll, but his condition was too grave to allow him to be driven to Paris. That would have risked a fatal accident. The movement of the carriage would have led to a hemorrhage. One of M. Rouleberry's seconds ran to Clichy and brought back a stretcher, upon which they could take Carroll to his house in the Rue Blanche. They sent off quickly for M. Dupuytren, who rushed there. The injury was serious, the sword had gone in nearly 3 inches and had penetrated the liver, they could not yet predict the upshot of the accident. The same night the report of the event spread throughout Paris with the rapidity of bad news. You must have lived at that period of excitement and enthusiasm to have an idea of the magic which attached to the name of Carol. On the morrow, the duel and its details filled the leading articles of every newspaper. We opened the first to hand by chance, Le Corsaire, and we read, "To February 1833. It is with inexpressible grief that all fair-minded persons learnt yesterday the news of the wound received by M. Armand Carrel in a duel with M. Rouleberry, one of the Legitimists whose names were sent to Le National, but it is quite impossible to give any idea of the indignation and sorrow of patriots upon learning this deplorable event, of Carlists especially, who, by reason of our activity, need not have been driven to despair. What we should have done as a duty, we now fulfill as a sacred obligation. M. Armand Carrel is by virtue of his fine talent, his noble strength of character, by the renown and usefulness of the services he has rendered, and above all by the detestation which he has expressed against the enemies of our liberties, is one of those men whose youth has already been a credit to the country. The party which has struck him down has not as much wealth as M. Carrel. Obeying a generous impulse, whilst his reason at the same time was opposed to an unjust attack, he acceded to a duel on behalf of the sad cause in which we are now engaged. He was injured in the groin by a sword, but his condition is not past hope, and M. Dupuytren, who went to him, confirms the seriousness of the wound without giving up hope. There is such a splendid future before M. Carrel that we cannot harbour the distressing idea that it may soon terminate. He is one of those men who seem bound up with the destiny of his country. He showed touching sympathy when misfortune struck down one of our friends in the same cause, and we shall not cease to follow him with our gratitude and devotion, and with the patriotism which he taught so well, of which he has given us such a fine example." The whole of Paris called to inquire at Carrel's house. Amongst the 21st names written in the visitors' book were Lafayette, Chateaubriand, Béranger, Thiers and Dupin. The Society Aidetoy et le Ciel Théâtre appointed a committee of 3 members to go in the name of the whole society, to inscribe their names and express their sympathy for the loyal and courageous conduct he had displayed throughout the affair. The committee was composed of M. Thiers, Lariboisière and Lemercier of the Institut. On the night of the day when the duel took place, M. Albert Berthier, one of M. Rouleberry's seconds, received the following letter from M. de Hervers. "Monsieur, it is with profound regret that, in exchange for your good and generous action of this morning, I feel myself compelled to ask you to fix a duel for tomorrow. M. Carrel is the man I love and revere most in the world. He is seriously wounded, and honour demands that I avenge him. Your obliging conduct of this morning alone kept the request from my lips that I now make you. I know you to be a man of honour and am certain you will understand me. I spend the night with M. Carrel, where I shall expect your reply tomorrow morning. Choose the arms, place of meeting and time, but I desire that our encounter should take place during the day, for I am obliged to return at night to my regiment. Accept my respectful greetings. De Hervers." On Sunday morning M. de Hervers received this reply. 3 February 1833. "Sir, the police have seized me, and I have only time to reply that, for the moment, it is impossible for me to respond to your challenge. You will understand my situation. Yours, etc. Albert Berthier." A letter pretty nearly in the same terms as that to M. Berthier was written by M. Gregoire to Theodore Anne, but like M. Albert Berthier, Theodore Anne had also been arrested. He was therefore obliged to postpone the meeting, but in order that it should be clearly known that only force majeure could hinder the proposed duels, the Republican party inserted the following paragraph in the newspapers, as a public answer to the letters of M. Berthier and Theodore Anne. "We keenly regret, gentlemen, that arrest or a threatened arrest does not permit you to reply to the letter we wrote you yesterday. We hope, as much as you yourselves can do so, that a speedy liberation will allow you to respond to our challenge. However, we will gladly accept in the meantime any legitimists you may be pleased to substitute until you are yourselves ready. De Hervers Gregoire." It will be seen that the tourney was fully begun and in good earnest. The arrest of M. Berthier and Theodore Anne only, as one might imagine, exasperated the two parties all the more. The real enemy throughout, as both Carlists and patriots thoroughly realized, was the government of Louis Philippe. The following letter was addressed to the editors of the Revenant. "Gentlemen, we look upon your remarks of yesterday in the National and Tribune as a direct challenge. You refused our challenge yesterday. Today, after what has just happened between Armand Carroll and Roulebury, we adhere more closely than ever to upholding our views and to the pursuit of your party by all methods to gain a just and public reparation. We send you a preliminary list of 12 persons, since yesterday you spoke of 12 on your side. We do not demand a dozen duels simultaneously but successively, and in the time and places most convenient to you. No excuse, no pretext would save you from cowardice, nor from the subsequent consequences of such cowardice. Henceforth, the first duel will be the declaration of war between your side and ours. There shall be no truce until one of the two has succumbed to the other. Armand Marist, Godfrey Cavaignac, Garderins. Then came the names of 12 patriots. A similar letter was addressed to the offices of La Quotidienne. It was signed by Ambert, Guinard and by M. the Venin. At the same time, Germain Sarrat, supported by M. Delsart and Saint-Edme, went to M. de Genout, who replied to the explanations demanded. Monsieur, the editors of La Gazette officially disapprove of the conduct of the men of their party, who have incited the contributors of the different newspapers, and they consequently refuse to take any part whatsoever in the quarrel raised between the two parties. La Quotidienne, in its turn, wrote the following letter in reply to that of Ambert, Guinard and the Venin. M. de Montfort, M. de Calvemont and others being arrested, or under the pressure of a warrant, the business of the letter from the gentlemen of the National cannot be attended to for the moment. 3 February. This letter was received on the 4th. On the 5th, the patriotic papers contained the following paragraph. The letters addressed yesterday by our friends to the champions of the legitimacy have been supported today by overtures made by several of them to those gentlemen to induce them to take definite action, and not to prolong a situation which hitherto has been neither an acceptance nor a formal refusal. It now appears that equivocation is at an end. They do not accept the challenge. Meantime, various duels took place. On 2 February, preoccupied by the first representation of Lucrece Borgia, I had only put in but a brief appearance at the National. They did not yet know the result of the meeting there. I found one of my friends there, M. de Buton, an impulsive and excitable character. He came to put his name down, but learning that the list was closed, he decided to act on his own account. We returned together and he came up to my rooms, asked me for a pen, paper and ink and wrote to Netmont, the editor of La Quotidienne, offering him a meeting. He urged me strongly to do the same, but it was a difficult enough matter for me. Republican though I was, I certainly had more friends amongst the Carlists than among the Republicans. He was so insistent that I had no way of getting out of it, so I took up my pen and wrote. My dear Bochin, if your party is as silly as mine and compels you to fight, I ask you in preference to another, delighted as I shall ever be to give you a proof of my esteem, in default of a proof of friendship. Yours always, Alexandre Dumas. Buton pushed his complacency to the point of himself undertaking to deliver the letter. Bochin was in the country, and not expected to return for a week or 10 days, but his concierge was deputed to forward him the letter. On 4 February, the meeting offered by Buton to Netmont took place, and the latter received a sword cut across the arm. The bulletins which came to us of Carroll's health were satisfactory. No one was allowed to enter his room except the devoted creature who never left him, and M. Dupuytren, who came to see him twice a day. On 5 February, Le Revenant appeared as blank paper. A note of half a line announced that all its contributors had been arrested. On the 9th, they arrested M. Sarrat. The same day I received a letter from Bochin. He was detained for a few days longer in the country, but as soon as he returned he would put himself at my disposal. However, there was no means of fighting, for each of us had a police spy after us who stuck to us like our shadows. On the 9th, Carroll was well enough for several of his friends to be allowed in his room. I went with 2 or 3 others. M. Dupuytren was there. It was the first time I had seen him. He held forth upon the speedy and easy cure of sword cuts, and promised Carroll he should be on his feet again in another week. A month before, this is what had happened to the famous doctor. A paymaster had played and lost a considerable sum taken from the regimental exchequer. When he returned home, he saw no other alternative but the galleys or death. He chose death. Then, with prodigious sang-froid, after writing down his reason for suicide, he drew his sword, leant the hilt against the wall with the point to his breast, took a step forward, and the sword penetrated 6 inches. He continued to push till the sword had gone in a foot. Still he went on pushing. The hilt of the sword, as they say in barrackroom parlance, had acted as a plaster. In spite of all, he still remained upright. Then remorse seized upon him. The desire for life overtook him, and he rang for his servant. Only, as he felt weak, he seated himself astride a chair whilst he waited for the servant. In this position, the latter found his master when he entered. At first, he did not understand the situation and did not notice the hilt of the sword against his master's breast, and the 18 inches of steel coming out from between his shoulders. "Go and fetch M. Dupuytren," said the officer. The servant began to ask what was the matter. "Go, go," the officer repeated. "Sacrebleu, can't you see there is no time to lose?" The officer grew deadly pale. There was a pool of blood at his feet. The servant saw there was indeed no time to lose, and he rushed off to M. Dupuytren. When M. Dupuytren arrived, the wounded man had slipped down in the chair and was laid in a faint over the side. M. Dupuytren drew out the sword with the greatest precaution, applied a twofold bandage, and seeing a written paper, took possession of it. The cause of the suicide was then explained to him. With the paper he found a banker, and the latter gave the officer the 150 louis he had lost. On the evening of the day upon which M. Dupuytren related this to us, the officer had got up and was able to go to his desk. When he opened the drawer, he found the 150 louis. The man was saved twice over. Whilst Carol was advancing to recovery, as M. Dupuytren had predicted, preventative arrests were being continued. But on 14 February, the council chamber found the seconds of M. Rouleberry and of M. Albert Berthier and Theodore Anne not guilty, and they were set at liberty. The first use these gentlemen made of their liberty was to place themselves at the disposal of M. de Hervers and Achille Gregoire. Only not wanting to enter upon this succession of duels as a mere matter of principle, they chose their seconds from among the Republicans. Thus M. Matthew and Alexis Dumasnil were M. Berthier's seconds, and Etienne Arago and Antonin Joly those of M. Theodore Anne. But on the morning of the 15th, M. Theodore Anne and Albert Berthier received this letter, written by Carol in duplicate. We have the one addressed to Theodore Anne. Paris, 15 February 1833. Sir, I have learnt with keen satisfaction that today you have at last been allowed to return to your business affairs, and to your friends. I cannot protest too energetically against the motive upon which they dared to found your arbitrary detention. But I particularly want to tell you, sir, how very sensible I have been to the attentions heaped upon me by your generous loyalty at a time when I might have feared to have no claim upon it, except the sorrow and active solicitude of my seconds and friends. In this perilous moment, it has been difficult for me to distinguish between the devotion of friends who desired to uphold my cause and share my dangers, and the generous courtesy of the men of honour whom M. Rouleberry had selected for seconds. Be sure, sir, I have noticed everything even during the time when sharp suffering seemed to obliterate my light, and I shall never forget the assiduous attentions with which you have lavished upon me personally. I need hardly tell you, sir, how sorry I was that my seconds thought it their duty, yielding to the impulse of the moment, to seek out you and M. Berthier to be their opponents. For the future, I can only count you among the number of people who wish me well, and to whom I in return wish well. Accept this assurance and believe me, your most devoted servant, Carol. The same day, Carol came out of doors and went to La Tribune to Le National, and to pay a call on M. Rouleberry, whose wound was much less serious than that of his adversary, but was healing much more slowly and still kept him to his bedroom. Finally, after Carol's letter, no further duels were possible. On 17 February, the Republican newspapers contained the following paragraph. 17 February. It will be remembered that after the duel between Carol and Rouleberry, M. Carol's seconds addressed a challenge to the seconds of M. Rouleberry, Albert Berthier and Theodore Anne. As is known, these two gentlemen had been placed under arrest, charged with inciting to murder. That accusation having been abandoned, Albert Berthier and Theodore Anne were bound, on recovering their liberty, to warn M. Carol's seconds that they were now at their disposition. They had added that, not wishing a meeting between them to assume a political character, they chose their seconds from among the political friends of M. Carol's seconds. The seconds of both sides, having met together, have decided that they could not allow any sequel to this affair to take place, since on behalf of M. Berthier and Theodore Anne, the question of the political aspect is abandoned, and the challenge of M. de Hervers and Achille Gregoire was only prompted by the danger M. Armand Carol might then incur, a danger happily and speedily dissipated. Things being in this state, the undersigned seconds decree that any collision between the friends of M. Armand Carol and Rouleberry, when the reasons thereof no longer exist, would be unjustifiable in the light of reason and of honour. Ambert Guinard Gregoire Lecoq Oren, seconds to M. de Hervers and Achille Gregoire, Matthew and Alexis Dumasnil, Etienne Arago, Antonio Joly, Seconds Tomb, Berthier and Theodore Anne. On the 14th, as we said, Theodore Anne and Albert Berthier had been set at liberty. On the 15th, Bochin returned from the country and informed me of his arrival. The following day our seconds conferred together, but as I have said, after Carol's letter no more duels were possible. Besides, the rumour of the Duchesse de Berry's pregnancy, without being officially declared, began to take a serious complexion. No one any longer had doubts on the subject, when in the official column of the Moniteur of 26 February, one read: On Friday, 22 February at 5:30, Madame la Duchesse de Berry handed to M. le General Bugeaud, governor of the citadel of Blaye, the following declaration. Compelled by circumstances, and by the measures ordered by the government, although I have the gravest reasons for keeping my marriage secret, I think it due to myself, as well as to my children, to declare that I was married secretly during my stay in Italy. Citadel of Blaye, 22 February 1833. Signed Marie Caroline. This declaration, transmitted by M. le General Bugeaud to M. le Président du Conseil, Minister de la Guerre, has been placed at once among the archives of the Chancellerie de France. Not one word concerning Her Royal Highness's pregnancy was suggested in those lines, but one felt perfectly sure that they had only been written on account of her condition. Furthermore, only 2.5 months later, the name of the Duchesse de Berry's new husband was officially pronounced in the official report of the accouchement. Here is that report, a curious sequel to that which was addressed to the Tuileries on the day of the birth of the Duc de Bordeaux. On 10 May 1833, at 3:30 in the morning, we the undersigned, Thomas Robert Bugeaud, member de la Chambre des Députés, Marechal de Camp, Commandant Supérieur de Blaye, Antoine Dubois, Professeur honoraire à la Faculté de Médecine de Paris, Charles-François Marchand d'Abreuil, sous-préfet de l'arrondissement de Blaye, Daniel Theotime, Pastoreau, Président du Tribunal de Première Instance de Blaye, Pierre Naudot, Procureur du Roi pris le même tribunal, Guillaume Bellon, Président du Tribunal de Commerce adjoint au maire de Blaye, Charles Bordes, Commandant de la Garde nationale de Blaye, Elidis Scrambs, Cure de Blaye, Pierre-Camille Delord, Commandant de la Place de Blaye, Claude Olivier Dufresne, Commissaire civil du gouvernement et la citadelle. Witnesses called at the request of General Bugeaud to be present at the accouchement of Her Royal Highness Marie Caroline, Princess des Deux-Sicelles, Duchesse de Berry, Merlet, Maire de Blaye, Regnier, Juge de Paix. Witnesses equally called, being at that time absent in the country and unable to be present, state that we were taken to the citadel of Blaye and into the house inhabited by Her Royal Highness, where we were introduced to a salon next to the room in which the princess was confined. M. le Docteur Dubois, M. le General Bugeaud and M. Delord, Commandant de la Place, were in the salon from the first labour pangs. They declared to the other witnesses that Madame la Duchesse de Berry had just been delivered at 3 o'clock, that they had seen her receive the attention of Docteurs Dennou and Meniere, M. Dubois having remained in the room until the child was born. M. le General Bugeaud went in to ask Madame la Duchesse if she wished to receive the witnesses. She replied, yes, as soon as the child has been washed and dressed. A few minutes later, Madame de Hautefort appeared in the salon and invited the witnesses to enter on behalf of the Duchesse, and we immediately did so. We found the Duchesse de Berry laid in her bed with a newborn infant on her left. At the foot of her bed sat Madame de Hautefort. Madame Hansler, Dennou and Meniere were standing at the head of the bed. M. le Président Pastoreau then approached the princess and addressed the following questions to her in a loud voice. Have I the honour of speaking to Madame la Duchesse de Berry? Yes. You are really Madame la Duchesse de Berry? Yes, monsieur. Is the child just born lying by you yours? Yes, monsieur, it is mine. What sex is it? It is of the feminine sex. I have deputed M. Dennou to declare that fact. Then Louis-Charles Dennou, Docteur de Médecine, ex-professeur de clinique d'accouchement de la Faculté de Paris, titular member of the Académie Royale de Médecine, made the following declaration. I have just delivered Madame la Duchesse de Berry, here present wife in lawful wedlock of Count Hector de Lucchesi-Palli, a prince of the house of Campofranco, gentleman of the chamber to the King of the Two Sicilies, domiciled at Palermo. M. le Comte de Brissac and Madame la Comtesse de Hautefort, asked by us if they would sign the statement of the event of which they had been witnesses, replied that they had come here to attend to the Duchesse de Berry as friends, but not to sign any sort of document. In respect of all this, we have drawn up the present report, in 3 copies, one to be deposited in our presence in the archives of the citadel, while the other 2 have been placed with le General Bugeaud, Governor, whom we have charged to hand them to the government, duly signed after being read over, on the day, month and year dated above. In our opinion, Madame la Duchesse de Berry did a graver wrong than by marrying le Comte de Lucchesi-Palli, noble and loyal Sicilian gentleman as he was, whose family I had the honour to become acquainted with during my travels in Sicily. That wrong was in signing the declaration of 22 February and the legal document of her accouchement on 10 May 1833. No human power could have compelled her to do so, and the opposition against the government was such at that period that every official bit of paper not signed by Madame la Duchesse de Berry could be, if not out of good faith at least successfully, repudiated as apocryphal. Between the denial of the Carlist party and the affirmation of the moderate party, public opinion would have been left in a state of indecision. Thus was one of the most heated periods of the beginning of the reign of Louis-Philippe frustrated. It had a real advantage, because it brought the Carlist party and the Republican closer together, not in opinion so much as from respect. Theodore, Anne and Berthier, by joining hands with de Hervers and Gregoire, whilst Carroll was crossing swords with Rouleberry, gave that proof of esteem to which I referred when talking to Bochin, which is given among enemies in default of a proof of friendship. Chapter 2. Lucrece Borgia, Discouragement, First Conception of the Historical Romances. In the midst of all this, a great literary event had happened. Victor Hugo had had his first prose drama, Lucrece Borgia, performed at the Theatre Porte Saint-Martin. It is difficult to believe it, but it is a fact that during this stormy atmosphere literature sprang to life and grew and increased from flower to fruit. The play was splendidly put on. Georges and Frederick played the principal parts. It contained powerfully moving passages and had an immense success. Let us state that we owe this glowing picture of a portion of the life of the Duchesse d'Este to the absence of the censorship. From the night of 2 February 1833 began the real life of the author of Lucrece Borgia and of Orientals, as it appeared in his representation of his beautiful drama, Marion Delorme. You, lovely Princess Negroni, know what we mean, you, in whom he discovered the love and devotion that blessed every hour of his life in this his natal land, as also in foreign lands. Ah, dear Comtesse Dash, you may rightly say that, unluckily, the most interesting facts of these memoirs are those which I cannot write down. I witnessed the fresh success of Victor Hugo with great delight, although friends had thrown some clouds across our early friendship, a joy all the greater as, having temporarily renounced the theatre myself, Hugo at that period represented the whole school. Why had I renounced it? One experiences moments of lassitude and of disgust in life, quite beyond one's own control. I was passing through such a period. I had been deeply hurt, not by the failure of the Fils de l'Émigre, for the play was poor, it had justly failed. I acknowledge and submit to the hard lessons which the public give an author. This simplicity, let us remark in passing, is a part of my strength, but in the simplicity of my heart, I did not understand the fury of the press against me. They indeed knew one thing, or rather two. That I had fallen ill during the 2nd or 3rd act of the work, that I had left France in consequence of the troubles of June, namely at the beginning of the rehearsals, that finally I was hardly responsible for 1/3 of the work, and they attacked me concerning my 5 or 6 preceding successes. No wonder I was staggered. But in other ways this retiring into my shell, which I am not so presumptuous to compare with that of Achilles, was of great advantage with respect to my literary life, which it split into 2 divisions. Without the failure of the Fils de l'Émigre, and the explosion of hatred which followed it, I should probably never have done anything but theatrical work. On the contrary, during the year's silence which I kept with regard to the stage, I published my first impressions of my travels, which was very successful among the booksellers, and I prepared my volume entitled Gaul et France, an unfinished but wonderful book, wherein the double vision of poet supplements the knowledge, the historian. Then, too, this latter work, which absorbed me completely, by precipitating me into the intoxication of unknown matters, was of still greater advantage to me than to the public for which I intended it. It did not teach the public much, but it taught me a great deal. I was, I repeat, profoundly ignorant in history. When I began a historical drama, I did not investigate the whole century in which my heroes had lived, but merely the 2 or 3 years during which my action took place, and the event which formed the catastrophe of the drama was accomplished. I made a hole after the fashion of well sinkers. I dived like fishermen. True, by dint of digging, I sometimes brought up an ingot of gold. By diving, I at times came to the surface with a pearl, but it was merely chance. The studies I was compelled to make about the French monarchy, from CSR's invasion of the Gauls to the invasion of the French Republic in Europe, unfolded before my eyes that magnificent continuity of 18 centuries, wrongly styled the history of France, under Charlemagne, Philippe Auguste, François I, Louis Roman XIV, and Napoleon, which has become the history of the world. I viewed with amazement the marvelous advantage there was to be derived from these changes of dynasty, and of morals and of customs. I made acquaintance with the men who summed up a reign, with the men who summed up a century, with those also who represented a period. I saw appear, like meteors lost to the vulgar gaze in the night of time, those rare chosen spirits of Providence which pass with fire on their brows, bearing the thoughts of God, unconscious themselves of what they carry, and not realizing their mission, until they go to render up their account to Him who bestowed it upon them. I confess I was at first dazzled before this awful sign, its summit thundered upon by the superb trinity of the men we call CSR, Charlemagne and Napoleon. I then understood that there was to be done for this great and beauteous France what Walter Scott had done for poor little Scotland, an illustrated, picturesque and dramatic story of the past, a bringing to life again of all the great dead, a kind of last judgment of all those who had worn a crown, whether of laurels, of flowers or of gold. But I admit, if I had been dazzled by this historical revelation, I was overwhelmed by the work it imposed on the historian, and I fell prostrate, saying to myself, "Happy indeed is the man who shall accomplish this gigantic mission, but God knows full well I have not the vanity to imagine it will be mine." Yet I proceeded with my work with a growing courage, amidst the doubts and laughter of all my friends. When I meet someone whom I have not seen for some time, he will say to me, "So it is you." "Yes, it is I. What is there surprising in that?" "I thought you were dead." "Why?" "Because you have been doing nothing." "Who told you that?" "Why, nobody is talking of you." "I have written a book." "Ah yes, your Impressions de Voyages. I read that. It was very funny. You're a fine joker." "Why am I a joker?" "Would you have me believe that you have tasted bear's flesh and caught trout with a bill hook?" Of course there is absolutely nothing else in my Impressions de Voyages, but I am writing a history now. You write a history, you are wrong. "Why so?" "Stick to drama, my dear fellow. You know you are dramatic through and through." "Does it therefore follow that because, as you say, I am dramatic before everything else I ought not to write drama? Is there nothing dramatic outside the stage, and could one not put drama into a novel?" "A novel? You want to do a romance after the style of Walter Scott?" "Why not?" But my interlocutor shook his head. "Walter Scott has depicted localities, characters, manners. You must take the novel from Walter Scott's hands, as Raphael took art from Perugino's, and add the passions. If I were you, though I have no advice to offer you, I would stick to the theatre." "Let me try." "Oh, you are a free agent." So my questioner left me with a shrug of his shoulders, as much as to say, "There goes another to destruction. Am I lost, or have I, as I said Raphael did to Perugino, taken romance from the hands of Walter Scott to give him a push forward? Have I taught a little of the history of my country to my contemporaries by causing them to read La Comtesse de Salisbury, Le Bâtard de Morlian, Isabeau de Bavière, Jehan la Pucelle, Ascanio, La Réunie Margot, La Dame de Montsoreau, Les 45, Les Trois Mousquetaires, Vingt-Ans après, Le Vicomte de Bragelonne, Le Chevalier de Harmental, La Fille du Regent, Balsamo, Le Collier de la Réunie Ange Pitou, La Comtesse de Charny et Le Chevalier de Maison Rouge? The future must decide. In any case, the metamorphosis of the dramatic poet into a romance writer dates fro, and the probable cause was the failure of the Fils de l'Émigré. Chapter 3. Condition of the Théâtre Français in 1832, and causes which had led to our emigration from the Théâtre Français, reflections concerning the education of dramatic artists. In one of the preceding volumes of these souvenirs, we amused ourselves by enumerating the plays that the Théâtre Français acted in 1830 to 1834, whilst the Porte Saint-Martin was playing Antony, Marion Delorme, Richard, La Tour de Nesle, Lucrece Borgia, Marie Tudor and Angel. Two of these plays were to pass to the Theatre Franchise without any other advertisement except their failure. They were Guido Rini and Le Presbyter. Caius Gracchus, by Theodore d'Artois, and Clarice Harlowe, by Denane, my collaborator in Richard Darlington, had followed the first two dramas without turning the ill fortune which seemed to be attached to the theatre. There was genuine despair in the Rue de Richelieu. The last days of Mademoiselle Mars were wasted in failures. She had indeed acted in Guido Rini and in Clarice Harlowe without being able to give more than a few touches of life to these two works. In other ways there began, between the dramatic school of 1828 and the Theatre Franchise, the spirit of antagonism which has lasted until today, even after my having given my Henry Roman III and Hugo his Hernani to the Theatre Franchise. This stupid opposition, which we felt to be permanently against us, half arising from the administration and half from society itself, had induced us to desert it. In fact, with the restrictive conditions by which the Theatre Franchise was bound, it could play neither Christine nor Richard, nor La Tour de Nesle nor Lucrece Borgia. Now, why could these plays not be acted? It is a difficult matter to explain. Why cannot certain plants which flourish splendidly in other latitudes grow in such or such another kind of climate? They need atmosphere. Well, it must be admitted that the Theatre Franchise has its own atmosphere, in which certain forms of art, the picturesque and the poetic, cannot thrive. Now this very picturesque and poetic side, which was unable to accommodate itself to the jog-trot routine of the theatre of the Rue de Richelieu, was just what constituted the splendid efflorescence of dramatic art. It must be admitted that before the rise of the modern school, this side of dramatic art was totally unknown in France. It came from abroad. It had its origins in Aeschylus, its development in Shakespeare and Goethe and Schiller. As we have seen, it rose again to the fore at the beginning of the dramatic world. We felt instinctively that something would be eternally missing in French art, so long as it did not manage to graft upon itself this exotic art. It was the same as with the gardens in our parks, the authorities of which, when they had transformed them after the periods of Louis Roman XIV and Louis Roman XV, were no longer satisfied with lime trees cut in arcades, yews cut in pyramids, chestnut trees cut in lines like a chessboard, but felt the need for designing them on new plans, and of adding to the classical and national trees the American magnolia, the sumats of Japan, the paulownia of China. What we wanted to do, in short, in dramatic art, was something after the style of the Garden of the Petit Trianon, as opposed to the Versailles. Winding paths, massive trees of all shades of foliage and flower, running water as in the Alps or Pyrenees, lawns and mossy places as in England and Ireland. Then, instead of eternally following the regular path which, without episode or surprise, leads straight to the end foreseen from the first step, one could lose oneself, find one's way again, and in fact, pass through every emotion of that art, which is all the greater in that it conceals itself behind nature to the point of making believe that it does not exist. Imagine gardeners who are capable of endowing your horizons with palms with moving plumes, banana trees with huge leaves, bamboos with flexible, slender stems, to whom you refused entrance to your gardens because the stateliness of your oaks, the serious look of your limes, and the proud bearing of your yews could not endure the proximity of the newcomers. Would not those gardeners thus repulsed by you have the right to make their winter gardens elsewhere? Very well, that is just the very situation in which we found ourselves with regard to the Theatre Franchise. The vicinity of Molière, that lime tree with sweet-scented flowers, hovered over by numbers of humming bees, Corneille, the majestic oak which covers the 17th century with its shade, and Racine, that agreeable, evergreen yew cut to suit the taste of the court of Louis Roman XIV, was, they said, degraded by us. Being gods as jealous as Jehovah, they wanted to keep their sky pure from contact with those other gods, by name Shakespeare, Calderon, Schiller and Goethe. Hence arose the administrative opposition, supported in its absolutism by literary criticism. Nothing is so repugnant to literary criticism as admiration for the living. Remember the dialogue reply to criticism which Molière gives, and Corneille's humble prefaces apropos of Nicomed. Think of Racine's bitter recriminations with respect to Andromache. Well then, the three men who stand for the dramatic trinity in the religion of modern art, these men who, with good reason, were held to be as gods equal to the Roman CSRs, could apparently only become divine by dying. Now criticism, said to the young poets, outside the art of Louis Roman XIV, is no salvation. Criticism well knew that that art was dead, because, indeed, it was exhausted by having borne such splendid fruits as Tartuffe, Horace, Britannicus. It knew full well that the scathing spirit of Molière against a state of society which no longer exists could not be met with again, nor the thoughtful style of Corneille, son of the League and of the Fronde, nor the suave complacency of Racine, rewarded by a glance from Lavaliere, or punished by a word from Louis Roman XIV. These could none of them be revived. It knew that all this had died with the men themselves, and could not be revived after them in other individualities, placed in contact with other epochs, customs, and men. Because it knew that all this spirit was dead, entirely dead, it asked us to resuscitate it. It was pointed out that academic methods of galvanism applied to corpses might occasionally make a dead body tremble, but between that and the resurrection of the daughter of Jairus, and of Lazarus, there was the abyss which separates Volta from Jesus Christ, the man from God. No matter, exclaimed the critics. Give us Molière, Corneille, and Racine, we will have none others. True, said M. Lemercier, Viennet, and Bayer-Lormian, you have us, but criticism would not accept them. Now we will pass on to the opposition, which came from the side of the associates. Talma had spent his life asking authors to write him something fresh. Mademoiselle Mars said, do so if you like. Other members said, do nothing of the kind. Talma, born in Paris but brought up in England, spoke English as easily as French. Talma acting, with equal indifference, Auguste and Néron in Paris, and Hamlet and Richard Roman III. In London, compelled to play Ducis instead of Shakespeare, could comprehend all that would be gained by the introduction of a fresh element into the national art. Mademoiselle Mars, intelligent, delicate, a comedienne both innately and from study, who made up for want of genius by wit, of strength by gracefulness, greatness by cleverness, she could say, do something fresh if you want to, armed with her qualifications, even though they were slightly inferior while still eminently sympathetic, she was always safe to succeed in everything. You can see she was not mistaken, since, after she had played Sylvia Elmire Celimene, she took the part of the Duchesse de Guise, Dona Sol, and of Desdemona. The rest said, do not create anything fresh for us, because, for the most part, they were just ordinary stereotyped artists with no desire to begin their education over again, feeling at the same time, too, that if they attempted it they were powerless to transform themselves. Let us indeed examine into the education given to our artists, and see if it is as complete and intelligent as it might be. Chapter 4. Talma, Mademoiselle Mars, the Conservatoire, Macready, Young, Keene, Miss Smithson, Mrs. Siddons, Miss Fawcett, Shakespeare, the limits to dramatic art in France. We have told what Talma's education had been. Brought early to Paris, taken to London at the age of 8 or 9, his earliest enthusiasm had been for Shakespeare. When he returned to Paris, he had made his first appearance about 1788 or 89, and had done his very utmost to get the theatre to embark on true lines. Not succeeding in moving them in the matter of works, he had turned to costumes. After he had played Charles Roman IX, Chenier's classical piece, without being able to change a line of it, he had played Racine's Berenice and changed Titus's style of wig. That change of wig created a revolution. The period during which the work was played, they wore their locks a la Titus, so Talma demanded something fresh because he was a genius. Emile Mars, a fille de la Halle in theatrical parlance, who had acted in comedy from her mother's knees, lisping Cédine's Victorine when first learning to talk. A pupil of Monville, whom they banished from the Comédie Française with a shameful excuse, but really because, with his unstudied tones, without even raising his voice, he produced more effect than Larive and Lafond with their loud cries and great strength. Emile Mars, who could modulate her flexible voice to the whole dramatic gamut, from the charming prattle of Madame de Bauer to the growling and savage roar of Clotilde. Mademoiselle Mars, who by means of her art could make up for genuine passion. She accepted the new school because she was clever, but as for the rest of them, they rejected it because they were merely mechanical. Firmin and Joanny very nearly came over to our side, yet after all the transition was not really sincere. Firmin shrank from Antony, and Joanny certainly preferred Orosmane to Othello. Who was to blame? I do not hesitate to say it was the fault of the dramatic education given by the professors of the Conservatoire to their pupils. It is true they were only appointed professors to the Conservatoire on condition they gave this education and no other. Why is not Frederick, a powerful genius, in spite of what our collaborator Marteau said the other day in Le Mousquetaire, why is not Frederick a professor at the Conservatoire? Why is not Bocage, who has created on a lofty plane 7 or 8 roles which will remain as types? Why is not Lacroix a professor of the Conservatoire, who is the cleverest adviser I know? Why, finally, is not Dorval a professor there, a large-hearted woman who had enthusiasm enough to inspire half a score of actresses if it could be done? Because the Conservatoire must not teach anything but dead art, and has to be hostile to living art. It appears to me that the Conservatoire is committing the same error as the École de Rome. All Grand Prix students are sent to Rome. Now suppose Rembrandt and Rubens were our contemporaries, Rembrandt who stands for light and Rubens for color. Suppose God had bestowed the honor on France of making them our countrymen. Suppose then they are pupils, the one of Decamps, the other of Delacroix. Suppose they compete, and that Rembrandt painted for his theme La Ronde de Nuit, and that Rubens painted l'Adoration des Mages. Suppose they were accepted, and which is absolutely unimaginable, the one gained the first and the other the second prize. Next they pick out Rubens and Rembrandt, and dispatch them to M. Ingers, director of the School of Painting at Rome, and write to him to give a guiding hand to these two promising young men. M. Ingers has the two pictures sent to him to look at. He faints at the sight of l'Adoration des Mages, and has a fit when he sees La Ronde de Nuit, and he totally abandons the two pupils to their unhappy fate with the advice, study Raphael. Apart from Raphael there is no salvation possible. Do you imagine that Rembrandt and Rubens, if they should study, Rembrandt Les Fiancals de la Vierge and Rubens La Dispute d'Athènes, could ever paint such pictures? Not only would they remain bad scholars instead of becoming masters, and very great masters, but instead of painting La Descente de Croix and L'Ange du June Toby, they would do atrocious pasticcio far worse than these. Ah well, that is exactly what happens to the pupils of the Conservatoire. In France they are destined either for tragedy or comedy. If for tragedy they study Corneille and Racine, if for comedy Molière and Rignard. Hardly ever at the same time both Corneille, Molière, Rignard and Racine. It must be either comedy or tragedy, laughter or tears. In England they have no Conservatoire and no author but Shakespeare. But Shakespeare contains the whole of humanity. A pupil who studies Shakespeare studies at the same time Corneille, Molière, Racine and Rignard. Then, too, Shakespeare is as full of comedy as Molière and Rignard. Look at Falstaff and Mercutio. He is as dramatic as Corneille and Racine. Witness Othello and Richard Roman III. Furthermore, he is as mystical as Goethe, for instance Hamlet, as dramatic as Schiller in Macbeth, as poetical, as the whole realm of poetry combined. Think of Romeo. Accordingly, when an actor or actress has studied Shakespeare, they have studied everything. The actress has studied innocence in Juliet, ambition in Lady Macbeth, grace in Ariel, filial affection in Cordelia, maternal love in Valeria, terror in Hamlet's mother and devotion and love in Desdemona. The actor has studied artifice in Richard Roman III, madness in King Lear, jealousy in Othello, dignity in Julius Caesar, chivalry in Talbot and melancholy in Hamlet, melancholy the 10th muse unknown to the ancients, which has been revealed to us by the 16th century. Shakespeare foresaw everything, even mesmerism, which did not appear till the close of the 18th century. Think of the sleepwalking scene of Lady Macbeth. The result is that in the hands of a well-developed student, Shakespeare can replace Molière, Corneille, Racine, Calderon, Goethe and Schiller. This it is which clouds Macready's brow in Hamlet, Keane's terrible glance in Othello, the ominous laughter of Richard in Young, Smithson's heartrending tears in Ophelia, and Siddon's appalling shrieks in Lady Macbeth and Miss Fawcett's enchanting love-making in Juliet. A moment ago we made a suggestion. We said let us suppose Rembrandt and Rubens lived in our days. Now let us also imagine that Shakespeare is our contemporary. Who at the Theatre Francais will play Romeo, Juliet, Desdemona, Ariel, Miranda, Richard Roman III, Hamlet and Ophelia? Nobody. Mademoiselle Rachel's inflexible talent will not bend to all the feminine tenderness necessary for the swans of Shakespeare. Beauvalet, Geoffroy and Regina perhaps might give us an idea of some of the masculine types, but the number of persons who could undertake the playing of Shakespeare at the Theatre Francais would certainly not exceed 2 or 3. Shakespeare, therefore, would be compelled to do what Hugo and I did in 1830, or as Casimir de Levine had to do in 1833 with Les Enfants d'Edouard. O gentlemen, you who are engaged in matters of French dramatic art, ponder this seriously. France, with its powers of assimilation, ought not to restrict itself to national art. She ought to seize upon European art, cosmopolitan, universal art, bounded in the north by Shakespeare, in the east by Aeschylus, in the south by Calderon, and in the west by Corneille. It was thus that Augustus, Charlemagne and Napoleon conceived their empires. And now we ask our patient, faithful readers' permission to close provisionally this series of our memoirs. The souvenirs which we should now have to recall belong to the period at which we have arrived, and frequently have too many points of contact with present-day politics and politicians to enable us always to speak freely. Later, when better conditions shall prevail in France, in the matter of the press, if the reception accorded to these memoirs comes up to our expectation, and God sees fit to grant us life, we will resume our chronicler's pen in the hope of providing fresh and curious material for the voracious history of our times. Finis. Appendixes. See text p. 83. The following is the discussion referred to. Nous avons promis on si le rappel de compulser les archives du Conseil d'État et de donner un extrait de 5 aux 6 séances au fut débattu devant la commission formée pour préparer la loi sur les théâtres, la question de la censure dramatique et de la liberté théâtrale. Sans tenir compte de l'ordre chronologique, nous allons mettre sous les yeux de nos lecteurs si précis document de notre histoire littéraire, qui nous semble avoir sa place marquée ici mieux que partout ailleurs. Or il arrive qu'un jour, si edate dans la seconde quinzaine de septembre 1849, je recuse une lettre qui me priait de me rendre le lendemain à une séance du Conseil d'État. Mon étonnement fut grand, je n'ai jamais ni don ni demande un conseil. Quel conseil pouvait donc avoir à me donner, ou à me demander le Conseil d'État? Je me rendis à l'invitation un peu tard, selon mon habitude, aussi la séance était-elle déjà ouverte. Vivian précédate, et me, les conseillers behic et charten sigient à ses côtes. Chapter 2000. Bayard Millsville Victor Hugo Eugene Scribe et Émile Sylvester avient et convoques que mémoire, et arrives avant moi, et en séance. Millsville parlait sur la question de la liberté industrielle des théâtres. Cette question m'intéressait d'autant plus que si était la première fois qu'une commission quelconque me fit l'honneur de me convoquer à une pareille délibération. Millsville racontait, avec cette parole claire et facile qui en écartant ses lèvres, fait voir la fois et son bienveillante sourire et ses belles dents. Millsville racontait, disji, que l'année précédente, il avait fait partie d'une commission formée par ledre Rollin dans le but d'examiner la question théâtrale sous le triple aspect de la liberté industrielle, de la censure et des cautionnements. La commission s'était prononcée pour la liberté industrielle. Millsville of White quil ni s'était point, en cette circonstance réunia la majorité, et quil était lui partisan non d'une liberté limitée, mais d'une concurrence limitée. Tout cela fut dit, je le répète, avec cette gracieuse urbanite de paroles qui est le caractère particulier de la conversation de Millsville. Puis vint le tour de Bayard. Vice-président de la Société des auteurs dramatiques, il déclara, au nom de cette société, qu'elle demandait la liberté théâtrale la plus absolue. Quant à lui personnellement, ainsi que Millsville, il demandait un moyen terme qui donnait plus d'activité aux théâtres existants. Par exemple, l'odien vigoureusement soutenu pour éprouver le théâtre français et un troisième théâtre lyrique pour fouetter l'opéra comique et le grand opéra. Chapter 49. Edate comme ces pisciculteurs qui mettent un certain nombre de perches et de brochets dans leurs étangs à fin d'empêcher, en leur donnant la chasse, les carpes de devenir trop grasses. La discussion s'y prolongea pendant quelque temps sur la même matière entre les conseillers behic et charten, et Millsville et Bayard, mais les conseillers pretendant qu'il y avait déjà trop de théâtres, mais les auteurs affirmant qu'un troisième théâtre lyrique était nécessaire. Puis si fut le tour de Scribe de parler. Scribe, la liberté des théâtres serait la ruine de l'art du gout de l'industrie et des mowers, avec elle il n'y s'élèvera pas de bons théâtres, il s'en élèvera immédiatement beaucoup de mauvais. La raison en est bien simple, les bons théâtres font plus d'argent, les mauvais beaucoup. Je n'y chercherai pas comment on peut restreindre la liberté des entreprises théâtrales. Mon système est franc, je n'admets pas cette liberté. Si l'absolutisme peut être permis quelque part, c'est assurément en fait de théâtre. Je voudrais que l'on fit si que firent autrefois les décrets impériaux, qu'on limitat d'une manière précise et assez étroite le nombre des théâtres de la capitale. Je dis assez étroite, je n'y voudrais pas, cependant, que l'on adopte le nombre fixe en 1807, la population augmente depuis cette époque. Il faut tenir compte de cette augmentation. Je prendrais par exemple le nombre 6, sur ces théâtres conserves, tant serient consacrés aux chefs d'œuvre anciens, tant au genre lyrique, tant à la comédie et à la tragédie moderne, etc., etc. Par ce système, on arriverait à augmenter le nombre des grands théâtres utiles, et en même temps, A les render prospers par la diminution des scenes secondaires, qui leur font concurrence, les grands theatres devenant plus riches, portant si passer des subventions que leur paye le gouvernement. On ferait ainsi de l'économie et de la morale, en supprimant les theatres inutiles ou dangereux. Par exemple, les theatres d'enfants, enseignement mutuel de mauvaise littérature, et de mauvaises moeurs. Le privilège dans ce système franc et sévère, est légitime, puisqu'il est institut qu'en faveur des ouvrages qui peuvent faire honneur à l'art, et très utiles à la morale publique. Alexandre Dumas. Je suis fâché de en être d'accord, avec mon confrère scribe, sur aucune des propositions qu'il vient de mettre, relativement aux theatres et aux priviléges. Les theatres d'enfants et-ils dit sont immoraux, c'est vrai, mais on peut les soumettre à une police rigoureuse, ils ne le seront plus, ni les détruisent pas, c'est une pépinière précieuse de comédiens. Scribe et le conservatoire. Dumas, le conservatoire fait des comédiens impossibles, quan mi don en import qui, un garde municipal licencié en février, un boutiquier retire, en ferre un acteur, mais GNNAI jamais pu former un seul avec les élèves du conservatoire. Ils sont jamais gates par la routine et la médiocrité de l'école. Ils n'ont point étudié la nature. Ils si sont toujours borns à copier plus au moins mal leur maître. Au contraire, des qu'un enfant est sur le théâtre, si quil put y avoir en lui de talent si développe naturellement. 100 est ainsi que si sont formes presque tous nos grands comédiens modernes. Quant à la liberté des theatres, à mon avis, plus vous la laisserez entière, plus vous aurez de bons theatres. Et, par bons theatres, j'entends, moi, ce qui attirent le plus de monde, ce qui font vivre le plus de familles. Je n'y conquois point les priviléges, des quil y a privilège il y a abus, un privilège me donne un droit que en a pas mon voicin, et me pause faire si que je n'y ferais pas si l'égalité existait pour tous. Un privilège fait trouver de l'argent pour une entreprise ruineuse, et mine la banqueroute. Le jour où il n'y aura plus de priviléges, vous aurez 30 theatres dans Paris, mais en après il en restera tout au plus dix ou douze, et tous seront en état de s'y suffire. Telle personne qui, les priviléges abolis, n'y batterait jamais un théâtre nouveau, avec un privilège en bâtira un immédiatement. On a donc bien tort de s'effrayer du régime de la liberté. Scribe. Mon confrère, avec la liberté limitée, nous promet, d'ici à 2 ans, une vingtaine de banquerouts au bout de squels il restera 10 ou 12 theatres. Je demande qu'on établisse tout de suite les 10 ou 12 theatres, avant de voir les si consommer la ruine d'un milliard de familles. Au serait le mal, lorsque tant de petits theatres immoraux disparaîtront, et que, pour compenser leur disparition, il y aurait 3 theatres franchise et 4 theatres lyriques. Imposes des conditions au privilège, et vous verrez que vous aurez les avantages de la liberté sans en avoir les inconvénients. On expérimente tous les abus du régime du privilège, on peut donc y porter remède. La liberté illimitée vous n'y la connaissez pas, ou du moins vous n'y la connaissez pas suffisamment, c'est un abîme. Je n'y saurais admettre cette opinion de Dumas, que d'une manière absolue, les meilleurs theatres sont ceux qui gagnent le plus d'argent, et qui font vivre le plus de monde. Je dirais au contraire, que ces theatres-là sont souvent les mauvais. On n'y gagne pas beaucoup d'argent avec les pièces vraiment littéraires. On réussit souvent mieux en gagner avec des excentricités, des attaques contre la morale et le gouvernement. Avec la liberté, l'industrialisme conduira de plus en plus loin dans cette voie déplorable. Dumas, les attaques contre le gouvernement on les réprimera par les lois. Scribe exagère dès lors, quand il dit que ces attaques sont les meilleurs moyens de succès pour un théâtre. Le public la plupart du temps, fait prompt justice des attaques contre la morale. Les attaques contre le gouvernement ni l'entraînent qu'un instant, quand elles l'entraînent. Scribe fait trop bon marqué des petits théâtres, l'immoralité ni leur est pas inhérente, et l'art ni leur est pas toujours étranger. Il y a de l'art jusque dans les pantomimes et dans la danse. Ces theatres dès lors font vivre bien des artistes, bien des familles. Le président prie Sylvester d'exposer son opinion. Émile Sylvester, je suis désolé de n'y pouvoir adopter complètement aucune des opinions quant émises jusqu'ici mes confrères. Je n'y crois point comme Alexandre Dumas, que l'art et l'industrie théâtrale soient toujours milles, et quello o rusit l'industrie, l'art prosper taugers. Geni crois pas, comme scribe, quil file mépriser completement et abandoner l'interet de l'industrie la o il ni, a part d'interet d'art. Un privilege n'a pas de raison d'exister lorsqu'il n'y procure pas, soit un profit au gouvernement, soit un bénéfice moral au intellectuel à la nation. Or, c'est le cas de la plupart des priviléges de théâtre actuellement concedes. Estc un monopole qui fasse gagner de l'argent au gouvernement. Non. Si monopole sert-il à l'avancement moral ou intellectuel, la plupart des théâtres adjacents en sens contraire de si progrès. G vaudrais quan fit une distinction entre les théâtres qui sont utiles à la conservation et à l'avancement de l'art, à l'instruction, à la moralisation du pupil, et ceux qui n'y sont purement qu'une exploitation industrielle. Ceux-ci comme toutes les exploitations industrielles devraient être abandonnés au régime de la liberté, de la libre concurrence. Ceux de la première catégorie seriant, au contraire d'autres, soutenus par le gouvernement, c'est son devoir d'être leur tuteur. Maintenir le privilège pour les théâtres purement industriels, c'est maintenir une cause de ruine. Le privilège est un heimken avec lequel on attire des écus pour les faire perdre. Il en est point une valeur réelle, il en est quel fantôme, à cause de l'espèce de fascination qu'il exerce, il fait fonder des théâtres là où ils n'y peuvent réussir. Il accumule toutes les charges des exploitations successives, et entretient ainsi une ruine permanente. Si es charges n'y serient point transmises dans une entreprise ordinaire. Si un homme fait de mauvaises affaires dans une filature, celui qui la lui acte prend l'établissement pour si qu'il vaut, et n'y es engage par payer les dettes de son prédécesseur. G crois donc, quel alloy doit absolument reconnaître le principe de la libre concurrence des théâtres purement industriels. Estc a dire pour cela quan doivent leur donner une liberté sans condition. Geni le crois point, et G serais des premiers à demander quan fixet certaines conditions de police et de capital. J arrivox théâtres quan put regarder comme des écoles, des muses, et qui serient privileges en si sens quils serient subventions par l'état. Quels serient ces théâtres, ici la difficult est serious, cependant G l'abord. Chapter 49. Why un théâtre qui incontestablement adroit d'être range dans cette catégorie, c'est celui qui est représente actuellement par le théâtre franchise. Si théâtre serait chargé de conserver les chefs d'œuvre littéraires du passé, maintenant à côté de si théâtre stationnaire, il faut un théâtre qui marque, qui innove. Si sera le second théâtre franchise, il faudra l'écrire dans des conditions sérieuses de rivalite. On devra conserver pour le genre lyrique les deux théâtres qui existent maintenant, l'opéra et l'opéra comique. Mais ils n'y suffisent pas, on a dit tout à hura la commission. Le gouvernement crée chaque année des compositeurs auxquels il n'y donne ni les moyens de faire jouer leurs œuvres. Il faut un troisième théâtre lyrique. Si n'y doit pas très simplement une doublure des deux auteurs. Il y a une chose qui me paraît trop oubliée dans toute cette question, c'est le pupil. Vous subventionnez des théâtres pour l'art pur, et le pupil, dont l'éducation musicale n'est pas suffisante pour qu'il comprenne nos grands opéras. Vous l'abandonnez à lui-même, vous n'y faites rien pour lui. G vaudrais que le pupil eut son théâtre franchise et son grand opéra réunis dans la même salle. C'est à dire qu'il eut un théâtre où l'on n'y jouerait que les œuvres, soit lyriques, soit purement dramatiques, hors de discussion au point de vue de l'art et de la morale. Si l'on n'y crée pas si théâtre, soit sous le régime de la liberté, soit avec le régime du privilège, on arrivera à une démoralisation successive, à une décadence intellectuelle des masses par le théâtre. En effet, il est bien plus facile de tirer la foule avec les mauvaises passions qu'avec les bons exemples, de sorte que vous verrez toujours les théâtres dangereux, c'est à dire ceux qui ont une direction subversive de l'ordre véritable, et l'emporter sur les bons, c'est à dire sur les théâtres utiles, sur les théâtres où l'on s'y respecte, et où l'on respecte l'art. Si resultat si produira sous le régime du privilège aussi facilement que sous celui de la liberté, car le gouvernement n'a pas plus d'action sur la direction intellectuelle des théâtres privilégiés qu'il en aurait sur celle des théâtres libres. Voyez ce qui s'y passe au vaudeville. Une administration gratifiée d'un privilège de la République attaque impunément la République chaque soir. Vous connaissez, messieurs, ces pieces quan os décora du nom d'Aristophanesques. Comme c'est la première fois quan promine sur noter sin les images vivantes des hommes publics, que sur noter sin l'on baffe grossièrement les plus hautes personnifications du pouvoir national, et les institutions qui régissent la France, le public vint en foul. Estc la un moyen honit de faire prosper un théâtre. Quand Aristophane faceit des comédies, il était le représentant de la liberté de la pensée, et non de l'industrie. Son théâtre si edat à Athens la liberté de la presse, si en edat point une exploitation, ses attaques acerbes, si edat l'acti d'un citoyen, et non le talent d'un manufacturier. 100 est donc en vain que elan es abrite derrière un grand nom pour cacher les tristes speculations du privilège auxerbois. Chapter 49. Why a utilite pour el honor de la France ainsi que le gouvernement ni les point completement, l'art dramatique et l'industrie, et le moyen le plus puissant de l'arracher à son matérialisme, c'est de porter un soin tout particulier à l'organisation des théâtres d'art, et principalement des théâtres populaires. Il faudrait surtout composer, avec un grand soin les comites charges de juger les pieces. Jusqu'à présent, ils elant et, en général, dans les grands théâtres avec assez de négligence, on a pris d'ordinaire des personnes appartenant à l'administration théâtrale, des académiciens représentant le passe plus dot que le présent, en fin des comédiens. Les académiciens s'y retirent promptement, le comite s'y de pupil, bientôt il n'y restait plus du tribunal primitif, que les juges qui en ont rien de mieux à faire, et si n'y sont pas les meilleurs. De perils comites ni convenient paro, but que doivent atteindre les théâtres subventions, il en faut de plus sérieux. Les comites ni seront sérieux quotant quil y aura une pénalité pour ceux de leurs membres, qui manqueraient aux séances, qui vaudrais que leurs membres fassent non seulement des administrateurs de théâtre, des auteurs, des comédiens, mais aussi des artistes, des gens du monde, des sensations de si public very, quoique restraint, il resulterait un jugement qui serait probablement le précurseur certain du jugement du public véritable. Pour me résumer, voici ce que j'y sauheterais. Liberté de l'industrie théâtrale, création de théâtres d'art, littéraires et lyriques, subventions par le gouvernement, et soumis à une constitution nouvelle. Création d'un théâtre populaire, également subvention, et destiné à faire cultiver la morale, le patriotisme et l'art parmi les travailleurs. Scribe, j'admets la plupart des idées de sous-vester, elles me semblent généreuses, et de nature ainsi que leur application soit utile pour les populations, et pour l'art. J'entends parler surtout de celles, qui sont relatives à la constitution des théâtres subventions. Je dois ajouter que l'application de ces idées me paraît difficile avec le système de la liberté, très facile avec le système du privilège. Sous-vester, j'ai dit les motifs qui amount fait combattre le système du privilège. Faut-il plus facile d'appliquer à ce système ma proposition sur les théâtres subventions, je le repouserais, mais je n'y vois aucune difficulté à concilier ma proposition avec le système de la liberté industrielle. J'ai vu que le gouvernement décide si qu'il faut organiser de théâtres subventions, mais non si qu'il faut organiser de théâtres en général. Je n'y vu pas qu'il intervienne dans ce qui relève seulement de la spéculation, qu'il impose à l'industrie théâtrale son jugement, qu'il décide qu'il n'y peut y avoir que tant de scenes joint tels genres, ouverts dans tels quartiers. Laissez l'intérêt mercantile décider si es questions de spéculation, vous qui gouvernez, vous en avez à vous occuper que de choses, l'art et le pupil. Dans l'état actuel, le pouvoir produit quels sont les théâtres qui peuvent vivre, et le résultat prouve combien de fois il ss trompe, laissez l'expérience porter si jugement. Avec la liberté, les théâtres qui en ont pas de raison d'être tomeront, ceux qui ont une aptitude réelle à vivre resteront seuls débout. Les démoniens jetient dans un gouffre les enfants qui ni leur paraissent pas viables, ils risquent d'y jeter Leonidas. Ni fates pas comme you, mais comme les Athéniens, laissez tout le monde esser l'existence. Le temps décidera qui doit vivre qui doit mourir. Cette merveilleuse improvisation parut produire le plus grand effet sur le conseil d'état. Par malheur, le résultat prouve que l'émotion avait été aussi passager que profonde. 100 était autour de Hugo de parler, il s'y leva. Victor Hugo, mon opinion sur la matière qui s'y discute maintenant devant la commission est anciennement connue, gli mime en partie publié, j'ai persiste plus que jamais. Le temps où elle prévaudra en est par encore venu, cependant comme, dans ma conviction profonde, le principe de la liberté doit finir par triompher sur tous les points. J'ai attaché de l'importance à la manière sérieuse don't la commission du conseil dedet, étudier les questions qui lui sont soumises, si travail préparatoire est utile, et gmi associe volontaires. Gini lacerai échappe pour ma part, aucune occasion de semer des germes délibérés, façons notre devoir qui est de semer les idées, le temps faire la scène qui est de les féconder. G commencerai par dire la commission que, dans la question des theatres, question très grande et très sérieuse, il n'y a que du intérêts qui me préoccupent. A la vérité ils embrassent tout, l'un est le progrès de l'art, l'autre est l'amélioration du pupil. J'ai dans le cœur une certaine indifference pour les formes politiques, et une inexprimable passion pour la liberté. G viens de vous le dire, la liberté est mon principe, et partout où elle m'apparate, G plaide au lut pour elle. Cependant, si dans la question théâtrale, vous trouvez un moyen qui n'y soit pas la liberté, mais qui me donne le progrès de l'art et l'amélioration du pupil, j'aurai jusque vous sacrifier le grand principe pour lequel j'ai toujours combattu, G m'inclinerai et j'imiterai. Maintenant, pouvez-vous arriver à ces résultats autrement que par la liberté. Vous touchez dans la matière spéciale qui vous occupe, à la grande, à l'éternelle question qui reparate sans cesse, et sous toutes les formes, dans la vie de l'humanité, les deux grands principes qui la dominent dans leur lutte perpétuelle, la liberté et l'autorité, sont en présence dans cette question-ci comme dans toutes les autres. Entre ces deux principes, il vous faudra choisir, sauf en sous faire d'utiles accommodements entre celui que vous choisirez et celui que vous n'y choisirez pas. Il vous faudra choisir, lequel prendrez-vous, examinons. Dans la question des theatres, le principe de l'autorité assessé pour lui et contre lui, qu'il a déjà été expérimenté. Depuis que le théâtre existe en France, le principe d'autorité le possède. Si elle en a constate ses inconvénients, on a aussi constate ses avantages on les connaît. Le principe de liberté n'a pas encore été mis à l'épreuve. Le président, il a été mis à l'épreuve de 1791 à 1806. Victor Hugo, il fut proclamé en 1791 mais non réalise, on était en présence de la guillotine, la liberté germait alors, elle n'y regnait pas. Il n'y faut point juger des efforts de la liberté des théâtres, parce qu'elle a pu produire pendant la première révolution. Le principe de l'autorité a pu, lui au contraire, produire tous ses fruits. Il a eu sa réalisation la plus complète dans un système, ou pas un détail n'a été omis. Dans ce système, aucun spectacle n'y pouvait s'ouvrir sans autorisation. On avait été jusqu'à spécifier le nombre de personnages qui pouvaient paraître en scène dans chaque théâtre, jusqu'à interdire aux uns de chanter, aux autres de parler, jusqu'à régler, en de certains cas, le costume et même le geste, jusqu'à introduire dans les fantaisies de la scène génie sais quel rigueur hiératique. Le principe de l'autorité réalise si complètement qu'il produit. On va me parler de Louis Roman XIV et de son grand regnet. Louis Roman XIV apporte le principe de l'autorité, sous toutes ses formes, à son plus haut degré de splendeur. Gni a parler isaac du théâtre. Et bien, le théâtre du XV siècle eut plus grand sans la pression du principe d'autorité. Si principe a rit l'essor de Corneille, et Freud son robuste génie. Molière si est souvent soustrait, parce qu'il vivait dans la familiarité du grand roi, dont il avait les sympathies personnelles. Molière n'a si favorise que parce qu'il était valet de chambre tapissier de Louis Roman XIV, il n'eut point fait sans cela la cour de ses chefs d'œuvre. Le sauraire du maître lui permettait l'audace, chose bizarre à dire, c'est sa domesticite qui a fait son indépendance, si Molière n'eut pas été libre. Vous savez qu'un des miracles de l'esprit humain avait été déclaré immoral par les contemporains. Il fallait un ordre formal de Louis Roman XIV pour qu'un droit tardif. Voilà si quoi fait le principe de l'autorité dans son plus beau siècle. J'y passerai sur Louis Roman XV et sur son temps. C'est une époque de complète dégradation pour l'art dramatique. J'y range les tragédies de Voltaire parmi les œuvres les plus informes que l'esprit humain ait jamais produites. Si Voltaire n'était pas à côté de cela, un des plus beaux génies de l'humanité, et s'il n'avait pas produit, entre autres grands résultats, si résultat admirable de l'adoucissement des moeurs, il serait au niveau de Campistran. Génie triomphe donc pas du XV siècle. J'y le pourrais mais j'y absence. Remarquez seulement que le chef d'œuvre dramatique qui marque la fin de ce siècle, le mariage de Figaro, est dû à la rupture du principe d'autorité. J'ai arrivé à l'empire. alors l'autorite avait et restori dans tout sa splendeur. Elle avait quelque chose de plus éclatant encore que l'autorite de Louis Roman XIV. Il y avait alors un maître qui ne s'y contentait pas d'être le plus grand capitaine, le plus grand législateur, le plus grand politique, le plus grand prince de son temps, mais qui voulait être le plus grand organisateur de toutes choses. La littérature et l'art, la pensée, n'y pouvaient échapper à sa domination, pas plus que tout le reste. Il y eut et gln là la volonté d'organiser l'art, pour cela il en a rien épargné il a tout prodigue. De Moscou il organisait le théâtre français. Dans le moment mimo la fortune tournait, et où il pouvait voir l'abîme s'ouvrir, il s'occupait de réglementer les soubrettes et les crispins. Et bien, malgré tant de soins et tant de volonté, c'etait homme, qui pouvait gagner la bataille de Marengo et la bataille d'Austerlitz, en a pu faire un chef d'œuvre. Il aurait dans des millions pour que si chef d'œuvre naquit, il aurait fait prince celui qui en aurait honor son règne. Un jour il passait une revue. Il y avait là dans les rangs un auteur assez médiocre qui s'appelait Burgeoning, personne n'y connaît plus si nom, on dit à l'empereur, sire Burgeoning est là. Burgeoning dit-il aussitôt sortes des rangs, et il lui demanda si quil pouvait faire pour lui. Scribe, Burgeoning demanda une sous-lieutenance, si qui n'y prouve pas quil eut la vocation des lettres. Il faut tout peu de temps après, si qui aurait empêché son talent, et s'il avait eu du talent, d'illustrer le règne impérial. Victor Hugo, vous abondez dans mon sens, 500 après si que l'empereur faisait pour des médiocres, juges de si quil eut fait pour des talents, juges de si quil eut fait pour des génies, une de ses passions eut it de faire naître une grande littérature. Son gout littéraire était supérieur, le mémorial de Sainte-Hélène le prouve. Quand l'empereur prend un livre, il ouvre cornet. Et bien, cette littérature quil sauhatait si ardemment pour incouronner son règne lui si grand créateur, il en a pu l'écrire. Quand produit dans le domaine de l'art tant d'efforts, tant de persévérance, tant de magnificence, tant de volonté, quoi produit si principe de l'autorite, si puissamment applique par l'homme qui le faisait en quelque sorte vivant. Rien. Scribe, vous oubliez les templiers de Rainward. Victor Hugo, Genie les oublie pas, il y a dans cette pièce un beau vers. Voilà au point de vue de l'art sous l'empire, si que l'autorite produit, c'est-à-dire rien de grand, rien de beau. J'en suis venu me dire, pour ma part, en voyant ces résultats, que l'autorite pourrait bien n'y paraître le meilleur moyen de faire fructifier l'art, quil fallait peut-être songer à quelque autre chose, nous verrons tout à hura à quoi. Le point de vue de l'art épuise, passons à l'autre, au point de vue de la moralisation et de l'instruction du pupil. 100 est un côté de la question qui me touche infiniment. Quoi fait le principe d'autorite à ce point de vue? Et que veut-il? Jimmy born taugers au théâtre. Le principe d'autorite voulait et devait vouloir que le théâtre contribuait, pour sa part, à enseigner aux pupils tous les respects, les devoirs moraux, la religion, le principe monarchique qui dominait alors, et dont j'y suis loin de méconnaître la puissance civilisatrice. Et bien, j'y prends le théâtre tel qu'il est au siècle par excellence de l'autorite, j'y le prends dans sa personnification francaise la plus illustre, dans l'homme que tous les siècles et tous les temps nous environnent, dans Molière. J'y observe que j'y vois le théâtre échapper complètement à la direction que lui donne l'autorite. Molière prêchait d'un bout à l'autre de ses œuvres, la lutte du valet contre le maître, du fils contre le père, de la femme contre le mari, du jeune homme contre le vieillard, de la liberté contre l'autorite. Nous descends nous, dans Tartuffe Molière en a attaqué que l'hypocrisie, tous ses contemporains le comprient autrement. Le but de l'autorite était-il atteint, jugez vous-même. Il était complètement tourne, elle avait it radicalement impuissante. J'en conclus qu'elle en a par en elle la force nécessaire pour donner aux pupils, au moins par l'intermédiaire du théâtre, l'enseignement le meilleur selon elle. Voyez en effet, l'autorite veut que le théâtre enseigne tous les respects, le théâtre enseigne toutes les désobéissances. Sous la pression des idées religieuses, et même devotes, toute la comédie qui sort de Molière est sceptique, sous la pression des idées monarchiques, toute la tragédie qui sort de Corneille est républicaine. Tous deux Corneille et Molière sont déclarés de l'or vivant immorox, l'un par l'Académie, l'autre par le Parlement. Et voyez comme le jour si fait, voyez comme la lumière vint. Corneille et Molière, qui out fate le contraire de ce que voulait leur imposer le principe d'autorité sous la double pression religieuse et monarchique, sont-ils immorox vraiment? 50 Académie dit oui, le Parlement dit oui, la pastorite dit non, ces du grands poets ont et du grands philosophes, ils n'ont pas produit au théâtre le vulgaire morale de l'autorite, mais la haute morale de l'humanite. 100 est cette morale supérieure et splendide, qui est faite pour l'avenir, et que la courte vue des contemporains qualifie taugers de moralite. Aucun génie n'échappe à cette loi, aucun sage, aucun juste. 50 accusations de moralite successivement attaint et quelquefois martyrise tous les fondateurs de la sagesse humaine, tous les révélateurs de la sagesse divine. 100 est au nom de la morale quan a fait boire la siga sacrate, et quan a cloud Jesus au gibbet. Maintenant, voulez-vous que je descende de cette région élevée, ou je voudrais que les esprits si maintiennent taugers, pour traiter, au point de vue purement industriel, la question que vous étudiez. Si point de vue est pour moi plus considerable, et je déclare que le nombre des faillites en est rien pour moi, a côte d'un chef d'œuvre créé d'un progrès intellectuel au moral du pupil obtenu. Cependant, je n'y vu point négliger complètement si côte de la question, et je demanderai si le principe de l'autorité est, du moins, bon pour faire prospérer les entreprises dramatiques. Non, il n'a pas même obtenu si mince résultat, je n'en vu pour prouver que les dixhuit ans du dernier règne. Pendant si es dixhuit ans, l'autorité tenu dans ses mains les théâtres par le privilège et par la distinction des genres. Quel est le résultat? 50 empereurs avaient jugé qu'il y avait beaucoup trop de théâtres dans Paris, qu'il y en avait plus que la population de la ville n'en pouvait porter. Par un acte d'autorité despotique, il supprime une partie de ces théâtres, il émande en base, et conserve en haut. Voilà ce que fit un homme de génie. La dernière administration des beaux-arts se retranche en haut, et multiple en base. C'est le seul suffit pour faire juger quel grand esprit de gouvernement avait succédé le petit esprit. Quavez-vous pendant les dixhuit ans de la déplorable administration, qui est continuée, en dépit des chocs de la politique, sous tous les ministres de l'intérieur. Vous avez-vous périr successivement, au examiner tous les signes vraiment littéraires. Chaque fois qu'un théâtre montrait quelques velates de littérature, l'administration faisait des efforts inouïs pour le faire rentrer dans des genres misérables. J caractérise cette administration d'un mot, point de débouches à la pensée élevée, multiplication des spectacles grossiers, les issues firmes en haut, ouverts en has. Il suffisait de demander à exploiter un spectacle concert, un spectacle de marionnettes de danseurs de corde, pour obtenir la permission de tirer et de dépraver le public. Les gens de lettres au nom de l'art et de la littérature avaient demandé un second théâtre franchise, on leur a répondu par une dérision, on leur a donné l'audience. Voilà comment l'administration comprenait son devoir, voilà comment le principe de l'autorité a fonctionné depuis 20 ans. D'une part, il comprime l'essor de la pensée, de l'autre, il développe l'essor, soit des parties infimes de l'intelligence, soit des intérêts purement matériels. Il fonde la situation actuelle, dans laquelle nous avons vu un nombre de théâtres hors de tout, proportion avec la population parisienne, et crise par des fantaisies sans motifs. J'en épuise par les griefs. On a dit beaucoup de choses sur la manière dont on trafiquait des priviléges. J'ai pu de gout à ces genres de recherches. Si que j'y constate, c'est qu'on a développé outre mesure l'industrie misérable pour refouler le développement de l'art. Maintenant qu'une révolution est survenue, qu'arrive-t-il? 100 est que du moment qu'elle éclate, tous ces théâtres factices sortis du caprice d'un commis, de pays encore quelquefois, sont tombés sur les bras du gouvernement. Il faut au les laisser mourir, si que est une calamite pour une multitude de malheureux quils ne ressentent, au les entretenir à grandes frais, si que est une calamite pour le budget. Voilà les fruits des systèmes fondés sur le principe de l'autorité. Si es résultats, je les ai énumérés longuement. Ils n'y me satisfont point. Je sens la nécessité d'en venir à un système fondé sur autre chose que ces principes. Or I say, il n'y a pas de solutions. Du moment où vous renoncez au principe d'autorité, vous êtes contraints de vous tourner vers le principe de liberté. Examinons maintenant la question des théâtres au point de vue de la liberté. J'ai vu pour le théâtre du liberté qui sont tous, du dans l'ère de ces siècles, liberté d'industrie, liberté de pensée. Liberté d'industrie, c'est à dire point de priviléges, liberté de pensée, c'est à dire point de censure. Commencans par la liberté d'industrie, voyons comment nous pourrions organiser le système de la liberté, I G dois supposer un peu, rien n'existe. G sois obliged de revenir à mon point de départ, car il n'y faut pas le perdre de vue un seul instant, la grande pensée de ce siècle, celle qui doit survivre à toutes les auteurs, à toutes les formes politiques, quelles soyant, celle qui sera le fondement de toutes les institutions de l'avenir, c'est la liberté. G suppose donc que la liberté pénètre dans l'industrie théâtrale, comme elle pénètre dans toutes les autres industries, puis je me demande si elle satisfera au progrès de l'art, si elle produira la rénovation du peuple. Voici de bord comment je comprendrais que la liberté de l'industrie théâtrale fut proclamée. Dans la situation où sont encore les esprits et les questions politiques, aucune liberté ne peut exister sans que le gouvernement y pris sa part de surveillance et d'influence. La liberté d'enseignement ne peut, à mon sens, exister qu'à cette condition. Il en est de même de la liberté théâtrale. 50 et dotant mieux intervenir dans ces du questions, quil ni par la seulement un intérêt matériel, mais un intérêt moral de la plus haute importance. Quiconque voudra ouvrir un théâtre le pourra en si soumettant aux conditions de police que voici, aux conditions de cautionnement que voici, aux garanties de diverses natures que voici, si sera le cahier des charges de la liberté. Ces mesures n'y suffisent pas. G rapprochise tout el hura la liberté des théâtres de la liberté de l'enseignement, c'est que le théâtre est une des branches de l'enseignement populaire, responsible de la moralité et de l'instruction du pupil, et ni doit point si résigner à un rôle négatif, et après avoir pris quelques précautions, regarder laisser aller. 50 et doit installer, à côté des théâtres libres, des théâtres quil gouvernera, et au la pensée sociale si fera jour. G voudrais quil y eut un théâtre digne de la France, pour les célèbres poètes morts qui l'ont honoré, puis un théâtre pour les auteurs vivants. Il faudrait encore un théâtre pour le grand opéra, un autre pour l'opéra comique. G subventionnerais magnifiquement ces quatre théâtres. Les théâtres livres à l'industrie personnelle sont toujours forces à une certaine parcimonie. Une pièce coûte 100 000 francs à monter, ils reculeront, vous n'y reculerez pas. Un grand acteur met à haute prix ses prétentions, un théâtre libre pourrait marchander et le laisser échapper, vous n'y marchanderez pas. Un écrivain de talent travaille pour un théâtre libre, il recueille tel droit d'auteur, vous lui donnerez le double, il travaillera pour vous. Vous aurez ainsi dans les théâtres de l'état, dans les théâtres nationaux les meilleures pièces, les meilleurs comédiens, les plus beaux spectacles. En même temps vous l'état, qui n'y spéculez pas, et qui à la rigueur, en présence d'un grand but de gloire et d'utilité attendre, en eats par force de gagner de l'argent, vous offriez aux pupils ces magnifiques spectacles au meilleur marché possible. G voudrais que l'ham du pupil pour 10 sous, fut aussi bien assis au parterre dans une stole de velours, que l'ham du monde à l'orchestre pour 10 francs. De même que G voudrais le théâtre grand pour l'idée, G voudrais la salle vaste pour la foule. De cette façon vous aurez dans Paris quatre magnifiques lieux de rendez-vous au le riche et le pauvre, el heureux et le malheureux, le parisien et le provincial, le francais et l'étranger, si rencontreront tous les soirs, mêleront fraternellement leur âme, et communieront pour ainsi dire, dans la contemplation des grandes œuvres de l'esprit humain. Que sortirait-il de là? 50 amélioration populaire et la moralisation universelle. Voilà si que feriont les théâtres nationaux. Maintenant que feriont les théâtres libres, vous allez me dire quils seriont écrasés par une telle concurrence. Messieurs, j'y respecte la liberté, mais j'y gouverne et j'y tiens le niveau élève. 100 est à la liberté de s'en arranger. Les dépenses des théâtres nationaux vous effrayent peut-être. C'est à tort. Facentels énormes, j'en réponds, bien que mon, but n'y soit pas de créer une spéculation en faveur de l'état. Le résultat financier n'y lui sera pas de s'avantage. Les hommes spéciaux vous diront que l'état fera avec ces établissements de bonnes affaires. Il arrivera alors si résultat singulier et heureux qu'avec un chef d'œuvre, un poète pour un gagner presque autant d'argent qu'un agent de change par un coup de bourse. Surtout n'y l'oubliez pas, aux hommes de talent et de génie qui viendront à moi dire. J'ni pas seulement pour but de faire votre fortune, et d'encourager l'art en vous prochant, j'ai un but plus élève encore. J'ai vu que vous fassiez des chefs d'œuvre, il est possible, mais j'ai vu surtout que vous améliorez le pupil de toutes les classes, versus dans la population des idées saines, fates que vos ouvrages n'y sortent pas d'une certaine ligne que voici, et que mi paraît la meilleure, 100 est la un langage que tout le monde comprendra, tout esprit consciencia, tout aim honit sentira l'importance de la mission. Vous aurez un théâtre qui attire la foule, et qui répandra les idées civilisatrices, l'héroïsme, le dévouement, l'abnégation, le devoir, l'amour du pays, par la reproduction vraie, animé au même patriotiquement exalté des grands faits de notre histoire. Et savez vous si qui arrivera, vous en attirerez pas seulement le pupil of vos théâtres, vous y attirerez aussi l'étranger. Pas un homme riche en Europe que n'y soit tenu de venir, à vos théâtres compléter son éducation francaise et littéraire. Si sera la une source de richesse pour la France et pour Paris, vos magnifiques subventions, savez vous qui les paiera, 50 Europe, 50 argent de l'étranger affleura chez vous, vous ferez à la gloire nationale une avance que l'admiration européenne vous remboursera. Messieurs, au moment où nous sommes, il n'y a qu'une seule nation qui soit en état de donner des produits littéraires au monde entier, et cette nation, c'est la nation francaise. Vous avez donc là un monopole immense, un monopole que l'univers civilisé subit depuis dix-huit ans, es ministers qui nous ont gouvernés, en out eu qu'une seule pensée, comprimer la littérature francaise à l'intérieur la sacrificer au dehors, la laisser systématiquement spolier dans un royaume voicin par la contrefaçon. G favoriserais au contraire, cet admirable monopole sous toutes ses formes, et G le répandrais sur le monde entier. G créerais à Paris des foyers lumineux qui éclairent toutes les nations, et vers lesquels toutes les nations s'y tourneraient. Si en est pas tout, pour équer l'oeuvre, G vaudrais des théâtres spéciaux pour le pupil, si es théâtres, G les mettrais à la charge non de l'état mais de la ville de Paris, si seriant des théâtres créés à ses frais, et bien choisis par son administration municipale parmi les théâtres déjà existants, et des leurs subventions par elle, G les appellerais théâtres municipaux. La ville de Paris est intéressée, sous tous les rapports, à l'existence de ces théâtres. Ils développeraient les sentiments moraux et l'instruction dans les classes inférieures. Ils contribueraient à faire régner l'économie dans cette partie de la population d'où sortent parfois des commotions si fatales à la ville. Gli dit plus haut d'une manière générale, faisant le plagiat de l'empereur Napoléon, G le répète ici en appliquant sur toute mon assertion, aux classes inférieures de la population parisienne. La pupille francaise, la population parisienne principalement, ont beaucoup du pupil athénien. Il faut quelque chose pour occuper leur imagination. Les théâtres municipaux seront des espèces de dérivatifs qui neutraliseront les bouillonnements populaires. Avec eux, le pupil parisien lira moins de mauvais pamphlets, boira moins de mauvais vin, hantera moins de mauvais loups, feara moins de révolutions violentes. 50 intérêt de la ville est patent, il est natural quel fasse les frais de ces fondations. Elle ferait appel à des auteurs sages et distincts, qui produiront sur la scène des pièces élémentaires, tirées surtout de notre histoire nationale. Vous avez vu une partie de cette pensée réalisée par le cercle, on a eu tort de la laisser fermer. Les théâtres municipaux seriant repartis entre les différents quartiers de la capitale, et places surtout dans les quartiers les moins riches, dans les faubourgs. Ainsi à la charge de l'état, 4 théâtres nationaux pour la France et pour l'Europe, à la charge de la ville, 4 théâtres municipaux pour le pupil des faubourgs, à côte de si haut enseignement de l'état, les théâtres libres, voilà mon système. Selon moi de si système qui est la liberté, sortirayant la grandeur de l'art, et l'amélioration du pupil, qui sont mis du buts. Vous avez vu si qu'avait produit, pour ces du grands buts le système basé sur l'autorité, c'est-à-dire le privilège et la censure. Comparez et chassez. Le président, vous admettez le régime de la liberté, mais vous faites aux théâtres libres une condition bien difficile. Ils seront écrasés par ceux de l'état. Victor Hugo, le rôle des théâtres libres est loin d'être nul à côté des théâtres de l'état. Ces théâtres lutteront avec les voters. Quoique vous soyez le gouvernement, vous vous trompez quelquefois. Il vous arrive de repousser des œuvres remarquables. Les théâtres libres accueilleront ces œuvres là. Ils profiteront des erreurs que vous aurez commises, et les applaudissements du public que vous entendrez dans les salles seront pour vous des reproches, et vous stimuleront. En vami dire, les théâtres libres qui auront pain à faire concurrence au gouvernement chercheront pour réussir les moyens les plus fâcheux, ils feront appel au divergandage de l'imagination, aux passions populaires, pour attirer le public ils spéculeront sur le scandale, ils feront de l'immoralité, et ils feront de la politique. Ils joueront des pièces extravagantes, excentriques, obscènes et des comédies aristophanesques. Et ils voyadans tout cela quel chose de criminel, on pour le réprimer par les moyens légaux. Sinon ni vous en inquiétez pas. J'y sois au-dessus qui ou l'inconvénient au honor, depuis février d'être quelquefois mis sur le théâtre. Que m'importe, j'ai mis ces plaisanteries inoffensives après tout, que telles calomnies répandues contre moi par un journal dans 50,000 exemplaires. Quand on m'y met sur la scène, j'ai tout le monde pour moi, quand on m'y travestit dans un journal, j'ai contre moi les 3/4 des lecteurs, et cependant, je n'y m'inquiète pas de la liberté de la presse, je n'y fais point de proxox journox qui m'y travestissent, je n'y leur écris par mime de lettres avec un huissier pour facteur, sachez donc accepter et comprendre la liberté de la pensée, sous toutes ses formes, la liberté du théâtre comme la liberté de la presse, c'est elle est mime que vous respires. Contentez-vous, quand les théâtres libres n'y dépassent point certaines bornes, que la loi put précise, de leur faire une noble et puissante, guerre avec vos théâtres nationaux et municipaux, la victoire vous restera. Scribe, les généreuses idées qui vint de mettre Victor Hugo, sont en partie les miennes, mais il me semble qu'elles gagneraient à être réalisées dans un système moins compliqué. Le système de Victor Hugo est double, et ses du parties semblant s'y contredire. Dans ce système, où la moitié des théâtres serait privilégiée, et l'autre moitié libre, il y aurait du choses à craindre. Au bien les théâtres du gouvernement, et de la ville n'y donneraient que de pièces officielles, aux personnes énarrées, au bien ils pourrient à leur gré user de ressources immenses de leurs subventions. Dans ce cas, les théâtres libres seriont évidemment écrasés. Pourquoi alors permettre à ceux de soutenir une lutte inégale, qui doit fatalement s'y terminer par leur ruine? Si le principe de liberté n'est pas bon en haut, pourquoi serait-il bon en has? J'y voudrais, et sans invoquer d'autres motifs, que ce que vint de me fournir Hugo, que tous les théâtres fassent places entre les mains du gouvernement. Victor Hugo, je n'y prétends nullement établir des théâtres privilégiés, dans ma pensée le privilège disparate, le privilège n'y crie que des théâtres factices, la liberté vaudra mia, elle fonctionnera pour l'industrie théâtrale comme pour toutes les autres, la demande régulera la production, la liberté est la base de tout mon système, il est franc et complète, mais j'ai vu la liberté pour tout le monde, aussi bien pour elle était que pour les particuliers. Dans mon système, elle était à tous les droits de l'individu, il put fonder un théâtre comme il put créer un journal, seulement il a plus de devoirs encore. J'ai indique comment elle était pour remplir ses devoirs devait user de la liberté commune, voilà tout. Le Président, voulez-vous me permettre de vous questionner sur un détail, admettrez-vous dans votre système le principe du cautionnement? Victor Hugo, j'en ai déjà dit un mot tout à el hura, l'admettrais et voici pourquoi. Je n'ai vu comprompre les intérêts de personnes, principalement des pauvres et des fables, et les comédiens en général sont fables et pauvres. Avec le système de la liberté industrielle, il s'y présentera plus d'un aventurier qui dira. Je vais leur un local engager des acteurs, si je réussis je paierai, si je n'y réussis pas je n'y paierai personne. Or c'est si que je n'y vu point, le cautionnement répondra. Il aura not a usage, le paiement des amendes qui pourront être infligées aux directeurs. À mon avis la liberté implique la responsabilité, c'est pourquoi j'ai vu le cautionnement. Le Président. On a proposé devant la commission d'établir, dans l'hypothèse où la liberté industrielle serait proclamée, des conditions qui empêcheraient d'établir, sous le nom de théâtres de véritables écopes, conditions de construction, conditions de dimension, etc. Victor Hugo, ces conditions sont de celles que j'y à l'établissement des théâtres. Scribe, elles me paraissent parfaitement sages. Le Président. On avait propose aussi d'interdire le mélange des représentations théâtrales avec d'autres industries, par exemple les cafés spectacles. Alexandre Dumas, 100 est d'une affaire de police. Le conseiller de Fresnay, comment seront administers, dans le système de M. Hugo, les théâtres subventions. M. Alexandre Dumas. J'y demanderai et la commission la permission de lui dire comment, selon moi, la question devrait être résolue. J'ai quelque expérience de la matière, j'ai beaucoup mené les théâtres, soit comme auteur, soit comme directeur. J'ai adopté avec empressement l'institution des théâtres de l'état, selon le système de M. Victor Hugo, et celui de M. Sylvester. Je n'y crois pas que l'administration directe de ces théâtres, par le gouvernement doit être plus dispendieuse pour lui que la tutelle actuelle. Le chiffre total des subventions annuelles s'élève à 11 et quelques mille francs. Cette somme suffit, selon moi, pour soutenir largement 4 théâtres que j'y voudrais voir subventionnés par le gouvernement, le théâtre français et l'opéra comique, les théâtres des Italiens et de l'Odéon. Je n'y parle pas encore de l'opéra. Tous ces théâtres out 34 pieds à plus prise d'ouverture, tous pourrient user des mêmes décors. Maintenant, ils ont chacun les leurs, chacun a une administration pour répondre de ce qu'il possède. Le jour où les 4 théâtres seront dans la main de la nation, on pourra réunir ces 4 administrations en une seule. Dans chacun des théâtres, on aura le choix des décorations, qui auront été faites pour tous les 4 depuis 10 ans. On fera ainsi 150 000 francs d'économie par an, rien qu'en faisant servir la toile et la boise d'un théâtre pour un autre. GNI point parle de l'opéra, à cause de ces machines on doit le laisser à part. Le théâtre de l'opéra dépense prodigieusement en décors, dès qu'une toile servie sur la scène, elle n'y peut plus resservir. Le théâtre français tombe dans un excès contraire. Il n'y dépense pas par an, plus de 15 000 francs de décorations. Il a un tailleur qui lui fait ses costumes à forfait, pour 24 000 francs par an. Tel qu'il est, le théâtre français est constitué pour être éternellement en ruine. Si qu'il faut pour faire vivre un théâtre, c'est une moyenne de recettes. Quand une administration tire ses gains moins du mérite de son répertoire, que du talent d'un acteur, il faut nécessairement qu'il fasse de mauvaises affaires, car un acteur n'y pourra pas jouer tous les jours. Dans ces cas-là, il faut au moins que l'administration ait du grands acteurs, et qu'ils alternent entre eux afin de tirer le public tous les jours. M. le Président. Si que la commission demandait, si aidait surtout des détails sur le mode d'administration des théâtres, qui seriont entretenus par 50 états, ou par les villes. M. Victor Hugo. Vous me demandez comment j'y ferais administrer, dans mon système, les théâtres subventions, c'est-à-dire les théâtres nationaux et les théâtres municipaux. J'y commence par vous dire que, quoi qu'elle en fasse, le résultat d'un système est toujours au-dessous de ce qu'elle en attend. Je n'y vous promets donc pas la perfection, mais une amélioration immense. Pour la réaliser, il est nécessaire de choisir avec un soin extrême les hommes qui voudront diriger ce que j'appellerais volontiers les théâtres écoles. Avec de mauvais choix, l'institution n'y vaudrait pas grand-chose. Il arrivera peut-être quelquefois qu'on s'y trompera. Le ministre, au lieu de prendre cornet, pourra prendre campestran. Quand il chassera mal, si seront les théâtres libres qui corrigeront le mal, et alors, vous aurez le théâtre français et l'ors quel théâtre français, mais cela n'y durera pas longtemps. J'y voudrais à la tête des théâtres du gouvernement, des directeurs indépendants les uns des autres, subordonnés tous 4 au directeur, au plus dot au ministre des arts, et si faisant, pour ainsi dire, concurrence entre eux. Ils seriont rétribués par le gouvernement, et aurient un certain intérêt dans les bénéfices de leurs théâtres. M. Millsville, qui estc qui nomera, et qui estc qui destituera les directeurs. M. Victor Hugo, le ministre compétent les nomera, et si sera lui aussi qui les destituera, il en sera pour you comme pour les prophètes. M. Millsville, vous leur faites la une position singulière, supposez un homme honorable distinct, qui aura administre avec succès la comédie française, un ministre lui a demande une pièce d'une certaine couleur politique, le ministre suivant sera défavorable à cette couleur politique. Le directeur, malgré tout son mérite et son service, sera immédiatement destitué. M. Alexandre Dumas, 100 est un danger commun à tous les fonctionnaires. Sur la question de la censure dramatique, voici maintenant, comment est exprimé Victor Hugo. M. Victor Hugo, le système actuel est détestable, en principe c'est l'état qui rejette la liberté littéraire des théâtres, mais l'état est un état de raison, le gouvernement l'incarne et le représente, mais le gouvernement autre chose à faire que de s'occuper des theatres, il s'en repose sur le ministre de l'Intérieur, mais le ministre de l'Intérieur est un personnage bien occupe, il s'y fait remplacer par le directeur des beaux-arts, la besogne de plate au directeur des beaux-arts, qui la passe au bureau de censure. Admire si système qui commence par l'edit, et qui finit par un commis, si bien que cette espèce de baliure d'ordres dramatiques qu'on appelle un censeur put dire, comme Louis Roman XIV. 50 edit c'est moi. La liberté de la pensée dans un journal, vous la respectez en la surveillante, vous la confiez au jury. La liberté de la pensée sur le théâtre, vous l'insultez en la réprimande, vous la livrez et la censure. Y a-t-il au moins un grand intérêt qui excuse cela, point. Quel bien la censure appliquée au théâtre, a-t-il produit depuis 30 ans, a-t-il empêche une illusion politique de s'y faire jour, jamais. En général, elle a plus evil qu'endormi l'instinct qui pousse la publique affaire au théâtre, de l'opposition en riant. Au point de vue politique, elle n'y vous a donc rendu aucun service, n'a-t-il rendu au point de vue moral, pas davantage. Rappelez vos souvenirs, a-t-il empêche des théâtres de s'établir uniquement pour l'exploitation d'un certain côté des appétits les moins nobles de la foule? Non, au point de vue moral la censure en out bonarine, au point de vue politique bonarine, pourquoi donc y tenez-vous? Chapter 49. Why a plus? Comme la censure est repudie valeur aux moeurs publics, le pupil abdique sa propre autorité, sa propre surveillance, il fait volontiers cause commune avec les licences du théâtre contre les persécutions de la censure. Ainsi que gli dit un jour à l'Assemblée nationale de juge, il s'y fait complacer. La difficult mime de créer des censures monte, comme bien la censure est un labor impossible. Ces fonctions si difficiles, si délicates, sur lesquelles pèse une responsabilité si énorme, elles devraient logiquement être exercises par les hommes les plus éminents en littérature, en trouverait-on parmi eux qui les accepteraient, ils rougeraient seulement de s'y les entendre proposer. Vous en aurez donc jamais pour les remplir, que des hommes sans valeur personnel, et j'ajouterai des hommes qui s'estiment plus, et si sont ces hommes que vous faites arbiters de quoi, de la littérature, au nom de quoi, de la morale. Les partisans de la censure nous dissent, oui, elle est mal exercée jusqu'ici, mais on peut l'améliorer, comment l'améliorer, on en indique qu'un moyen, faire exercer la censure par des personnages considérables, des membres de l'institut de l'Assemblée nationale, et autres qui fonctionneront au nom du gouvernement, avec une certaine indépendance dit-on, une certaine autorité, et à coup sûr une grande honorabilité. Il n'y a celle qu'une petite objection, c'est que c'est impossible. Croyez-moi en couples jamais si mot, qui est si noble l'Institut de France, avec si mot qui est si peu la censure. Dans votre comité de censure, mettez-vous des membres de l'Assemblée nationale élus par cette assemblée. Mais d'abord, j'espère que l'Assemblée refuserait tout net, et puis, si elle y consentait, en quoi elle aurait grand tort, la majorité vous enverrait des hommes de parti qui vous feriont de belles besognes. Pour commission de censure, vous bornerez-vous à prendre la commission des théâtres, il y a un élément qui y serait nécessaire, et bien, si cet élément n'y sera pas, je vous parle des auteurs dramatiques, tous refuseront comptez-y, que sera alors votre commission de censure, si que serait une commission de marines sans marines. Difficult sur difficults, mais je suppose votre commission composée soit, fonctionnaire point, vous figurez-vous un représentant du peuple, un conseiller d'état, un conseiller à la cour de cassation, allant dans les théâtres, et s'occupant de savoir si tel piece en est pas fait plus tôt, pour évaluer des appétits sensuels que des idées élevées, vous les figurez-vous assistant aux répétitions, et faisant allonger les dupes des danseuses. Pour n'y parler que de la censure du manuscrit, vous les figurez-vous marchandant avec l'auteur la suppression d'un coquerelaine ou d'un calembre. Vous me dires, cette commission n'y jugera qu'un appel. Did you chose l'une, ou elle jugera un appel sur tous les détails qui feront difficult entre l'auteur et les censures inférieures, et l'auteur n'y s'entendra jamais avec les censures inférieures, autant alors n'y faire qu'un degré. Ou bien elle s'y bornera, sans entrer dans les détails, accordera ou refusera l'autorisation. Alors la tyrannie sera plus grande qu'elle n'a jamais été. Tenes renancans à la censure, et acceptans résolument la libert, 100 est le plus simple, le plus digne et le plus sûr. En dépit de tout sophisme contraire, j'ai vu quen présence de la libert de la presse, je n'y puis redouter la libert des théâtres. La libert de la presse présente, à mon avis, dans une mesure beaucoup plus considerable, tous les inconvénients de la libert du théâtre. Mais libert implique responsabilité, à tout abus il faut la répression. Pour la presse je viens de la rappeler, vous avez le jury, pour le théâtre quores vous. La cour d'assises, des tribunaux ordinaires, impossible. Les délits que elle en pute commettre par la voie du théâtre sont de toutes sortes. Il y a su que pute commettre volontairement un auteur écrivant, dans une pièce des choses contraires aux moeurs. Il y a en suit, les délits de électeur, su quil pute commettre en adjoutant aux paroles, par des gestes ou des inflexions de voix, un sens reprehensible qui en est par celui de l'auteur. Chapter 49. Y a les délits du directeur, par exemple, des exhibitions de nudité sur la scène, puis les délits du décorateur, resultant de certains emblèmes dangereux aux siditia meals à une décoration, puis ceux du costume, puis ceux du coiffeur. Oui, du coiffeur, un tupit pute trefactia, une paire de favoris a fate defender votrin. Enfin, il y a les délits du public, un applaudissement qui accentu un vers, un sifflet qui va plus haut que l'électeur, et plus loin que l'auteur. Comment votre jury, composé de bons bourgeois, si tire-t-il de là? Comment démolerait-il si qui est celui-ci, et si qui est celui-là? Le fait de l'auteur, le fait du comédien, et le fait du public. Quelquefois le délit sire un sourire, une grimace, un geste. Transporterez-vous les jeux au théâtre pour le juger? Ferez-vous siger la cour d'assises au parterre? Supposez-vous, si qui du rester n'y sera pas, que les juries en général, si défiant de tout ces difficultés, et voulant arriver à une répression efficace, justement parce qu'ils en entendent par grand-chose aux délits de théâtre, suivront aveuglement les indications du ministre public et condamneront sans branca sur oui dire. Alors savez-vous si que vous aurez fait? Vous aurez cru la pire des censures la censure de la poor. Les directeurs, tremblant devant les arrêts qui serient leur ruine, mutileront la pensée, et supprimeront la libert. Vous êtes places in du systems impossibles, la censure preventive, que vous defy d'organiser convenablement, la censure repressive, la seule admissible maintenante, mais qui échappe aux moyens du droit commune. N'y vous qu'une manière de sortir de cette double impossibilité. Pour arriver à la solution, reprenons le système théâtral tel que vous l'y indique. Vous avez un certain nombre de théâtres subventions, tous les auteurs sont livrés à l'industrie privée. À Paris, il y a 4 théâtres subventions par le gouvernement, et 4 par la ville. 50 états normal de Paris n'y comportent pas plus de 6 théâtres. Sur ces 6 théâtres, la moitié sera donc sous l'influence directe du gouvernement ou de la ville. L'autre moitié fonctionnera sous l'empire des restrictions de police, et autres que dans votre loi vous imposerez à l'industrie théâtrale. Pour alimenter tous ces théâtres et ceux de la province, dont la position sera analogue, vous aurez la corporation des auteurs dramatiques, corporation composée d'environ 300 personnes, et ayant un syndicat. Cette corporation a le plus sérieux intérêt à maintenir le théâtre dans la limite, où il doit rester pour ni point troubler la paix de l'édit et l'honnêteté publique. Cette corporation, par la nature même des choses, a sur ses membres un ascendant disciplinaire considerable. Je suppose que l'état reconnaît cette corporation, et qu'il en fait son instrument. Chaque année, elle nomme dans son sein un conseil de prud'hommes un jury. Si jury élu au suffrage universal, si composera de 8 ou 10 membres, si seront taugers soyez en sûrs, les personnages les plus considers et les plus considerables de l'association. Si jury que vous appellerez jury de blâme, ou de tout autre nom que vous voudrez sera saisi, soit sur la plainte de l'autorité publique, soit sur celle de la commission dramatique elle-même, de tous les délits de théâtre commis par les auteurs, les directeurs, les comédiens, composed de hommes spéciaux, investis d'une sorte de magistrature de famille, il aura la plus grande autorité, il comprendra parfaitement la matière, il sera sévère dans la répression, et il saura superposer la peine au délit. Le jury dramatique juge les délits. Est-il les reconnaît, il les blâme. il blamed du fois, il y a lua la suspension de la peace, et une amende considerable qui pute, cl est infligia un auteur, etre preleviseur les droits d'auteur recueillis par les agents de la société. Si un auteur est blâme trois fois, il y a lua le rayer de la liste des assassins. Cette radiation est une peine très grave. Elle en atteint partiellement l'auteur dans son honneur, elle atteint dans sa fortune, elle implique pour lui la privation à plus prise complète de ses droits de province. Maintenant, croyez-vous qu'un auteur est trois fois devant le jury dramatique? Pour moi, je ne le crois pas. Tout auteur traduit devant le jury s'y défendra. S'il est blâme, il sera profondément affecté par si blâme, et, soyez tranquilles, je connais l'esprit de cette excellente et utile association, vous n'aurez pas de récidives. Vous aurez donc ainsi, dans la scène de l'association dramatique elle-même, les gardiens les plus vigilants de l'intérêt public. 100 est la seule manière possible d'organiser la censure répressive. De cette manière vous conciliez les deux choses qui font tout le problème, l'intérêt de la société et l'intérêt de la liberté. En dehors du syndicat de l'ordre des auteurs dramatiques, il y aura aussi un juge qui veillera la police de l'audience à la dignité de la représentation. Si juge si sera le public. Sa puissance est grande et sérieuse, elle sera plus sérieuse encore quand il s'y sentira réellement investi d'une sorte de magistrature par la liberté même. Si juge a puissance de vie et de mort, il peut faire tomber la toile, et alors tout est dit. Le président, mais si juge n'est pas un, la majorité décidera, la minorité protestera, et une lutte personnelle s'engagera pour trancher la question. Souvent, les troubles seront plus rares que vous ne le croyez. GNN vu pour preuve que si, qui est passe au vaudeville dans ces derniers temps, on y jouit des pièces faites pour exciter la passion, et la repulsion d'une partie de la population parisienne. La majorité du public est prononcée en faveur de ces pièces, la minorité est retirée, s'inclinant ainsi devant le jugement de la majorité. Des faits analogues seront de plus en plus communs à mesure qu'on habituera à la liberté du théâtre. Le conseiller behic, 50 organisations de la censure répressive, telle que la propose Victor Hugo, présente une difficult dont G. Lorenz juge. On n'y peut maintenant faire partie de l'association des auteurs dramatiques qu'après avoir fait jouer une pièce. Victor Hugo propose de maintenir ces conditions, ou des conditions analogues d'incorporation. Quel système répressif appliquera-t-il alors à la première pièce d'un auteur? Victor Hugo. Le système de droit commun, comme aux pièces de tous les auteurs qui n'y feront pas partie de la société, la répression par le jury. Le conseiller behic. J'ai une autre critique plus grave à faire au système de Victor Hugo. Toute personne qui remplit des conditions détermine a droit de s'y faire inscrire dans l'ordre des avocats. De plus, les avocats peuvent seuls plaider si un certain esprit littéraire prédominate dans votre association. N'y serait-il pas craindre quel repouset de son, sein les auteurs, de vos des idées contraires. Au même que ceux-ci n'y refusent de s'y soumettre à un tribunal évidement hostile et émissent mieux s'y tenir en dehors. N'y risquait-on pas de voir alors, en dehors de la corporation des auteurs dramatiques, un si grand nombre d'auteurs, que son syndicat deviendrait impuissant à réaliser la mission que lui attribue Victor Hugo. Scribe, je demande la permission de payer cette objection par quelques mots. Il y a des esprits indépendants qui refuseront d'entrer dans notre association précisément parce qu'ils craindront une justice disciplinaire, à laquelle il n'y aura pas chance d'échapper, et ceux-là seront sans doute les plus dangereux. J'irai plus loin. Si vous attribuez à notre association le caractère que lui vieut Victor Hugo, vous changez la nature du contrat qui nous unit, et que nous avons souscrit. Or je suis persuadé que, dès que si changement aura lieu, beaucoup de nos confrères s'y sépareront de nous immédiatement. Il y en a plusieurs que trouvent déjà bien l'heure le joug si léger, que leur imposent nos conventions mutuelles. Du reste il y a, dans le système de Victor Hugo, des idées larges et vraies, qu'il me semble bon de conserver dans le système préventif, le seul qui, selon moi, puisse être établi avec quelque chance de succès. Il en est personne de ceux qui violent l'établir dans la nouvelle loi qui ne le viole avec des garanties, qu'il en a jamais eu jusqu'ici. Je suppose la censure à deux degrés. N'y pourrait-on pas composer la commission d'appel de personnes considérables de professions diverses, parmi lesquels s'y trouverayant, en certain nombre, des auteurs dramatiques élus par le suffrage de leurs confrères. Ces auteurs étant designs par le ministre, par le directeur des beaux-arts, ils en accepteront sans doute pas, mais noms par leurs confrères ils accepteront. J'avais soutenu le contraire en combattant le principe de M. Sylvester, les paroles de M. Victor Hugo aimant fait changer d'opinion. Celui de nous qui serait élu ainsi n'y verrait pas de honte à exercer les fonctions de censure. Il s'en ferait même honor, car il senterait quels lui ont été confis, non pour opprimer, mais pour protéger et défendre les auteurs dramatiques. M. Victor Hugo, person en accepterait. Les auteurs dramatiques consentirent à exercer la censure répressive, parce que c'est une magistrature, ils refuseront d'exercer la censure préventive, parce que c'est une police. J'ai dit les motifs qui, à tous les points de vue, me font repousser la censure préventive, j'ny reviens pas. Maintenant j'ai arrive à cette objection, que ma fait embihic, et que pas scribe. On m'a dit qu'un grand nombre d'auteurs dramatiques pourrient s'y tenir, pour des motifs divers en dehors de la corporation, et qualers mon but serait manque. Cette difficult est grave, j'en point de la tourne, j'élaborerai franchement en descente ma pensée tout entière. Pour réaliser la réforme, il faut agir rigoureusement, et mêler l'esprit de liberté et l'esprit de gouvernement, pourquoi voulez-vous que elle était, au moment de donner une liberté considerable, en impose par des conditions aux harms appels à jouer de cette liberté, 50 et dire. Tout individu qui voudra faire représenter une pièce sur un théâtre du territoire français, pour la faire représenter sans la soumettre à la censure, mais il devrait être membre de la société des auteurs dramatiques. Personne de cette manière n'y restera en dehors de la société. Personne parmi les nouveaux auteurs, car on pourrait exiger, pour l'entrée dans la société la composition, et non la représentation, d'une ou plusieurs pièces. Le temps me manque ici pour dire ma pensée dans tout son étendue. J'y la compléterai alors et dans quelque autre occasion. J'y voudrais qu'un organise une corporation, non pas seulement de tous les auteurs dramatiques, mais encore de tous les letters. Tous les délits de presse orientent leur répression, dans les jugements des tribunaux de honor de la corporation. Ni senton par tous les jours et l'inefficacité de la répression par les cours d'assises. Tout homme qui écrirait et ferait publier quelque chose, serait nécessairement, compris dans la corporation des gens de lettres. À la place de l'anarchie qui existe maintenant parmi nous, vous aurez une autre right. Cette autre right servirait puissamment à la gloire et à la tranquillité du pays. Aucune tyrannie dans ce système, l'organisation, à chacun la liberté entière de la manifestation de sa pensée, sauf à l'astreindre à une condition préalable de garantie, qu'il serait possible à tous de remplir. Les idées que j'y viens d'exprimer, j'ai croisé de toute la force de mon âme, mais j'y pense en même temps, quels n'y sont pas encore mieux, le jour viendra, j'y la hâterai pour ma part, j'y prévois les lenteurs, j'y suis de ceux qui acceptent sans impatience la collaboration du temps. M. Émile Sylvester, avant l'arrivée de M. Victor Hugo dans le sein de la commission, et sans connaître les moyens qu'ils se passaient nécessaires pour organiser la censure répressive, j'avais émis des idées analogues à celles qu'ils vinrent de développer. Cette rencontre fortuite est pour moi un motif nouveau et puissant de n'y voir le porte que la OGLI indique. J'y pense qu'elle aura frappe la commission. J'y dois ajouter qu'un en aurait par autant de peine à établir un tribunal disciplinaire de gens de lettres ou d'auteurs dramatiques que le croit scribe. Maintenant, avec notre organisation imparfaite, très souvent les bureaux de ces sociétés rendent des sentences arbitrales auxquelles les parties s'y soumettent très volontiers. 100 est déjà un commencement de juridiction. M. le conseiller de Fresnay, si que M. Victor Hugo et M. Sylvester demandant, c'est outbonnement et l'établissement d'une durande ou maîtrise littéraire. J'y dispasse cela pour les blâmer. 50 institutions quils demandant serait une grande et utile institution, mais, comme you, j'y pense qu'il n'y faut songer que pour un temps plus ou moins éloigné. M. Victor Hugo, les associations de l'avenir n'y seront point celles quant views nos peurs. Les associations du passé étant bases sur le principe de l'autorité, et faites pour le soutenir et l'organiser. Les associations de l'avenir organiseront et développeront la liberté. J'y voudrais voir désormais la loi organiser des groupes d'individualités, pour aider, par ces associations, au progrès veritable de la liberté. La liberté générate de ces associations, et réinérate sur tout le pays. Il y aurait liberté d'enseignement, avec des conditions, fortes imposes à ceux qui voudraient enseigner. GN entends par la liberté d'enseignement comme si qu'on appelle le parti catholique. Liberté de la parole avec des conditions, imposes à ceux qui en usent devant les tribunaux, liberté du théâtre avec des conditions analogues. Voilà comme J entends la solution du problème. J ajoute un détail qui complete les idées, que J mises sur l'organisation de la liberté théâtrale. Cette organisation, on n'y pourra guère la commencer sérieusement, que quand une réforme dans la haute administration aura réuni dans une même tout, si qui si rapporte à la protection que elle aide doit aux beaux-arts, aux créations de l'intelligence, et cette main, je n'y vu pas que si soit celle d'un directeur, mais celle d'un ministre. Le pilote de l'intelligence n'y saurait être trop haute place. Voyez à el hura quel est quel chaos. Le ministre de la Justice à l'imprimerie nationale, le ministre de l'Intérieur les théâtres les muses, le ministre de l'instruction publique les sociétés savantes, le ministre des cultes les églises, le ministre des travaux publics les grandes constructions nationales. Tout cela devrait être réuni. Un même esprit devrait coordonner dans un vaste système tout cet ensemble, et le féconder. Que pouvant maintenant tout ces pensies divergentes qui tirent chacune de leur côté, rien, qu'empêche tout progrès réel. Si n'y sont point là des utopies des rêves, il faut organiser. 50 autorites avait organise autrefois ses mal, car rien de véritablement bon n'y put sortir del ciel. La liberté elle a débordé et elle a vaincu jamais. La liberté est un principe fécond, mais pour quel produire si quel put et doit produire, il faut l'organiser. Organises donc dans le sens de la liberté, et non pas dans le sens de l'autorité. La liberté, elle est maintenant nécessaire. Pourquoi dès lors s'en effrayer, nous avons la liberté du théâtre depuis 18 mois, quel grand danger a-t-il fait courir la France. Et cependant, elle existe maintenant sans être entourée d'aucune des garanties que j'y voudrais établir. Il y a eu de ces pieces qu'on appelle réactionnaires, savez-vous ce qui en est résulte? 100 est que beaucoup de gens qui en étaient pas républicains avant ces pieces le sont devenus après. Beaucoup des amis de la liberté n'y voulient pas de la république, parce qu'ils croyaient que l'intolérance était dans la nature de ces gouvernements. Ces hommes s'y sont réconciliés avec la république le jour où ils ont vu qu'elle donnait un libre cours à l'expression des opinions, et qu'on pouvait s'y moquer d'elle, qu'elle était bonne princesse en un mot. Tel est l'effet des pieces réactionnaires. La république est faite honoren les supportant. Voyez maintenant ce qui arrive, la réaction contre la réaction commence. Dernièrement on a représente une pièce ultra-réactionnaire, elle est siffle, et c'est dans ce moment que vous songeriez à vous donner tort en rétablissant la censure. Vous releveriez à l'instant même l'esprit d'opposition qui est au fond du caractère national. Ce qui sont pas pour la politique, sont pas aussi pour la morale. En réalité, il est jau depuis 18 mois, moins de pieces de qualités qu'il n'y s'en joint d'ordinaire sous l'empire de la censure. Le public sait que le théâtre est libre, il est plus difficile. Voilà la situation d'esprit au est le public. Pourquoi donc vouloir faire mal si que la foule fait bien? Laissez la censure, organises, mais je vous le répète, organises la liberté. See text p. 174. The following precedes the letter to M.S. Henry Berthoud in the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, 1854. Nous empruntons textuellement tout ce qui va suivre au musée des familles. Histoire littéraire et dramatique du siècle. Tour de Nestle, M. Alex, Dumas M. Gaillardit M. Jules Janin M. Herel M. Barber. Une seule phrase, jetée au milieu d'un article publié par le musée des familles, a fait naître de tristes débats que la loi autant que notre esprit d'impartialité nous contrignant de reproduire. Si nous avons consenti à le faire aussi longuement, c'est afin de mettre un terme à cette lutte littéraire, de clore cette véritable mêlée dramatique dans laquelle n'y manque aucun personnage. 50 auteurs en vogue malgré l'éclat qui s'attache à son nom, l'écrivain inconnu malgré l'intérêt qu'inspire tout, d'une homme ses débuts dans une carrière difficile. Le directeur de théâtre, malgré ses hables combinaisons pour faire payer au parterre ses victories dramatiques, l'éditeur théâtral marchandant la valeur littéraire du drame moderne, et en fin le redoutable fut l'éterniste des débats, celui dont les usuels initials sont la terreur des vaudevillistes, et qui jusqu'à présent avaient joui du privilège de pouvoir attaquer sans réplique. Dans ces drames, qui s'y passe hors la scène et dans les colonnes du journal et du sus, tous les rôles sont remplis, tous les caractères s'y développent parfaitement, quelque confuse que paraisse l'action, et quelque hérésies de notes et de pieces, que soyant les pages du récit. Un seul espoir affablit le regret, que nous éprouvons de servir d'organes, à une si triste révélation, des moeurs littéraires de notre époque, 50 immense publicite que lui dans le musée des familles éclairées, nous l'espérons, cette foule de jeunes hommes, qui trompés par leur imagination, aspirent à quitter leur province, leur famille, leur foyer, leur profession modeste et lucrative pour les échanger contre la gloire, et le bien-être de la vie littéraire et artistique de Paris. Quils regardant de prise quelle est cette gloire, quel est si bien-être. CP 204. The following additional passage occurs in the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 4, 1854. They forgot that a soldier is an impassive tool, who is placed inflexibly between the two words obedience and disobedience, and that from the standpoint of martial law, to obey is his duty, to disobey means disgrace. The soldiers had only done their duty by obeying. Men of intelligence fully understand this distinction, but the masses class together under the same malediction both the steel and the arm which wields it. CP 216, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 4, 1854. Is it not strange to hear Charles X, an exile in England, continuing to call himself king by the grace of God? One recalls the poor bricklayer who fell from the top of a ladder, to whom, as he picked himself up with one leg only broken, a passer-by remarked, "Ah, friend, Providence has been very gracious to you. To me, he might have favoured me with the missing rung of the ladder. But let us return to our proclamation." CP 316, Report of 2 December 1831. Number 1034. Les renseignements les plus scrupuleux ont été pris sur verit, et les personnes désignées dans la note dont le numéro est 50. Verit est arrivé d'un petit voyage il y a 15 jours, d'où il avait conduit les fils d'un ami quil a eu la douleur de voir mourir peu de temps après son arrivée. Le 25 de ces mois, en arrivant à Monceau Park, où il est loge, il y trouvum Tulun député du garde et audier avocat, qui agent Venus demandera diner à Madame Verit. Il n'y avait que si est du messieurs d'étrangers. Ils y ont en effet dine, et en sont sortis 40 heures en court. Le 26 au matin, Madame Verit a été occupée toute la matinée à savonner, et l'après-midi à repasser son linge, et en est point sorti dans le parc de toute la journée. Mais le dimanche 27, LSI est promené pendant une demi-heure, avec un parent de Verit. J'ignore sur quel objet ils s'y sont entretenus. Si quil y de certain, c'est que Verit, quoique ayant de l'esprit, est peut-être elham du monde le moins propre à la politique, et quil ni s'en occupe jamais. Le donneur d'avis aurait pu signaler aussi comme fréquentant la maison de Verit. Cremia media de Montchau audia, gender de Pigault Lebrun, et audard, secrétaire des commandements de la Réunie. Le prophète qui commande la maison de Verit, et qui dit-on doite trecanu de Thibault, et non Thibault, médecine rue de Provence 56 ni serait-il point le comte de Celles, qui à une époque déjà ancienne, edate prophète à Amsterdam, lorsqu'em Verit y edate commissaire de police. Le comte de Celles, honor des bons du roi depuis longtemps, pourrait-il donner des soupçons d'être en opposition au gouvernement du roi Louis-Philippe. On peut affirmer que non. La liaison de Verit avec M. Tulun, député du garde, audier avocat, Rousselet media de Montchau ainsi que de Tri, demurant rue Planchmibre, en degrees 3, date de 1815, lorsqu'em Verit, edate commissaire de police à Nimes, et que, de corps ensemble, ils s'opposeront avec énergie aux massacres qui eurent lieu dans cette ville. Si furent encore eu qui redigeront la fameuse protestation de media de Montchau, qui valut à celui-ci d'être censure à la Cour réale de Paris. Thibault, médecine demurant, rue de Provence, en degrees 56, est l'ami et le médecin de Verit et de sa famille, et en cette double qualité, il va quelquefois chez la famille Verit, mais rarement sans y être appel. J'ai déjà rendu compte, dans unprecedented rapport de l'opinion de si d'une homme, qui a l'habitude de s'exprimer librement et avec franchise, mais qui jnai la certitude, est incapable de nuire au gouvernement du roi Louis-Philippe. Aucun ministre, si d'une homme qui a du talent, est recherche des meilleures sociétés de la capitale, et même d'opinions très opposées. Il appartient, comme elle déjà dit, à une famille de distinction, un grand vicaire de Lycia est son oncle. Alexandre Dumas, demeurant rue Saint-Lazare, dans une maison bâtie par des Anglais, est, en effet, un républicain dans tout l'exception du terme. Il était employé dans la maison de M. le d'Orléans, avant la révolution de Juillet, il y a resté encore quelques temps après, mais enfin, n'ayant pas voulu prêter serment de fidélité au roi Louis-Philippe, il quitta son service. Pendant tout le temps qu'il a été employé dans la maison de Monseigneur le duc d'Orléans, il a fréquenté la maison de Mveret, mais on peut affirmer sans crainte d'être démenti, qui depuis ces temps, il raya pas et une fois chez lui. M. de Tri est propriétaire de la maison où il demeura, rue Planchmibre en degrés 3, depuis septo huit ans, et où il tient un bureau de loterie. Il a et anciennement chirurgien major aux armies, cet homme jouit de la réputation d'un homme de bien, et est parfaitement dans les principes du gouvernement actuel. Sous le gouvernement de Chu, il passait pour être bonapartiste, mais on peut dire que c'est un homme plus pris nul. J'ai déjà dit depuis quelle époque il est la d'amitié avec M. Veret. M. Roussel homme de l'oeil ami de M. Veret demeura depuis plusieurs ans rue de la Coutellerie, en degrés 10, où il tient un cabinet d'affaires et une nombreuse clientèle. Il est très considéré dans son quartier, à la réputation d'avoir beaucoup d'esprit, avant la Révolution, de Juillet avec plaisir. Depuis ces temps, il fait part de la garde nationale, et en remplit exactement tous les devoirs. Son opinion est et toujours et très modérée, et quoique ami de la famille Veret, il en y va que rarement le soir. M. Augier, gendre de M. Pigault Lebrun, a la réputation d'être un avocat distinct, ami intime de M. Veret et de M. Toulon, député du garde, jouissant de l'estime générale, et si quan M. Assure, grand partisan du roi Louis-Philippe. M. Puget, 11 droit natif de Nimes, est fils d'un ami de M. Veret et si en est quen set quolite quil est recouché lui, et encore plus souvent. Si d'une homme demeure pendant dixhuit mois en Garni, rue Hautefeuille en degrés 11, où il est fait estimé pour sa douceur et sa bonne conduite. Depuis le 1 novembre, il est loge rue des Fosses Saint-Germain-des-Prés en degrés 9, où il est en pension, et on n'y est pas encore entendu parler politique. Le sieur Bleuret ni demeure rue Jacob en degrés 6, que depuis 15 jours, on n'y sait où il demeurait auparavant, il prend la quolite de homme de lettres, et en parait pas plus heureux. Tant que son opinion on n'y la connaît pas, en étant connu de personne dans la maison, ni dans le quartier. Le sieur Zachary demeure rue de Bussy en degrés 30, depuis plus d'un an. Avant, il travaillait à Lyon dans une fabrique de châles, croyant que parasiti edet plus avantageux, il y vint avec sa femme, et si est fixe, mais ayant it sans ouvrage, et si trouvant dans la maison, il a réclame des secours de la maison du roi. Depuis quelques temps, on dit qu'il est occupé la construction du nouveau pont en face des Saint-Spurs. Cet homme en a point d'opinion, et quoique pas heureux, jouit de la réputation d'un honnête homme. Le sieur Riverand a demeure rue Saint-Martin, en degrés 222, pendant du mois seulement, on n'y sait où il demeurait avant, et il y a environ 3 mois qu'il a quitté si logement pour aller, a on dit, loger rue du Mail, mais toutes les recherches pour li trouveront it inutiles. Ayant les des dettes rue Saint-Martin, on a des raisons de croire qu'il cache sa nouvelle demeure. Quoiqu'il en soit, on en dit ni bien ni mal dans son ancien domicile de la rue Saint-Martin, seulement, on sait qu'il en est pas heureux. 500 après les renseignements que j'ai pour recueillir sur M. Veret, j'ai puis affirmer qu'il jouit de l'estime de tous les gens de bien, qu'il est aim dans la maison du roi. Mais il en est pas sans avoir quelques ennemis qui peut-être sont jaloux de la faveur dont il jouit, et si j'ai en croise quelques mots échappes à quelques personnes, M. le marquis d'Estrada pourrait bien, être pour quelques chose, dans les déclarations contre M. Veret. Scene Binet. CP 320, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. V. 1855. I awoke at Montereau. I made up my mind to stop at every place renowned in history. I began at Montereau, celebrated for two events, one during the Middle Ages and one in modern times. Jean Sanspour was assassinated there, and Napoleon won a battle there. CP 401, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs Vol. Roman 6, 1855. These 3 days of hospitable entertainment left such a pleasant recollection in my memory, as will easily account for the different episodes I shall have to relate concerning that adorable princess and the other members of her family. CP 472, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs Vol. Roman 7, 1855. But my reader will not lose anything thereby, for I know these lines by heart and I will repeat them. CVRM maudit. This is the second time that Tribulate repeats this hemistich. You see clearly that Victor Hugo was undoubtedly right. Pendant quil me parlate. Pendant quil me create, oh sois maudit valet. G rele sa douleur, oh oui j etais infam. G reis, mais j avis elepouvante dans elame. Maudit. What the deuce, you see clearly, my learned critic, that this time you are wrong and that the first act is connected with the second. Ah, la nature et les hommes aimant fate. Bien méchant, bien cruel et bien lâche en effet. O rage et très bouffon, o rage et très difforme. Taugers set pensi, et quan veille quan dorme. Quand du monde en revant vous avez fait la tour. Retamer sur cessai, G sois bouffon de coeur. Ni vouloir, ni pouvoir, ni devoir et ni faire. Que rire, quel excès d'opprobre et de misère. Qua si quant les soldats ramasses par troupeau. Odeur de si halen quan appel drapeau. Si qui rester après tout, o mendiant d'espagni. A l'esclave tunus o forquet dans son bagni. A tout homme isibas qui respire et si mute. Le droit de ni pas rire et de pleurer, est-il vute. Genie li pas, odia, tristet de humor mauvaise. Pris dans encore mal fait o g sois mala elaise. Tout rimpli de gout de ma difformite. Jaloux de tout force et de tout but. Entour de splendeurs qui me rendent plus sombre. Parfois farouche et seul, si g church un pudamber. Si g view reculier et commer un moment. Mon aime qui sanglote et pleur amurement. Mon mater tout à coup servient, mon joyeux mater. Qui tout puissant aime des femmes content d'être. A force de benhur oubliant letamo. Quan June et bien portant, et roi de France et beau. Mi paus avec le pied dans l'ombre au g soupir. Et mi dit en bailant, bouffon, fais-moi donc rire. O pauvre fou de coeur, 100 est un homme après tout. Et bien, la passion qui dans son aime bout. La rancune, l'orgueil, la colère hautaine. 50 envy, et la fureur dont sa poitrine est pleine. Le calcul éternel de quelque frudiscine. Tous ces noirs sentiments qui lui rongent la scène. Sur un signe du maître, en lui-même il les broie. Et pour quiconque en vute, il en fait de la joie. Abjection, est-il marqué aussi livre aux acide. Taugers il sent le fil qui lui tire le pied. Mépris de tout part, tout homme el humilie. O bien, c'est une femme jolie. Demi-nu et charmante, et don't il vaudrait bien. Qui le laisse jouer sur son lit comme un chien. Aussi, mes beaux seigneurs, mes releurs gentilhommes. Oh, comme il vous hate bien, quels ennemis nous sommes. Comme il vous fait parfois payer cher vos dédains. Comme il leur sait trouver des contrecoupes soudaines. Chapter 49, Est le noir démon qui conseille le maître. Vos fortunes, messieurs, en ont plus le temps de nature. Et sidat quil a pu dans ses ongles saisir. Quelque belle existence, il l'fut le plaisir. Vous élevez fate méchant, au douleur est vivre. Meller du fil au vin don't un otter essenever. Si quelque bon instinct germe en soi, l'effacer. Edourdir de grelots l'esprit qui vut penser. Traverser chaque jour, comme un mauvais génie. Des faits qui pour vous ne sont qu'une ironie. Démolir le bonheur des heureux par ennui. En avoir d'ambition quoiques ruins d'autrui. Et contre tous, part out o la hazard vous pose. Porter taugers en soi, meller tout chose. Et garder et cacher, sous un rire mocua. Un fond de vil haine, extravasio cur. O G sways malheureux. Surely Virgil and those with him when they visited the seventh circle of hell, read the Divine Comedy, never heard a more sorrowful or more bitter wail of despair. The critic next analyzes the third scene. CP 479, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 7, 1855. But here is the play against which the government seeks to raise numerous objections. Behold immorality and obscenity exposed. What a pity! The power had its hidden reasons, which we will reveal presently, for stirring up as many prejudices against Le Roi SMUs as possible. It would have liked the public to smother the play without a hearing, on the ground of an imaginary wrong, as Othello smothered Desdemona, honest ego. CP 481, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 7, 1855. Écoutez. 100 Est bien Louis, maintenant monde regarde-moi. Cessez un bouffon, et cessez un roi. Et quel roi le premier de tous, le roi suprême. Le voilà sous mes pieds, guillotines c'est lui-même. La scène pour sépulchre, et si sac pour linceul. Qui donc a fait cela? Et bien oui c'est un seul. Non, je n'y reviens pas de voir eu la victoire. Et les pupils de main refuseront d'y croire. Que dira l'avenir, quel long étonnement. Parmi les nations, d'un tel événement. Sort qui nous mets ici, comme tu nous en hôtes. Un des majestes humains les plus hôtes. Qua François de Valois, si prince au cœur de feu. Rival de Charles Quint, un roi de France, un dieu. A l'éternite prise, un gagneur de battles. Don't le pas ébranler les bases des murales. 50 hommes de Marignan lui qui tout you knew it. Pausa des battalions elon sur l'autre a grand brute. Et qui quand le jour vint, les mains de sang trempes. En avait plus qu'un tronçon de 3 grands épées. Si roi de l'univers par sa gloire étal. Dieu comme il si sera brusquement en allait. Import tout à coup, dans tout sa puissance. Avec son nom son brute, et sa cœur qui l'incense. Import comme on fait d'un infant malvenu. Un nuit quil tonate par quelqu'un d'incarno. Qua cet cœur si sièclet si regne fumi. Si roi qui si levate dans un ob enflammé. Éteint évanoui dissipe dans les airs. Apparu disparu, comme un de ces éclairs. Et putatre de main des crieurs inutiles. Montrant des tons d'or, en iront par les villes. Et crieront au passant de surprise éperdu. A qui retrouvera François premier perdu. 100 est merveilleux. Ma fille o ma pauvre affligée. Le voilà donc puni, te voilà donc vengé. O que j'avais besoin de son sang, un peu d'or. Et gli, celerat pu tu m'entendre encore. Ma fille qui vaut plus que ni vaut ta cœuron. Ma fille qui en avait fait de mala person. Tu me elas envie et prise, tu me elas. Rendu avec la honte, et le malheur helles. Et bien dis m'entends tu, maintenant c'est étrange. Oui c'est moi qui suis là, qui recette que me venge. Par si que j'y feignais devoir tout oubli. Tu tiedis endormi, tu cries donc pity. La colère d'un pire aisement edenti. Oh non, dans cette lutte entre nous société. Lutte du fable au fort, le fable est le vainqueur. Lui qui lecit tes pieds, il te range le cœur. CP 481, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 7, 1855. Very well, why is tribulets not as long as yours? Do you not imagine that the father, whose daughter has been stolen from him, has not as much to say to the king, as you, a poet, who have not even stolen as much as Alexander stole from the cynic Diogenes, namely his share of sunshine? CP 495, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 7, 1855. The engagements I have entered into I shall keep, messieurs. Those in authority who are concerned that this discussion shall be conducted with dignity and in order need have no fear of me. I feel neither anger nor animosity, only, as the police have put a construction on one of my lines which it does not bear and which was never in my mind, I declare that to be an impertinence and more insulting even to the king than to me the poet. I would have the police to understand once for all that I do not write plays with double meanings. Let them fully understand this, because I shall not refer to the question again. CP 498, from the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 7, 1855. When Bonaparte was consul and emperor, he also desired despotism, but he acted differently. He did it boldly and openly. He did not make use of any of the wretched little precautionary measures, with which nowadays all our liberties are juggled, older liberties as well as the more recent ones, those of 1830, as well as those of 1789. Napoleon was neither cunning nor a hypocrite. He did not swindle us onto our rights one after the other, under cover of our supineness, as is done now. Napoleon took everything at once at a single bound and single-handed. The lion has not the same methods as the fox. Those, messieurs, were great times. The empire, both in its government and in its administration, was undoubtedly an epoch of intolerable tyranny, but let us remember that the loss of our liberty was largely made up for by glory. The attitude of France then, like that of Rome under Caesar, was at the same time both submissive and dignified. It was not France as we like it, a free France, the independent sovereign of herself, but France the slave of one man and mistress of the world. Then it is true our liberty was taken from us, but we were presented with a sublime spectacle. We were told at such a day and hour I will enter such or such a capital, and we did enter it, the said day and hour. All sorts of kings elbowed against one another in his antechambers. A dynasty was dethroned with one decree of the Monitor. If anyone took a fancy for a column, the Emperor of Austria was made to provide the bronze. The lot of French comedians was, I admit, ruled in rather an arbitrary fashion, but the regulation proceeded from Moscow. As I say, they took away all our liberty, created a bureau of censorship, tore up our books, stripped our playbills off the walls, but to all our complaints they had ready the magnificent reply Marengo, Jena, Austerlitz. Those days, I repeat, were great. Today we are petty. We obey an arbitrary will as then, but we are no longer giants. Our government is not calculated to console a great nation for the loss of its liberty. In matters of art we deface the Tuileries, in matters of glory we let Poland perish. That does not prevent our puny statesmen from handling liberty as though they were cut aunt for despots, or from trampling on France as though their shoulders were strong enough to carry the world. CP 539, in the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, Vol. Roman 8, 1835, Dumas ends thus. Now would you like to have an idea of French wit in the year 1825? What do you mean, does French wit then change? Certainly, every 10 or 15 years, that is how it is eternal. Then, according to you, witty men are only clever for 10 years. Witty men are clever all their lives, for example, Voltaire and M. de Talleyrand, but their wit changes its form, as a serpent changes its skin, often in order to take a more brilliant one than it has cast off. And then he prints 20 pages of extracts from a newspaper of 1825 as specimens of esprit. Première lettre de l'homme mouche. Monsieur le Préfet, j'y prends la liberté de m'y rappeler à votre souvenir, car vous en ignorez pourquoi, depuis Dixons que j'y sois au Bagni de Toulon, j'y n'ai pas interrompu un seul instant les honorables fonctions, que elle en emma confise. Cependant, comme il serait possible que vous amusiez aubi, j'y vais vous tracer de nouveau un petit tableau de mon existence physique et morale. Grâce à cette réunion de heureuses qualités, vous eûtes la bonté de m'y donner de l'emploi. Cribble de dettes, quand nous commencez mauvais sujet de bon ton, vous entendez, un de vos agents qui pouvait m'apprécier me propose d'entrer dans la grande confrérie. J'ai accepté, et si nouvel état ni servit quoi développer mon natural, car j'y fus accuse pour faux. J'ai usé beau supplier intrigue, faire parler en ma faveur par un de mes confrères de Montrouge. Impossible de mi disculpa, la justice et les tribunaux en entrant par malheureusement dans tous ces petits intérêts-là, elle n'y plaisante jamais, G fus condamné à dix ans de travaux forces, quelle humiliation pour un agent de l'autorité. A pain arrive dans si vaste établissement, qui rend réellement d'immenses services à la société, et quan devrait nommer autrement, par égard pour nous autres gens bien nés. Ma figure plata l'inspecteur de police, il devina mes talents me fit des propositions, malgré le vœu que j'avais fait de n'y plus servir un pays aussi ingrat, la philanthropie, le désir du bien général, etc., me détermineront, mais hélas, quelle décadence, monsieur le préfet, et très réduit à examiner la conduite morale et politique des galériens, moi qui avais exercé et important dans la meilleure société, vous m'avouerez que c'est très désagréable. Outri quelles agents en chef n'y sont pas honnêtes du tout, au moins dans la capitale en gazette les termes, vous nous faisiez appeler agents de l'autorité, voire même du gouvernement, tandis que, là on vous appelle moutards tout court, si nous plainons, si nous parlons de notre utilité, on nous compare aux plus vils instruments. Enfin, monsieur le préfet s'y aidait à n'y partenir, heureusement que vous avez bien voulu vous intéresser à moi, pour m'y faire, le plus tôt possible, sortir de si vilain endroit, et me prompter de me faciliter les moyens de continuer une carrière que j'y crois avoir exercée avec honneur, et au gré de vos desires, car j'ai mis à profit le temps que j'ai passé. J'ai fait des progrès sensibles en souplesse et en ruse, j'ai sais beaucoup de tours d'adresse que amont en scène ces messieurs, et j'ai en compte faire usage, non pas pour moi, mais pour le bien public. Vous voyez, monsieur le préfet, que j'y suis digne de tout votre estime et de toute votre confiance. Mes talents ont augmenté, j'ai analyse la délation avec fruit, et j'y suis certain que ma conduite passée vous sera un garant de ma fidélité future à remplir mes devoirs. Vuillez me faire connaître vos ordres, et si que vous désirez faire de moi à la sortie du bagne. J'ai l'honneur d'être, monsieur le préfet, avec la considération la plus distincte, votre très humble serviteur. Mouch. Duxim lettre de Mouch. J'ai préfère la diligence parce que, pour nous autres observateurs, le théâtre est plus vaste et les scenes plus variées. J'ai aurais bien désir à voir le coin gauche, à cause de mon épaule, mais la place est prise. Il a fallu me contenter du côte droit, en face de moi si trouvient du grands militaires porteurs de moustaches effrayables. Je n'y sais mais leur aspect m'importunate, je n'y pouvais supporter leur regard, a côte du était un portrait, et j'avais pour voisins un gros monsieur et une grosse dame. Je commençai par faire semblant de dormir, parce que cela en empêche pas d'entendre, et quan inspire une honnête confiance. Les du militaires parlant à voix basse, les mots, mécontents, assez de leur service, etc., frappant mon oreille attentive, je jugi quil était temps de n'y plus dormir m'éveillai, je tacai de provoquer insensiblement une de ces petites inconséquences dont nous faisons si facilement des conspirations. Impossible, je suis forced de l'avouer. Ils pensent presque bien, écoutez notre conversation. Ces messieurs sont au service. Nous y étions. Ces messieurs ont quitté le service volontairement. Oui, monsieur. Ces messieurs ont bien fait, car dans le temps où nous sommes hélas, comment récompensé en la valeur, tenez moi qui vous parle. Monsieur a servi. Beaucoup, monsieur, beaucoup, même plus que j'en aurais voulu, et je sais comment j'ai it récompense. Nous, monsieur, c'est plus prise la même chose. Nous allons en Grèce, nous offrons notre bras et notre sang, on accepte et on n'y nous paye pas. Nous manquons 20 fois d'être assassins, alors nous quittons cette terre inhospitalière, et nous revenons servir le roi dans nos grades respectifs. Vous voyez, monsieur le préfet, qu'il n'y avait rien à faire de si côte. Je m'adressai au cure, écoutez encore. Monsieur le cure va rejoindre à Paris. Oui, monsieur. La Paris de le cure est considerable. Non, monsieur. Alors, les appointments de le cure doivent être fort médiocres. Oui, monsieur. Mais c'est affreux, des appointments médiocres. Comment vu-on que le clerge sauchen le trône si on le paye aussi mal? Monsieur, je n'y me plains pas, car G trouve encore de quoi s'écrire quelques malheureux. Mais, monsieur le curé, s'écrire les malheureux, sans doubt c'est fort beau, mais vous devez vivre de privations. Monsieur J. I fate vos de charite et de humilite, G sois fidèle à mon vaux. Mais, monsieur le curé, G connais des habitants de Montrouge qui ont aussi fait si voula, et car en empêche pas. Monsieur G inhabite pas Montrouge, G sois en hom honit pia, et G sais aimer de sans her mon prochin. A ces mots, il si remet a liar son breviara. Chapter 49. Nimi restate qua exploiter le gros monsieur et la grosse dame, ils ronflayant qui mia. G pris la partie divelo le gros monsieur pour lui demander el hura, il acculit ma demande says plus civilment, mais il edate evil et c'est si que G voulait. J engage la conversation et J apres quil edate elector, hein monsieur le prophète, elector, quel mine, et bien pas du tout, et cautes encore. Puton savoir de quel cote monsieur votre. Pardieu monsieur du bon cote. Comment monsieur l'équil. Ynat-il donc tant, celui aussi trouve l'âme du roi et une juste libert. Et de toi, vous avouerez, monsieur le prophète, quil est excessivement désagréable de perdre ainsi un temps précieux. Aussi, pour l'éviter, G serais ses davis de faire surveiller de bord les du grands militaires. Ils aiment le roi c'est bien, ils sont braves c'est très bien, mais ils ont combattu les Turcs et c'est suspect. Et si peut-être qui fait du bien qui inhabite pas Montrouge, c'est suspect, très suspect, car en fin il n'y suffit pas d'émerger son prochain, il faut savoir si faire respecter. Quant au gros monsieur, il avait un air goguenard avec son bon cote. La grosse dame rappelle certaine époque où elle en assommait les chines, J.I. priscella pour une personnalite. Tenez, si vous aimez croyez nous dénoncerons tout la voiture, si qu'on y fait pas de mal qu'on y pute pas faire de bien, vous voyez, taugers fidèles à nos principes. J.I. elhanur d'être etc. El hommouch. Troisim letter de el hommouch. G vous avouerai que G n'y gout pas du tout, la manière de voir des acteurs. G vous recommande surtout de faire défendre un pitiable mélodrame, o elan pend un espion, si n'est pas que G redoute aucune illusion, mais c'est égal, on en aime par voir si spectacle là devant les yeux. 500 élors la pièce est immoral très immoral. Chapter 49. Est arrive isa une scène says bizarre, mais qui prouve comme bien vos emplois mes confrères font bien leur devoir. G vous demanderai la permission de vous rapporter notre conversation et les réflexions, que nos réponses mutuelles nous suggérant, car mon confrère aima communiquer les siennes. J'ai été allé au café prendre ma demi-tasse, parce que cela me donne des idées, agrandit l'imagination, car vous sentez que nous n'y pouvons jamais avoir trop d'imagination. G prenais donc mon café sur la table qui est prise du pôle, excellent place pour un observateur. On domine tout rien ni vous échappe, on est plus prise cache par le taille, et grâce à cet abri prédicteur on voit sans étrevu. Le café aidait à ses mal compose, des marchands quelques sous-officiers, de petites gens en fin, G perdais mon temps, lorsqu'un grand monsieur de ses mauvaises mines entre dans le café. Ses regards observateurs le parcourant dans tous les sens, puis il choisit une table dans un coin écart, et demande d'une voix de stentor, divines monsieur le prophète, J.O. pain vous le dire, il demande le constitutional, vous sentez bien qu'en province surtout, quand on demande un journal comme celui-là on est très suspect. Aussi G.M. approché d'un air engageant, et lui souris agréablement. Écoutez monsieur le prophète, c'est une espèce de scène de comédie. El hommouch, monsieur voudrait-il me passer le journal après lui? El inconnu, certainement monsieur avec plaisir, apart, voilà un gaillard qui fait un bien mauvais choix en fait de journaux, tacons d'engager la conversation. Hout, monsieur va bien essenir en attendant, est-il prenait un autre journal? El hommouch, monsieur, je vous avouerai que je ne lise que celui-là. El inconnu apart, diable que celui-là. Attention, cet homme est suspect. Hout, monsieur a bien raison, c'est le seul et l'unique qui pense bien, seulement G lui vaudrais un peu plus d'énergie. El homme mouch apart, c'est devient sérieux très sérieux. Hout, certainement monsieur G lui vaudrais beaucoup plus d'énergie, car entre nous qu'ava mal très mal, n'est-ce pas? Elincanus hum. El hum mouch apart. Genie puis decidement plus longtemps supporter unlangage aussi oppose à la morale publique. Hout. Monsieur G sways desel mais ji une triste fonction a remplir inverse vous votre manière de penser. Elincanu, a bien monsieur. El hum mouch, a bien monsieur G vous a reet. Elincanu, monsieur, ni plaçantes par avec des choses aussi sacres, dans cet instant, G sways moi-même dispose à vous a retter. El hum mouch comment et mariter, monsieur connaissez-vous si sin respectable et respect, le connaissez-vous. Elincanu, quoi vous sériez. El hum mouch comme vous dites. Elincanu montrant sa carte, le tour est charmant. El hum mouch comment vous eats aussi un m. Elincanu parole de honneur, foi de honit hum. El hum mouch touchez-la monsieur, sans vous flatter vous avez eat charmant, impossible de réunir plus d'esprit, de finesse et de pénétration. Elincanu, et vous donc, comme vous lances le mot de temps en temps. El hum mouch, et votre hum, quel profondeur quel genie dans votre hum. Elincanu, et puis il faut elevoir, vous avez tout à fait le ton de bonne compagnie, G vous prenez au moins pour un courtier marin. El hum mouch, vous eats trop indulgent, si un petit verre pouvait vous être agréable. 50 Incanu accepte le petit verre, et me mit au fait de quelques petites intrigues, den G vous donnerai connaissance. Vous voyez, monsieur le préfet, avec quels ils nous occupons du bien public. J attends de nouveaux ordres. J el honor d'être, etc. El hum mouch. Quatrième et dernière lettre de El hum mouch. Monsieur le préfet, vous avez été instruit de l'accident qui m'a force de revenir dans la capitale, car commence à la rampumia, sûrement les reins sont encore bien faibles, enfin ni pensons plus, mais gli échappe belle, une can grosse comme le bras, ah s'il, jn frisson encore. Revenons à nos affaires. Comme dans la capitale, chaque instant offre un sujet d'observation, j'y vais tout bonnement vous tracer un petit journal de ma journée. Jimmy sways leave a new fureurs, j'y appelle mon petit brisquet, quel chin estimable monsieur le préfet vous en avez pas didi. 500 aboard il rapport très bien, il a un nez, quel nez, il sent un suspect d'une loi la ronde, et il a rit supérieurement, Genie fais par mia. J eat de junior dans un cabaret de la rue Montorgueil, un cabaret, dires vous monsieur le préfet, quel mauvais genre, comment un homme de bon ton, peut-il fréquenter un tel endroit, et bien de trompez vous, si cabaret est quelquefois le rendez-vous de junes élégance du café de Paris, qui viennent y manger des huîtres fraîches, et boire du vin blanc. J attendis quelques temps, rien ne me paraissait digne de fixer mon attention, lorsque J entendis du brut dans l'escalier, et que j'y vis monter quatre junes gens. Ils avaient l'air un peu de fête, leur toilette était négligée. J sways, ils sortent du bal du dieu, etc. écoutons. Que demanderons nous? Des huîtres, du vin blanc et une soupe au madère. Pas autre chose. I say il n'y a que cela de supportable. A propos, mon cher, sais tu quan devrait faire firmer ces masons honnêtes au elan vous vol votre argent, et don't les maîtresses vivantes du produit du flambeau. Autrefois, si elan y allait, on edat sur au moins d'y trouver bonne compagnie. En homs, mais maintenant que voyez vous, des gens fards, des frippons et même des mouchards. J la monsieur le préfet. 50 Intression roule sur les femmes, les chevox, le vocabulaire ordinaire de ces messieurs. Ils en allarent en si donnant rendez-vous pour le bal de l'opéra. J allai faire un tour aux Tuileries aux Champs-Élysées, voir si je n'y pourrais pas mal interpréter un pantalon, ou dénoncer un chapeau. Oui, monsieur le préfet. En avons nous pas eu les habillements politiques, les quirogas, les boulevards, etc. Je n'y remarque quan gros monsieur en 3%. J used de board envy de faire quelque attention à lui, mais J apres quil arrivate de province. Alors, J vis quil edat coif sans intention politique. J fasse la bourse, si etient comme l'ordinaire, des entrepreneurs en faillite, des gadgets si vendent 3 ou 400 000 livres de rent, et es empruntants 30 sous pour leur diner. G. Fus de la aux variats. Rien de marquant. Mauvaise journée, monsieur le préfet, el finir mal. Cependant j'y pense vous avez tala une chose bien extraordinaire. Votre ardri avec sa chanson des gendarmes. Mais c'est direct, cela, monsieur le préfet, c'est direct. Les gendarmes en obéissent qu'a l'impulsion quand leur donne. Cette impulsion est produite par un autre. Remontez à la source et vous verrez que rien n'est sacre pour ardri. En sortant du spectacle, G. Fus dans une maison de Dieu. Il n'y agur observer dans ces endroits, aussi c'est de elan du que vous écris, ni sachant que faire de mon temps, parce que les croupiers, etc., sont nos confrères, mais quelquefois en voit le d'une homme essai présente pour la première fois, il rouget pour la ronde des timides, et tremble de rencontre en regard de connaissance, savu s'arrête surtout avec crainte sur le banquier. Si on allait l'expulser, l'empêcher de perdre l'or, fruit d'un imprint usuraire. Le banquier m'appelle, justement, il venait d'entrer under ces junes gens. Mon cher, me dit-il, je connais beaucoup si banquier, nous avons servi ensemble, si d'une homme de l'or beaucoup d'or. Mes renseignements sont pris, mais il est timide, il tente la fortune du main tremblante. Donnez-lui l'exemple, rendez-nous si petit service car vous savez vous êtes nous c'est autant. Prenez ces 10,000 francs, jouez comme vous voudrez, perdez, gagnez, l'exemple agira sur lui et il mordra el heimken. G. pris les billets, le banquier s'apprêta à lancer la bienheureuse boule, le confrère unpoignat d'enfer, c'est comme un coup de pistolet et. Ici le manuscrit est interrompu, on lit la lettre suivante. Monsieur le préfet, 50 hommouch nest plus, un malheur effroyable vient de river, le banquier allait lancer la fatale boule de roulette. Mais au moment où son bras vigoureux lui donnait l'impulsion, elle lui échappe des mains, est allé frapper à la tête notre malheureux ami, et il est mort dans mes bras, victime de son attachement à ses devoirs. Quel pert monsieur le préfet. Je vous envoie sa joint une lettre, sa carte, sa médaille, etc., etc. Si vous avez de confiance en moi pour me donner sa place, car il avait un grade au-dessus de moi, je vous en aurais la plus grande obligation. Il y a huit ans que je veget dans les emplois, et étant aussi bien élève que le défunt, je puis prétendre à le remplacer. J'ai l'honneur d'être, etc. Translator's note. The Brussels edition of the Memoirs, which has been taken as the basis of this translation, ends with p. 571 of the present volume. The 3 chapters which follow are taken from the 8th volume of the Paris edition of the Souvenirs, 1855, in order to arrive at a more convenient finish. The last chapter of the 8th volume of the Paris edition has been here omitted, as it concerns itself mainly with a recapitulation of the story of the Wars of the Roses.